Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you so much. My first programming note for us this morning is that we will not be having a closed session, so there's nothing for us to report. And so with that, we're going to go straight into the normally scheduled program of our agenda. And I'm going to start with the president's report. I don't normally do lengthy president reports because I figure who kind of wants to hear from me, but you'll indulge me with a little bit lengthier of a report. I'm going to start with just a few housekeeping notes about the board meetings going forward. First and foremost, it is so nice to be with my colleagues in person in Sacramento. I just think it really helps add with our discussion to be in the same room and looking at each other and having kind of that discourse collectively as a group. So great to see you all this morning. It does mean, though, that we're in a transition, and as part of that, I want to make a note for the public about our in-person versus virtual comments. Today and over the next few meetings, we will still have the option for virtual comments, but we are going to be encouraging members of the public to use the written or in-person comments. Ultimately, we will go back to kind of our normal course of action, which is either written or in-person comments for our items. So just wanted to make sure the public was aware of that. Next, I wanted to just give a hearty thanks to both the Chancellor's Office, the Foundation, Long Beach City College, and West LA College for hosting two really wonderful events in the past several weeks that I, along with several of my board colleagues, were able to attend, as well as the Chancellor and some of the Chancellor's Office team. I wanted to spend some time in particular talking about the Long Beach City College event, which focused on dual enrollment. I shared with them a story on a panel that I served that I want to share with each of you today because I think it ties into some of the items that we're going to be hearing today. My middle son, Samuel, told me I could talk about him today. He just turned 16 last week, and Sam was diagnosed with dyslexia and ADHD when he was in first grade. And if any of you have a learning difference or know somebody with a learning difference, you know how incredibly difficult the educational system can be for that person. As somebody who's studied education policy, I know we have a very kind of narrow way that people interact with the education system. So if you have any differences, sometimes it can make it feel hard, almost impossible. And that's really been Sam's experience. At every juncture, he has struggled, and both his father and I have had to keep telling him how smart he is, because I can guarantee you he is very smart. But he gets signals constantly that tell him that that's not the case, or that school is not for him. At his counselor's advice, we wanted to enroll him in a local community college to take American Sign Language. It's a way for him to meet his A to G requirements without studying a foreign language, which as a dyslexic is very difficult. And so I have to say I attempted because it was not an easy endeavor to enroll my son in a community college. Our enrollment system first asks you where you want to study versus what you want to study. And so with that, I enrolled Sam in about 4 different local community colleges, only to find that none of them offered the courses we needed, including one district that after I enrolled him in one of their colleges would not allow me to enroll him in another college that did offer that course. They had a restriction on enrolling in 2 colleges. I was undeterred, as those of you know me. I found a district that offered American Sign Language, and I filled out his dual enrollment paperwork, which included getting his high school counselor to submit a form. I submitted. His enrollment is denied. I had inadvertently signed him up for the wrong term. I asked Mario, an enrollment specialist at Las Pussy de Chabot, who's amazing, can we just change the term? No, unfortunately, we cannot. I need you to start the whole process over. So I filled out the form again, got his counselor to sign it. Sam was waitlisted, but ultimately was enrolled in 2 classes. He's enrolled in getting ready to complete an American Sign Language course in auto mechanics. I'm happy to report that he loves both of those classes. Truth be told, he likes auto mechanics more. But as a mom, I gave him 2 courses to make sure there was a little sweet with maybe the not so sweet. But I know, and I think we all know, that exposure to college at such a young age is transformative for Sam and for many Californians. It helped his confidence. It encouraged his intellectual curiosity. So today we have a first reading on an item, hopefully, that will make this process easier, which is wonderful, and I fully support it. But it made me reflect on some other things that we need to think about as a system. As we begin our discussion on Vision 2030, it is my hope that we ground those conversations in aspiration and what is possible. I've been involved in higher education policy since before Sam was born. In the 1960s, the master plan introduced a radical notion of access, that every Californian has access to higher education. If we think of the idea of access as a home, the master plan opened that house door to everyone. Recently, we have come to understand that access is not just about opening the door, but it might mean that when you're in the house, you need a meal, you need a warm bed, you need central heating and air. And of all of those things, it can make your time in the house a little bit more productive, a little bit more comfortable. And candidly, we have more work to do on both of those fronts, both in opening the door to everyone and making sure that your time in the house is productive. But our next frontier on access, in my personal opinion, is to make you feel welcome in the home. And that includes how you are greeted at the front door and how you are engaged in during your time at the house. Candidly, I'm glad that Sam wasn't exposed to the whole enrollment process. It was filled with trials and travails that frankly would have sent him the wrong message. I was able to do that for him, but we know that's not the case for the vast majority of our students. Each interaction, each process, each system sends them a signal that you either are welcome here and belong here, or you're not, and you got to figure this out for yourself, and maybe you're just not smart enough to figure it out. These are destructive messages that don't help anyone. My hope for Vision 2030 is collectively, across faculty, students, administrators, and other stakeholders, we use this as an opportunity to make our community colleges home, warm, inviting, and supportive. This is the next piece of access that is critical for our students' success. Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to our Chancellor for her support.
Actually, I had planned to invite our SSCCC president, our student president, Cassandra Flandre-Nguyen, to make some opening remarks to symbolically tell the field that our students must start every meeting. But Cassandra this morning contacted Vice Chancellor Rebecca that she could not be here today. So since the May 22nd Board of Governors meeting, the Chancellor's office has been very busy. The daily demands of running the largest higher education system in the nation. And we've also been focused in developing Vision 2030, a roadmap for California's community colleges. I'm eager to have the conversation on Vision 2030, and item 6.3 on the agenda, we will get into some of the details. But for the moment, let me highlight 3 specific pieces of work we've been moving in the last 2 months. President Costa talked about dual enrollment. In alignment with the governor's roadmap calling for 12 college credits for all high school students to earn before they graduate, we have reached out to the field with a systematic yet flexible approach that can be shaped to meet the demands of the local context. The key idea is to start every ninth grade student with their first college class with the necessary support, not just opening the door, but making sure that the student is supported to ensure that they have a positive and productive experience. These students then could create a personal, a college ed plan right in the ninth grade. A plan, of course, that will evolve as the students take more courses and live life. Work done to date makes me optimistic that such an approach will show a substantial increase in equitable dual enrollment outcomes. And in addition to the in-the-field strategy, you will see that our vice chancellors, our general counsel have been very active in looking at regulations, Title V regulations that would make it easier for our students. Let me move to the second piece of work, which is related to climate action. And President Costa mentioned the event at West LA, and thank you, board members Epstein, Aguinaldo, for joining President Costa and myself at this event. I'd like to start by recognizing the sustainability framework approved by the Board of Governors in 2021. So much future looking. I was just super thrilled that that piece of work was already done with the board identifying climate action as a priority. And then the Foundation for California Community Colleges hired a person focused on climate action and then established the Center for Climate Futures. So coming in, I had the foundation set. We then invited 11 CEOs to participate in the inaugural CEO Climate Panel, and I want to take time to recognize all 11. Martha Garcia from Mount SAC, Tom Burke from Kern, Catherine Jeffries, Santa Monica, Lenore Johnson, Imperial Valley, James Limbaugh from West LA, Joe Weiss, Shasta, Chris Vitelli, Merced, Willie Duncan from Sierra, Jerry Buckley from Reedley, Jose Fierro Cerritos, and Diana Rodriguez San Bernardino. Given the breadth of climate action at community colleges, we are defining 4 fields of climate practice. The first field relates to facilities and operation, encompasses projects that reduce carbon emission from the college's physical plant and operations. In this field of practice, we include facilities upgrade that decreases energy demand, waste reduction and recycling programs, sustainable purchasing practices, and adoption of low carbon transportation. The community college models sustainability for the rest of California. I wanted to also thank Jennifer Perry as another member that attended the climate event at West LA. The second field of climate practice is on workforce development, and we've also included curriculum into that conversation. It recognizes that community colleges are the only institutions which have the capacity to build the climate workforce that is needed to meet the economic transition targets set by our governor's bold, ambitious goals. We must be leaders in this space. The list of potential examples is long and includes education and training in forest and wildfire management, building decarbonization, renewable energy installation and maintenance, climate smart agriculture, and zero emission vehicle manufacturing, maintenance, and infrastructure. Our creativity will drive new approaches to workforce development, apprenticeship programs, paid work-based learning, and the community college baccalaureate degree, developing innovative, adaptive systems to increase career preparedness and ensure equitable access to opportunities. The third field of climate practice highlights the role of community colleges as assets to the community where they're embedded. As anchor institutions across broad spectrums of communities, colleges use their deep ties within their communities to link state and federal programs with disinvested groups, to provide direct assistance, and to give voice to underserved regions. Supporting communities may include natural disaster response and relief, partnership with agencies and donors to provide equitable access to climate programs, and engaging in outreach to hard-to-access communities. And the fourth field of climate practice recognizes resource development as an essential requirement for successful work. And we've got a bold agenda here that includes federal resources, state, and philanthropic support. I know that many members of the Board of Governors, President Costa had given me my marching orders to really have board engagement be critical in mobilizing the work. And I've talked to you to sort of get an understanding of interest for you to help us advance the vision. And resource development is an area that a few of you had identified, and after our July meeting before September, we will organize small meetings with board members on specific aspects of Vision 2030. So the last area that I will talk about in my opening comments before we go on with the rest of the agenda is apprenticeship. Been really super thrilled that our Secretary of Labor, Stuart Knox, is a friend of community colleges. In fact, both Stuart Knox and our governor's advisor on all things higher education, Ben Sheeta, attended our climate event at West LA. And then Ben followed us to our event in Long Beach that President Costa referred to. So we are creatively looking to expand possibilities across our colleges in the space of apprenticeship, including looking at recognizing the practical learning and apprenticeship programs by using the traditional academic currency of credits, certificates, and degrees. This is going to be a new frontier as well in the work that we will be taking on as California community colleges, and could be a model for the nation. This is not a trivial exercise, and we will need to take into consideration accreditation and quality assurance, integration of theory and practice, articulation agreements, support services, just to name a few. As I wrap up my remarks, a constant through line emerges of creative collaboration and partnerships being a prerequisite, a requirement to advance the critical and ambitious plan that Vision 2030 calls for. It is only through collaboration and partnerships with a practical lens of making things happen immediately for our students while we think through the complexities for long-term implementation. It must happen now, our urgency of now. So in that regard, I want to again finally recognize my amazing bosses that I have. I'm stepping into quite a remarkable position where we have Board of Governors. When the members walked in today, this is our first meeting in person, the energy and the welcoming hugs, and everyone, I feel like everyone, each and every member is ready to roll up our sleeves. And of course, Pamela Haynes, never let the sleeves go down, right? Roll up the sleeves and working together with all of our 116 colleges, our advocacy partners, our intersegmental partners, and most importantly, our students, to make the impossible, well, we're in the season of Mission Impossible, right? To make the impossible possible. Our time is definitely now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I noted, we don't have a closed session, so with that, we will head into our consent calendar, item 3.1, which is our board meeting minutes. With that, are there any board comments on this item? Seeing none, are there any public comments?
The public comment period on the consent calendar is
Public
now
comment
open.
period on the consent calendar is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. You will be acknowledged and given the opportunity to address the board. You will have 2 minutes. Press star 9 if you are calling in. It does not look like we have any virtual hands raised, and we have not received any public comment in person.
Great. With that, can you please call the roll? Oh, actually, I need a motion in a second. Sorry.
Move approval, a second.
I have Anderson and Haynes with the motions. With that, can you please call the roll?
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. President Costa, the motion carries.
Great, thank you so much. With that, we'll move on to section 4, our action calendar. And first up, we have item 4.1, the approval of contracts and grants presented by our general counsel.
Good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, board members, Chancellor Christian. So we have 3 items on the contracts and grants matter today. The first item is, to President Costa's point, a grant to Butte Community College District that will address the enrollment system and embrace both admissions and various onboarding items. And I will say, President Costa, that I have a very similar parental dual enrollment experience to yours, so very familiar with that, and I think this work is very important. The second item concerns another grant to Butte Community College District addressing a number of items related to technology security, technology governance, accessibility, and the study of technology trends that may affect the community colleges. So more important work. And then the last item is a series of grants to community colleges to conduct MESA programs. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, I would request an aye vote on this item.
Board members, any questions or comments? I have one comment on CCC applies because I can't help myself, which is I know that we have a lot of work going into kind of re-envisioning, redesigning our application system, which I'm really excited about. But I really hope that it's grounded in the student experience and what the student needs, because when I look at it, it's what districts need, it's what administrators need, and we really need to, from the very first interaction with our system, have it focused towards students, student needs, and how they will navigate it. And so I hope that that leads this work, and I know it's a heavy lift, but I'm really looking forward to what we can do. With that, do I have a motion and a second on this item?
I'll move.
Oh, can we have public comment?
Oh, yes, of course. Gosh, I'm rusty in person. Yes, public comment on the item.
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento, then move on to virtual comments. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature and press star 9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. We do not have any virtual hands raised at this time, and there are no in-person comments.
Now I'll take a motion in a second.
I'll move again.
Second.
All right, with that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Jolena Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
President Costa, the motion carries.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Next up, we have on our action agenda 4.2, which is a proposed regulatory action regarding supervised tutoring, and we have Executive Vice Chancellor Lowe presenting with our General Counsel.
Good morning, Board of Governors. We are excited to come before you today to bring a second read of proposed regulatory changes for supervised tutoring. As a reminder, you engaged in first read at your March meeting. Since that time, we had our public comment periods, and you can see the public comments, a summary of them, and Chancellor's Office responses as a part of your item. We also engaged in important rounds of conversations with key stakeholders to address concerns that were raised to bring before you the revised item that you have today. I will highlight a couple of the main changes and then open it up for your questions and your comments. As the Board of Governors likely remembers at the March meeting, concerns were raised around some of the particular language that was being used within the regulatory action. You will then see in that very first section of regulations, 58160, in particular looking at clause 11, that we separated out what was one clause into now 11 and a subclause B. And you will see there for the subclause B that we shifted this use of the word priority, where there was concern locally about how that would be interpreted and implemented. And instead now it clearly reads that district shall, right? They shall provide access to supervised tutoring in transfer level math and English towards fulfilling the goals of AB 705 and 1705. So that's one important change to note. Moving then to the next section, 58168, you will see a number of other key sections that I will highlight. There in clause B, you will see that we have clarified that supervised tutoring must be coordinated through a designated learning center, but it does not literally have to happen at that tutoring center. That has actually been the case within our guidance for some years. But we know there's still been some confusion at times in the field about exactly what conducted through meant. So we took the time to clarify that and make that very clear. Then the other major concern before us was an important concern raised to us by our friends and colleagues at CSCA about the ways in which this regulatory change was going to then impact another section of regulation, cause minimum qualifications to come to bear on classified employees in ways that we did not intend and that would not be helpful. So you'll see a number of changes to address those concerns. One is also in 58168 clause C, where we have clarified that supervised tutoring instruction, specifically the instructional part, that is the part where a faculty member is supervising the student tutor in the instruction, that's where minimum qualifications come to bear, and that is distinguished from now a new clause H, that classified staff may provide operational direction or support for supervised tutoring consistent with district policy. And we were able to confer with our colleagues at CSCA, and they are thankful for and satisfied with those changes. Lastly, I will flag for you that, again, addressing the concerns from CSCA, you'll see towards the end of the document that we pulled in Title V, Section 53415 to make further clarification there on that section around minimum qualifications that previously included language around these minimum qualifications applying to coordinators as opposed to just instructors. You see we have removed that language around those minimum qualifications applying to coordinators, made it very specific to faculty that are instructing, again, to make sure that the door remains open for our classified staff to play the important roles that they play in overseeing and administrating tutoring and learning centers. And with that, we will take any questions or comments.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I see Board Member Haynes has her hand raised.
So thank you for those clarifications. I see here that there is a section that said that students could be used in terms of assisting. There was not a requirement that they be paid. And I can't remember the section, so I have here section D, may be paid but do not receive concurrent academic credit.
Correct, right? So when a student tutor is tutoring, that's actually a job for them. So they have successfully completed the course and demonstrated their own expertise in that subject. They're now taking on a job. So while they are tutoring, they are actually paid to be a tutor, but they are not subsequently receiving academic credit while they're being paid to be a tutor.
Okay, so I'm glad because I didn't pick up that they're being paid because I think they should be paid. I wanted to make certain that that was clear. The other is this. We are paying students for their expertise in a subject matter area. Very good. But what it seems to me, and you can clarify this, with classified, we're saying, we're almost assuming they don't have an expertise in an area that they may indeed have, but we're sort of kind of nixing them. This is Pam talking, so please nix me if I'm not correct. But it seems that it says operational, but don't go into this area of an expertise that they may indeed have. It may be reading, it may be any number of things.
Yeah, I think to clarify, it's actually not creating a barrier, right?
Okay.
So whether you're a classified staff or a faculty member, if you meet the minimum qualifications, you can play this role of supervising the tutoring instruction. The call out in Clause H was really to protect those classified staff that do not meet minimum qualifications so that they can continue to play their very important administrative role. And we wanted to make sure, and CSEA wanted to make sure, the reading of regulations didn't box classified staff out of the administrative role that they play, but they can also play the instructional role as long as they meet those
All right,
qualifications.
perfect. Thank you.
I see Board Member Williams has a question.
So if I'm in a teaching pathway or, I'm trying to work towards a credential or something, is there anything that prohibits a college from using federal work study for this so that a student can get college credit while they're doing their tutoring?
That is a good question. I am not sure. So you're saying that the student who is tutoring would get federal work study?
I mean, it could be a work study site and they should be able to get their WEX, that whatever the credit is.
I don't know of anything that prohibits that, but we can look into it.
Or can we make sure that they know that this is an option or like a path that they should be using so that they can get credit and paid at the same time? Because all of the money that we're spending on like College Core and all of these programs to get students experience, if they can still get, I don't know if it's elective credit or how WEX is treated, but we should be using federal work study for some of this stuff.
Well, yeah, we'll look into whether or not, if Mark, if that's allowable, and we can include that in guidance.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this bill that we're implementing was very specific to supervised tutoring. So that's what we're implementing. So to the extent there are other forms of tutoring that are happening in the colleges, this wouldn't affect that. But to Member Haynes' point, students may be compensated for their tutoring, but this is agnostic as to the source. So I wouldn't think there's no prohibition in this regulation anyway to using federal work study. Whether the federal work study rules would allow it, we can check into, but I'm just not familiar off the top of my head.
So just to point out, when the chancellor's office rolls out stuff like this, the way that the campuses receive it, like if you're not really clear or give like a robust instructions, it creates these silos. And where they should be leveraging and working programs together, sometimes they don't, because and then you start creating all these extra structures that you really don't need. So it's really important that we think about how we communicate it to them.
With that, is there any public comment on the item?
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person comments and there are no hands raised at this time.
Great. Yes.
Sorry, I just had one comment for section 58168D. The Senates are very pleasantly surprised at this and very happy at how supportive the CIOs and CSSOs were in this process to get this change implemented, that it is now a academic and professional matter, meaning that Senates will be involved in any hiring processes, and that it's kind of on the surface looks more restrictive, but it's actually more expansive and more collaborative the way it's worded now. So thank you for that change.
Thanks for that. Before I call for a motion, I have another exciting development, colleagues. Because we are in person, we don't have to do roll call. We can do a voice vote. So, man, we're really going to get through this meeting. So on that positive note, I'm willing to entertain a motion in a second.
I'll move. Second.
Anderson and Rawlings really liked that news. With that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? With that, the motion carries. Next up, we have Executive Vice Chancellor Lowe again presenting item 4.3, the Disciplines List Revisions Update on Ethnic Studies.
Thank you very much, and I will actually have our Academic Senate President, Cheryl Aschenbach, to join me for this item. Board of Governors, this is your regular update to the disciplines list. And you have within this digest at least a recent history of some of the items that have come before you under this topic as well. So this is a process whereby discipline faculty recommend changes or additions to the disciplines list. This is overseen by our statewide academic senate, in which they hold hearings and voting among the faculty body for changes. And today you are hearing about an update to the ethnic studies disciplines. So I will invite President Cheryl Aschenbach to share more about this particular change.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. And as Dr. Lowe explained, we do have a process that involves both the submission from faculty who cross multiple campuses, multiple districts, so that we can make sure that the changes being proposed don't just meet a local need, but a statewide need in terms of a new discipline or revisions to a discipline. And then we go through 2 public hearings at our fall and spring plenaries so that anybody with concerns or support can express that. There is work done in the process to fine tune sometimes, and that's the case with this one, so that by spring plenary, these are taken to our delegates. We have over a delegate from every one of our 116 colleges, plus some district delegates, and the executive committee who all vote, and this was resoundingly supported at our spring plenary, and that resolution passed unanimously.
So with that, Board of Governors will take any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll see if there's any public comment on the item.
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual. For virtual, please use the raised hand feature. Press *9 if you were calling in. You'll have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have one public comment from Tamara Cheshire. Please approach the podium.
Good morning. Good morning, Chancellor and Board of Governors. It's nice to see you again. I wanted to speak on this particular minimum qualifications discipline revision. I was one of the co-authors who helped change this, and we're trying to make everything consistent with ethnic studies, including all the minimum, all the minimum qualifications in the minimum qualifications handbook and ethnic studies specifically. I would like to draw your attention to the hyphens, though. There's an error in this, and I'd like the hyphens deleted. I served on the Standards and Practices Committee for ASCCC, and I thought we caught this in our revision. And so all I'm asking is that the hyphens be removed. And being one of the co-authors of this, I would hope that that would be okay.
Yeah, there's been a perfected version that was approved by the body that addresses exactly what Tamara's talking about.
Great, thank you. Nice to see you again. With that, I will entertain a motion in a second.
Move approval.
All right, with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We do have another programming note here, which is I'm going to skip item 4.4 right now as we wait for our presenters to arrive, and we will go into section 5, our first reading items. Hold on, I have a script here that I have to say for these. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to affordable student housing facilities within the California community colleges. With that, we will begin presentation on the item.
Good morning, members of the board, Chancellor Christian, and members of the audience. Lizette Navarrete, Executive Vice Chancellor, Institutional Sports and Success. Here, delighted to present item 5.1, first reading. And this item really builds on the Board of Governors Affordable Student Housing Task Force. We do have a slide just to walk you through some of the changes that we've made, very, very simple but very powerful. So as you know, as we launched the Affordable Student Housing Program for our system, we were grounded in affordability and equity for this work. And that means that ensuring that, next slide, that all of the conditions are set within our regulations and within our efforts so that these projects can be sustained, they can be quality, they can have great experiences for our students, but most importantly, that they can be affordable for students. That is why we are entering the housing space. Next slide. And so the Board of Governors Task Force recommendations had various chapters and efforts that we are working through to implement. I want to thank you all that served on this exceptional work. So we are tackling some of the regulations that were part of your task force that have us look at Title V and what's allowed to be used to maintain these facilities. Next slide. And so as part of our Title V sections, we have in the facilities chapter, we include that originally that housing and dormitories are not allowed to be used. You can't use your deferred maintenance and instructional equipment dollars to maintain those facilities, the dormitories. So we are changing that so that now any housing and any program that is established as affordable can be eligible for those funds. The reason we are doing this is so that any costs that are needed to maintain a safe and great experience for your students don't have to be passed on to students through higher rents. Again, our entire purpose is to keep these efforts and these facilities affordable for students, but we also want to make sure that it's a quality. So we've added a definition to affordable student housing that aligns with the program and education code. And so that is 30% of 50% of the area median income. That means that it is determined by the region, so we are looking at each region individually. Next slide. The other changes that we've made is that we've also added that a district can use their deferred maintenance dollars for affordable student housing facilities, and that the term dormitories is removed. And so we're now looking at student housing instead. So with that, I'll close this out. Happy to answer any questions that you have. This is, again, a first reading item.
Thank you. So I have to do this again. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning affordable student housing facilities within California community colleges is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public, including my board colleagues. With that, I'll throw it to the board first to see if there's any questions or comments on the item. Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm not a housing expert, so I'm just curious where the 30 to 50% came from. It sounded like it was tied to some other part of the code, right?
Yeah, that is the definition that's utilized in the student housing grant program that was established in 2021 that provided grants for affordable housing construction to UC CSU. And it's also, they pull that definition from HUD as considered to be affordable.
Any members of the public wish to comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person comments at this time, and there are no hands raised.
Are there any additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. I could get used to the gavel. I do just want to do another housekeeping item and clarify that the board's action on item 4.3, the disciplines list, encompasses the request of the public comment. And so the motion encompasses the change to hyphenation. So I just want to clarify that. Next, we have another first reading item, 5.2, which is a proposed regulatory action on the associate degree requirements, also presented by Ms. Lowe. I get to do this again. Item 5.2 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to associate degree requirements within California community colleges. With that, we will hear the presentation.
Thank you very much, President Costa. Hello again, Board of Governors. Excited to bring before you a first read item of significant changes to a number of sections of regulation as it relates to our minimum requirements for the associate's degree. We do have a brief slide deck here, if we could pull that up. Next slide, please. So for this item, we are doing the work of updating our regulations to keep pace with the immense change that is taking place across our system and across our colleges, the work that we have done and continue to do around the Vision for Success, and our work of equitable placement and completion, innovating curriculum development, as well as advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so you will see as we overview these regulatory changes that focused on continued innovation. Next slide, please. A few key things that we are attempting to achieve in this regulatory change. One is to simplify and streamline language. We are getting into the good habit in partnership with our Office of General Counsel that anytime we're making a regulatory change, we take the time to just clean up the regs, streamline, and simplify. So you will see changes to that effect. But we are ultimately focusing here on dismantling barriers, areas within Title V requiring particular hoops for students to jump through, where we didn't have any evidence to why those barriers existed, and saw an opportunity to remove some barriers. You also see a focus here on clarifying the standards and definitions that faculty and administrators use as they create curriculum. You will also see an opportunity here to really maximize the use of students' credits. How do we make sure that as students are doing the important work that they do, we're maximizing where their credits apply, as well as changes made to align with the new singular general education pattern now called CalGETC. Next slide, please. Must give a special thanks to the statewide curriculum committee. This is the culmination of 2 years of work. As is summarized in your digest, when we brought before this body back in 2021 changes to 55063 to institute the ethnic studies requirement, we made mention to the board there was much more we wanted to do in this section of regulation, but for the sake of time, we were going to parse out those two activities. For the past 2 years, 5C has been engaged in regular conversations, really digging into these sections of regulation and making these changes. I want to give a special thank you to Randy Beach from Southwestern College, who chaired that work group in 21-22, and to Eric Shear, formerly of Napa, now of Butte, who chaired that work group from 2022 to 23, as well as the organizations you see listed here that have been key partners in this work, and a special thank you to the Academic Senate and the faculty body that has supported this work by resolution at their spring plenary. Next slide. I'm going to skip over these next few slides. This is for your reference. It just overviews what is currently in Title V and what the Title V sections are. I will jump instead to the changes. So next slide, next slide, next slide. All right. All right, next slide. So I want to highlight some of the key changes, and then we'll open it up for your questions and comments. You will see a new section 55060, philosophy and criteria for associate's degree in general education, a collapsing of two previous sections. And one of the key changes you'll see here is a shift in our language away from what we historically had within our regulations of highlighting particular disciplines, focusing instead on the competency that the student is working to master. So you'll see the use of language like written expression as opposed to the discipline of English, or quantitative reasoning as opposed to the discipline of math. That's in alignment with other work happening, as well as in alignment with the language used by our four-year partners. Next slide. In a new 55061 associate's degree course requirements, you will see clarification and updates to general education definitions. You'll see some updated definitions around things like degree applicable. Again, you'll see that focus on the language of competencies the students are mastering. Very importantly, you will see changes that were made to better align with Cal-GETC, as well as clarification that ethnic studies courses are baccalaureate level courses. Next slide. And then in the new 55062 requirements for awarding the associate's degree, a number of changes. The focus here in this section is really on the student requirements for being awarded a degree. Some key elements were deeply discussed but not changed. We had a lot of conversations about residency requirements, but their residency requirements are highly connected to some of our apportionment models and things of that nature. So we put that on hold, but Board of Governors, we do want to dig back into that topic of residency requirements and better understand how those are helpful and useful to districts, but are there ways in which those could be made more flexible to support students as we are learning through our common course numbering work. Our students are highly mobile. Almost 50% of our students attend multiple districts, and it's quite a barrier for students as you change a college to have to then reestablish a residency requirement. We think that's probably connected to the excess accumulation of credits. So we do want to tackle that one, and we'll come back to it. You'll see some other key standards that remain and have not been changed. But what has been changed was important, new language allowing districts to calculate a student's GPA solely on the courses that satisfy their degree requirements. Again, looking at the reality of the excess unit accumulation that our students sometimes face. Also looking at the reality that for our students that, as we know, are predominantly first-generation students, low-income students, students of color. Sometimes students initially engage in college and may not do so well, come in and out of our system. How do we sort of protect them from some of those early mistakes and focus their GPA on the courses that are actually necessary for degree requirements? Now, it's important to note that can really only be applied to local degrees because for the purposes of transfer, everything on a student's transcript must be taken into account. So even though it can't quite have sort of the vast impact that we would like it to have, we do think it's an important step forward. You'll also see towards the goal of maximizing students' credits, expanding the requirements for which a particular course could be used. So you will see now that a student may use a course to meet a general education requirement, as well as a major area of emphasis requirement, as well as demonstrate a competency. As long as district policy allows the course to apply to all of those areas, they may then use one particular course to fulfill all of those requirements. Very important. You'll see we've added language that was in 55064 that a student may use a non-credit course to fulfill a credit requirement as a form of credit for prior learning. Again, another opportunity to maximize students' credits. And then lastly, also clarifying that if a student comes to a community college and has already completed a baccalaureate degree at an institutionally accredited institution, then that should satisfy their completion of general education. They should not have to retake general ed to engage in our system. So lots of changes, but changes that we believe are ultimately good for students. And with that, I will open it up for questions and comments.
Before you do that, and then I'll call on you, Board Member Rawlings. The public hearing on item 5.2, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations Title V concerning associate degree requirements within California community colleges is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimonies from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public. With that, I'll go to Board Member Rawlings.
Thank you. There's a piece and maybe kind of a subtext to some of what you were sharing here that I think deserves a little bit of lifting up. And I know this has been particularly the case since we've had our general counsel on our team, which is a regular review of our regulations and using that opportunity to identify where we need to modernize and update language so that we're keeping regulations like live and relevant, right? And we're doing that here through this, and I'm seeing that. And then as we have done that, the piece that I think is also very important here is that as we've done that, we've identified where barriers existed that we may not have been as aware of. And then we're recognizing that there are pieces of maybe the causation of those barriers that we're not fully clear on, and we're calling that out as well. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to seeing, as we get through this and do a little deeper dive on the student experience around this, that first we're removing those barriers and that we're uncovering new ones that we weren't aware of, and that allows us to address those. So wins on all fronts on this, so thank you for that.
Thanks. We next have Epstein and then Williams.
Hi, I've been reading about this dispute between the State Board of Education and the UC math faculty about data science versus calculus and other things. How does this change fit into that continuum or controversy?
Well, Member Epstein, I would say, that's a loaded question. I would say.
That's my specialty.
Okay. I would say that it doesn't directly address that controversy, right? We'll leave that to the math discipline faculty. But I would say certainly what you will see in shifting from focusing in on disciplines to focusing in on competencies, when we say quantitative reasoning, it can encompass both of those things, right? And then the debate of that nature, we will then leave to our local districts and local faculty on those fine points. But that's where we're moving into language around quantitative reasoning because it leaves the door open for those various types of focus within math and where you may see, depending on the district and the faculty, different sort of pathways, right, that will be developed. In particular, as our four-year partners grapple with this, where they land, we ultimately have to align, is what we'll see happening within our system.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. I mean, it seems to me that we need to have a standard that's going to meet what the UC wants if we want our students to be able to transfer to UC. And so you're saying that ultimately that'll be worked out at the UC level, and then
and it will trickle down to, yes.
Might we have to change these regulations, or would that just
we
be
will not
something
have to
that
change the
colleges-
regulations, right? That's the beauty of us focusing on this broad language of the competency of quantitative reasoning. It encapsulates both of those directions, but ultimately, as our colleagues at UC sort of determine what their pathways are, the community colleges do the great work of understanding those pathways and then aligning to them.
And so where's CSU on this?
I would say I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know.
You ask them, they don't know either.
Board Member Williams.
So question and a couple of comments. Does CalGETC replace iGETC?
Yes, so right, we now have one unified transfer pathway, CalGETC. So we previously had CSU GE Breath, we had iGETC for UC, we now have CalGETC. We should know, and this is important to know, that much of what has taken place as faculty have navigated this process of coordinating together is that our new GE pattern is more aligned with iGETC and some of the policies and procedures for general education courses being articulated and approved will now begin to align more strongly with the iGETC pattern.
Okay. And so just in the interest of just like reducing silos, I think it's a great opportunity to sprinkle some of the guided pathways language in here so that we can get more people consistently thinking about it, because this, what you have is almost like clarifying the path a little bit in some of what you were presenting. And, you know, some institutions kind of use these things separate and apart. And so as much as we can to try to streamline language for folks and get people to understand the guided pathways as a framework, and this change in the graduation requirements could be part of that if you communicate it to them in that kind of way. Because you'll see some districts, they have a pathway department and a dual enrollment department versus saying like dual enrollment is part of pathways and kind of working them together. And so I think how the chancellor's office communicates this stuff to districts and helping them not create more work for themselves, I think will be super helpful. So I see this as part of guided pathways. And so if there's a way to connect the language I think it'd be helpful to districts.
No, absolutely. And that's what something we would do if this is approved and once it's officially chaptered by the state that we would do in guidance. Right, as you all know, our regulations are in some ways legalese, right? But it's in guidance that we can go further, talk about guided pathways, talk about how this is connected to the goals of the system, right? Increasing credit mobility, decreasing unit accumulation. We can get into all of those dialogues more freely in guidance.
I have Board Member Haynes next.
Thank you. So I want to first say that this is a long in coming improvement, and it required all three of the systems with a nod to even K-12 to make this happen. And it's really long overdue, but I'm glad it's here. And I think it foreshadows all of the work that we intentionally have to do on behalf of students, because they get stuck. And I'll use the visual of getting stuck in barbed wire at pain points for them, and they're pain points in which for many of our students they don't come back to, and we give praise for those who do. But many of them don't come back to. So this is really good work, and I just want to recognize that. I do have a couple of questions that are kind of specific. So there's a section that says acceptance of non-credit courses, and then it says it can satisfy a requirement for an associate degree. So is this something different, or is this akin to credit for prior learning? It doesn't sort of speak to prior learning within this language, but is that what we're talking about there, or are we talking about some other process that will allow students to use some of those non-credit at a time and sensitive where we can then be. And I think it also says that our Board of Trustees have the authority to make these changes. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And that is exactly the idea there, is having a clearer bridge there between non-credit to credit as a form of prior learning. As many of you likely know, we have a practice within our system of what we call mirrored courses, where there are courses that have the same curriculum as a credit course that is taking place on the non-credit side. Once a student moves into a credit degree or credit pathway, why not give them then credit for those courses that they have taken in non-credit? So yes, that will be determined by district policy, and of course this will help to direct district policy, and it really is leveraging non-credit as a form of credit for prior learning.
So I'm gonna ask that that we do some type of communication to our boards of trustees. I think that for many of us, we're not sitting here at the Board of Governors meetings. And in many cases, we're not in that, even if the league provides training, many of us are not sitting in that particular conference. And so to the extent that we begin to communicate these things will allow our trustees to be much more affirmative, much more proactive in what we can do in support of our students, because at the end of the day, these are the things that are going to be instrumental in breaking down those barriers that we've heard so eloquently that they exist, and it's just important. So I would say that. And then there's another section of the general ed associate degree that I was interested in and recognized that, because I've been engaged in the I'm sorry, I'm using equity, the ethnic studies. And so the language reads right now, a requirement may be satisfied by obtaining a satisfactory grade in a course in ethnic studies, then it goes on to say, taught in or on behalf of other departments and disciplines. Can you explain to me what that means? Because there is, and I realize that maybe some of the current language is ambiguous, and I do know that there's a piece of legislation going through that hopefully clarifies the ambiguous. As someone who had to create her own ethnic studies at UCLA and at Santa Monica College before there was ethnic studies, we've identified 4 different course programs within that umbrella of ethnic studies. In order to teach that, what has been said, but maybe not explicitly enough, is that you're supposed to have an expertise based on your education that you use for minimum qualifications, but in terms of credentialing you to teach that course. We now, in existence, in reality, have all kinds of folks teaching it without those kinds of the background. And so this speaks to, I'm thinking this piece speaks to that piece. And while I know that that can't be changed right at this moment, but this is what I would say. There are 650 courses in the state of California teaching in these different departments, and we need to do something about that piece. And it's not to say that that everybody should be but there should be a review process. And so I just want to, I'm putting my public comments, my public and my board member comments on the record relative to that. Because what we, and I know my voice is raising, I'm so sorry. This is something near and dear to me. And so, these are programs in which they have been second-class citizens for the last 40 years, okay? And so we need the best, the brightest, and folks that look like this state teaching those courses, because they are legitimate courses, and we've made it so because we're now requiring our students to take it.
If I may respond to that, President Costa, absolutely, Board Member Haynes, and we have been very clear and emphatic in our communication, our professional development, our webinars, our guidance to the field about implementing ethnic studies with fidelity to the discipline. We've just concluded 2 years of work with an ethnic studies task force that helped us to bring forward that professional development, technical assistance, as well as a small piece of funding that was available to the system. And identifying the concern you're talking about, the protection right now is the item you all just approved around the disciplines list. Right, and the balance for colleges, because we heard loud and clear from districts, not all of our districts, in particular our smaller colleges and districts, are able to establish an African American Studies department, right, or a Native American Studies department. But when you balance that flexibility of, okay, the department doesn't have to fall within that discipline, but the faculty member teaching must have these minimum qualifications, it brings some level of protection to that implementing with fidelity that you're talking about, but then still giving our districts, in particular our smaller colleges, some flexibility that you may have a history professor who meets the minimum qualifications, who's teaching the courses, just to give them a little room. But we hear you 100%, and we'll continue to push on that.
Great. I have Board Member Brown, and then we'll go back to Williams.
First, I just wanted to say I appreciate any efforts that you are making anytime I hear the word clarify, because anything that needs to be clarified, that means that there was someone at some college telling students no. And that same question could have been asked at a different college and they would have been told yes. And it's a huge equity issue, and it's not the most exciting thing to be working on business processes, but it's incredibly important. And so first, thank you for that. Second, I wanted to talk about some of the benefits and drawbacks of alignment. I really like the direction that everything is going in terms of the CalGETC areas, aligning them with the new associate degree areas for our local degrees. However, confusion can come into play for a student when we've really got two approaches even presently. One approach with local general education is all courses need to also be transferable. Some colleges have that approach. It's very crystal clear that if I complete my local general education, yes, it counts on the transfer general education pattern. Other colleges have an approach that has more flexibility, which can be beneficial, particularly when there's CTE appropriate classes that a student could take instead. And that's wonderful. But what about those students who just look at that list of courses and willy-nilly pick something and maybe run 30 units that direction and later decide they want to transfer and they have to run 30 units that direction? So I would like in the future to see some language around clarifying for the colleges that choose that second, more flexible option, clarifying. Because the titles will be the same. It'll say area 2 is complete. And then later the student might come back, but it's not complete for transfer. So if there's could be some upfront communication about, and I think it's great that there's flexibility and options, but that upfront communication about if you choose this, this is what it means. Maybe all of these classes are highlighted and these are bold or whatever it is, some way to communicate to students that the choice they're making and the consequences very clear before the class is taken on any communications that go out, I think would be so helpful, especially as we move towards this alignment. And there's a third GE pattern that's also being talked about for our baccalaureate degrees, and I would request the same for that, because it looks nice when everything seems aligned on the surface, but it's not so nice when it's not aligned underneath, and then we've got a tip of an iceberg situation. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Board Member Williams and then Board Member Grande.
Related to Member Haynes's comments about the qualifications of folks that are teaching some of these ethnic studies courses, is it inappropriate to encourage colleges to partner with other institutions that have a higher capacity? Because you know, with a good portion of our courses going online now, then it seems like they should be able to access versus, you know, we always talking about, well, is a course being dumbed down and, you know, is the student going to get the experience that they're expecting? And so if someone's teaching a class and they really don't have the cultural background or the experience to really teach the course, then what I might get in one community, I'm not getting in the other. So it's not equitable in the learning experience. So can colleges be encouraged to partner with a Long Beach State or other districts that have ethnic studies? And then, you know, are we setting it up so that they can leverage with other schools?
No, they absolutely can. So that has been part of our discussions, again, in our guidance and webinars, talking about community colleges partnering with one another, because we have community colleges that have very robust ethnic studies programs and ethnic studies offerings, partnering within the region, to your point, with your local CSU. We've also talked with leadership at CSU and UC about what might it mean for us to collaborate on creating a pipeline for these future ethnic studies professors as well. So ultimately, right, do we mandate those things? No. But yes, encouraging, pointing out examples where that is taking place to model that for the system and provide some best practices. But one of the things we'd like to work on is actually creating a pipeline with our four-year partners so that we can help to fuel the ethnic studies workforce as well.
Well, hello there. I just have a couple of questions. And one, it's going to start with a comment, which is the fact that I love credit for prior learning is making it into the language here so that colleges understand the value of it. And I'm particularly pleased that when 55064 became inoperative in 2009, that it has now managed to make it back in here, specifically without the tether to 55050, which puts some constraints, from my understanding, on how we might be able to provide non-credit transcripted credit, because the from my understanding, and I'd like you to correct this if it's incorrect, in 55050, to give credit for prior learning, it must be for a course that's already in the college catalog. And if we are not dealing with non-credit mirrored courses, that really ties our hands on where we would be able to award that credit for prior learning. Is that accurate?
I would say yes and no. From coursework learning to coursework learning, yes, right? But we have to remember that credit for prior learning is ultimately really about how do we give credit for non-classroom learning in the classroom. To your point, there's a heavy lift there, though, right? Faculty actually have to identify industry certifications or particular experience, align it to their curriculum, create some sort of credit for prior learning assessment. There's a lot of work that goes into it. So part of the change is we see this connection from non-credit being an easier path to making that happen. So the door remains open either way, but this is certainly more streamlined.
And I champion this wholeheartedly. And at the same time, I'm looking at my CTE colleagues who are saying this is adding 3 more units to many high unit degrees. I am sure this is a concern that was addressed in multiple 5C conversations, but how are we going to provide information to the field, especially for the high unit CTE programs, that says we are moving from 18 units of general education to 21 units, how they might still be able to keep from adding 3 more units to another 110 that dental hygiene is doing, as an example?
No, that is helpful, and that has certainly been a conversation in 5C, part of our discussions, and will be an important part of our guidance as we roll this out, is frankly challenging local college and districts that as we institute our ethnic studies requirement, which is that additional 3 units, to really challenge them to figure out where to cut or where to align. So that's why you're also seeing some of the other elements of this that will help. Well, if a student can use the same course to meet multiple requirements, that's a way to align, right? The transference of credit from non-credit to credit, that's a way to align. So it's providing these avenues to assist with alignment to come along with an encouragement to please align requirements wherever possible, as opposed to adding additional unit requirements.
I am looking forward to that guidance memo.
Absolutely.
So I just want to make a comment. I mean, this is really amazing, and there's lots to like here. And for the most part, you know, I'm not qualified to speak on some of this, so thank you to the faculty and those of you that know. So I'm going to talk about the philosophy portion of the regs, which I find pretty fascinating. But along the lines of what some of my colleagues have stated, you know, this issue of excess credits is one that really worries me, in part because on our side, as administrators or as a system, it shows a real inefficiency. But for the student, and, you know, to Board Member Brown's point, you know, I think we need more proactive communication about the implication, because it really can cause them a lot more time, a lot more money. And in our previous regs, we had the following line: the awarding of an associate degree is intended to represent more than an accumulation of units. We don't have that in the new version, and I don't know that that's the right language, but I am hoping somewhere we have something about that, you know, because the law in ADTs is really clear about units on our side and units on the receiving side. And as I recall, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, those are maximums. And so, you know, to the degree we can make it quicker or better or easier, that should be what we're doing, so long as it's based in the foundation of strong academic knowledge. And it's not going to be possible, obviously, in many of our disciplines. But I think, you know, as an overarching philosophy, that's something that we should have perhaps in the next version. With that, are there any comments from the public on this item?
The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual. You will have 2 minutes. 2 written comments have been provided to the board and are available to the public in the lobby. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one public comment from Tamara Cheshire. Please approach the podium to make your remarks.
I think I might be getting the hang of pushing in the button. Good morning again, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on section 5506.1, subsection 6 and D. The written word is important, so we need to make sure that when it comes to ethnic studies, that we have consistency and alignment, as I was just hearing everybody talk about, and to keep it live and relevant, as Governor Rawlings said, and as Governor Haynes said, to address the issues with ethnic studies that are currently in the language that exists. I was part of a group of ethnic studies colleagues who addressed at the last ASCCC plenary this spring a resolution that went through to change the wording in and on behalf of, to get rid of that, because it is very unclear and it breeds confusion. And so I wanted to show you the revised version that you see now in your packets. It does not have in or on behalf of, but there are still some issues with the current language. My ethnic studies colleagues from the California Community College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council, leadership, and myself, we worked to revise section 6, and we would ask a removal of section D in order to be clear and consistent.
30 seconds.
So we would ask that this proposed change be adopted before the second reading and before the vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments on this item? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This
President
concludes-
Costa, my apologies. We do have one hand raised. Would you like to
Okay,
accept it?
great, let's go there.
Thank you.
Juliet Parker, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
I just want to thank you, board members. I just want to support my colleague in the amendment to Title V language so that we can have consistency among the across the board in ethnic studies representation in the California community colleges, as well as a consistency with the minimum qualifications that have been presented today. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
We do have one more hand raised.
All right.
Sakima Mayasa, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Takima Mayasa, and I am the co-chair of the California Community College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council. I want to concur with my colleagues that the board be clear about the necessity to remove the language on our behalf, because ethnic studies courses do require special expertise. And for the comment that was raised earlier about a person in history who may qualify to teach ethnic studies, we are advocating that all ethnic studies courses have ethnic studies subject indicators, and therefore, irregardless of what department they would be in, they would be able to teach those courses. And so therefore, it would not require the language that we're asking to be removed. And then also the removal of the segment of D connected with 6 on ethnic studies. So that being said, I just wanted to concur with my colleagues have brought to you thus far, and we encourage you to vote in support of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Gary, do we have any other virtual comments?
No, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. So with that, this concludes the public hearing on this matter, and obviously it will come back to us with some revisions for second reading. With that, item 5.3 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to the dual enrollment programs within California community colleges. This is what I've been waiting for. With that, please present the item.
Thank you very much, President Costa. Board of Governors, before you here for another proposed regulatory change here to sections of regulation around dual enrollment as a first read. As you all have heard and will continue to hear this afternoon as we dig into Vision 2030, we are definitely leveraging dual enrollment as an equity gap closing tool. And you will see under the leadership of our new Chancellor, Chancellor Christian, an increased focus here on how do we expand dual enrollment opportunities across our districts and ultimately for K-12 students and start to build those pathways from high school to baccalaureate. That work already began. Chancellor Christian actually launched this work before her day one, so no Board of Governors. Before she started, she was working and getting things going. And this is one of the key areas we launched immediately was around dual enrollment, where we are partnering with a number of districts. We have upwards of 30 districts now who have raised their hand and said, yes, Chancellor's Office, we will partner with you on dual enrollment expansion. We have established or really expanded a partnership we already had underway with Career Ladders Project as a subject matter expert in this area and are working directly with local colleges to help them to think through how they can expand dual enrollment and really start to build these pathways from ninth grade to baccalaureate. Within that context, we of course immediately begin to hear from the field about barriers. Barriers, administrative burdens that were making dual enrollment difficult. I know President Costa spoke to that personally. I know General Counsel Mark LaForestier has lamented to us about his own experiences with trying to get one of his children enrolled. And so we're looking at some of those unnecessary administrative burdens and how we could eliminate them. Unfortunately, the majority of them rest in education code. So we are working on what it might mean for us to do a legislative play here, but for now we wanted to most immediately bring forward some changes that you all have the authority to make within Title V regulations to start to eliminate some of those barriers, and we'll continue to work through potential changes to Title V and ultimately some potential changes to education code to streamline some of the administrative processes. So what you have in your packet, two fairly straightforward changes that we are bringing forward today. One is around parental or guardian consent that is required by education code. But what is typically happening across our districts and colleges is a student is having to secure that parental consent for every course that they are taking. This regulatory change would make clear that once parental consent is received, it is in place unless it is revoked. And that way, a student can engage in a dual enrollment pathway across multiple courses without having to continually get that parental consent. And why would we do this? We do this in particular when we think about the students that we serve, as well as our high school students who may also be low income, first generation students, foster students, etc. For some students, getting parental or guardian consent is actually a major barrier, right? They may not have, right, that beauty or that luxury of having parents who are available or engaged. So they can secure that one time and then proceed with their dual enrollment pathway. The second you will see here, and we're still playing around with this language, so anticipate there may be changes by second read, but another administrative burden of students having to provide a high school transcript and social security number. We're looking at the provision of that social security number in particular for the impact that that can have on our DACA students who do not have those numbers, but then also the high school transcript, right? We have to put ourselves in the shoes of these young people. I'm a ninth grader. Again, if I don't have family that can sort of walk me through the process of what it means to walk into an administrative office and request something like my transcript, that can be very intimidating. And that right there could serve as enough of a wall or a barrier for a student to not try to engage in dual enrollment. And I'm sure those of you who are parents can also attest to difficulties you have probably faced in trying yourself to get a transcript from your local K-12 district. So another barrier where we're saying colleges, of course, can accept that information, but to not put that requirement on the students. Instead, let's have institutions partner with one another, that college institution, that K-12 institution, to get the information that is needed, but not put that burden on the students. Anything you want to add, General Counsel?
No, thank you very much. It's always easy to present with Dr. Lowe.
With that, Board of Governors, we will open it up for your questions and comments.
I get to bang the gavel first. The public hearing on item 5.3, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning dual enrollment programs within the California Community Colleges is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open.
Thank you, President Costa, and thank you, Vice Chancellor Lowe. I have one question, and it might just be semantics, but in the preamble on this, it says it allows pupils enrolled in high schools or middle schools. However, in subsection B, it indicates that you need the high school principal's recommendation. What does that do to the middle school student?
That's a good question. Good catch. We'll correct that.
Board Member Salas, followed by Board Member Williams.
Is that a
then
question
Perry.
relative to the partnership with the elementary school districts or to the high school districts? I know they're very, very protective of privacy of their students and information that goes to any type of entity. So is there any kind of a barrier to that relative to the different districts providing that information?
It would be with the consent of the student or the parent or guardian, so that eliminates any concern about sharing. Yeah.
I think, and I guess I need to understand like how dual enrollment happens across the state. It sounds like it's not happening in the same kind of way at each college, because some are doing cohorts, and so the way it sounded like you were describing it was like that the student is interacting with the college, and I thought I saw something in here said that this is like a CCAP agreement. It seems like most dual, or at least the way that I've experienced dual enrollment, is a cohort, and so it's institution to institution, and then students are filling out some paperwork, but I think it would be good for us to just understand like what's the consistency? How are students experiencing dual enrollment? Because it sounded like you were describing like a concurrent enrollment situation where a student would be interacting with the college. And so if it's institution to institution, and like what I've seen is there's 12 steps for a student to enroll in dual enrollment, and locally what we're trying to do is eliminate some of those steps. And so what they're trying to figure out is what is the state-driven thing that we got to do, like the CCC apply stuff, and then what some of the local policies were. And so I think it would be helpful for us, since this is a first read in a future session, just understand the landscape of how does dual enrollment happen across the state and what are the different forms that it comes in, because it's not clear. Because if it's institution to institution, I'm like, why do the students have to fill out any paperwork? Like who's requiring the paperwork and what is it used for? And like what's absolutely necessary versus, because once I enroll in K-12, if my institution has a partnership, then I should just be able to show up and not do anything. But it doesn't sound like that happens across the state.
Our general counsel can weigh in, but I kind of was under the same, like, why do we need any of this? There's some statutory constraints, right?
Yeah, so this goes actually to your earlier point about siloing. A lot of this siloing happens in the legislature. So there are two dual enrollment programs that exist within the community colleges. One is the special admit program, which is for sort of the cream of the crop type students. And then there's the CCAP program, which is identifying more underrepresented students is sort of by design. So so this regulation is intended to just grab some low-hanging fruit that might allow us to address some barriers that we've recognized that are applicable right now, that's within the Board of Governors authority. But what you're suggesting is a more thoroughgoing look at how dual enrollment works, and that's really the work of the fall that would lead to a legislative proposal in the spring.
Okay.
Okay.
And Board Member Williams, I will also add, we know this language is used in the field of concurrent enrollment being students who are coming to the college versus dual enrollment being more of those cohort models. When we say dual enrollment, we mean both, because that concept of concurrent enrollment is not in Title V or in Ed Code. It's sort of a local nuance around language. So this would apply to both, right? High school students who are simply coming to a college to enroll, as well as those cohorted programs that take place on a high school campus.
Yeah, because the session that we went to at Long Beach was about, it was about CCAP, because the way that Long Beach was describing their approach is that students they have to opt out, so that they're automatically put into the college class. And so, like, is that because the chancellor has come in very strong about dual enrollment being a priority, and so what is the direction that the state is going? Is it going to be the Long Beach models? Is it going to be whatever you want to do? Like, what is it?
That's what we're
look like?
encouraging, right?
Yeah.
We're encouraging actual pathways models, right? Where courses, programs are taking place on a high school campus, really guiding students from 9th grade through to baccalaureate. That's what we're encouraging. Now, of course, districts and colleges are free to have different flavors of dual enrollment, right? And that's not something that we can require them to do or not to do, but that is the model we are encouraging.
That's good. Yeah.
Thanks. Next, we have Perry and then Haynes.
First, Vice Chancellor, I want to thank you for the clear and cogent way that you can navigate through the thorny road of regulation. I am always impressed by your answers and the way you lead us through this, so thank you. And I'm also want to express my full support of the changes, particularly in 6B, because it opens the door for youth in foster care by removing some significant impediments to their ability to do this. So I really appreciate that, and I think it could be a game changer to move some of those stats of, only 5 or 6% of former foster youth achieving secondary education. So this is a good starting point, and I want to issue a call out to all the organizations working with those youth to say, please take advantage of this, because it sets forth a path and makes it much easier and could be really beneficial. So thank you.
So I too want to thank you for these particular regs. I don't even know where to start, but I'm going to start anyway. I know where I want to thank. I want to thank our chancellor for coming to Los Rios. Los Rios sponsored a dual enrollment conference. I thought it was very well attended, and for me as a trustee in Los Rios, it helped to push. Okay, maybe not push or nudge, as the case may be, those who are sitting on the fence relative. And we've been doing dual enrollment, but we've been doing it with charters in order to get, because we could handle charters and we needed to do a lot more work internally. But I think that this kind of pushed open the door, and anywhere you can push open the door on behalf of students is really important. And there will be a question in here in a minute, but because there is still confusion about concurrent and CCAP. And there's still confusion, I think, and I don't have data, so this is just what I have observed. For our students, our low-income students, our foster youth students, our first-gen students who do not see, they may hope and wish and dream about going to college, but don't know how to take those first steps. And so what I'm also hoping is that our students have promised, and sometimes that is not recognized in the classroom, because a grade is what is recognized in the classroom, a kind of engagement that many of our students don't participate in for a lot of reasons, aren't going to be seen in the classroom. And so I want to make certain that whatever we put in place, and I realize that we have to have the buy-in of the principals, we have the buy-in of the teachers, but we have to figure out how we get the buy-in of our students to say, you can do this. Who gets to tell them that piece? Who gets to say that little rowdy little boy has promise? Who can see through the rowdy little boy or the rowdy girl and say, you have promise. Let's kind of figure this out. That is what I think is missing relative to this. And so, and I know we can't put that in law, but we do have to work on that piece, because the groups that we are designing supposedly this for are going to still be left at that door. and it still will not swing open for them. And so, I think we do need to keep that upper in our minds, and I think we have to say that from wherever position that we are. Was it you who said there was a young man who heard about the program, and because of how he heard it, he liked challenges. So he just said, I'm going to do this because I've been challenged. We need some of that, but we also need that wallflower or that person that doesn't get seen to say, I have promise, and somebody to say, yes, you do. And be able to walk through the door. So what I guess at the end of the day is the least amount of restrictions, the least amount of somebody else trying to tell you what you can and cannot do, is what is in order to make this absolutely work statewide. And for our trustees to participate in some kind of way to kind of push this along. And again, I'm gonna be focusing in on trustees because I really believe that there is a place for that, and they don't always. They're working. They don't always. I don't know what that communication piece is, but it has to be there. So I guess there wasn't a question in that.
No, but I'm all in, Pam. I agree with everything you said. We have Board Member Escobar Carrillo.
I was just wondering about on B, what the thrust of it is. Is it what? Because I was trying to understand what was going to happen for like DACA students or folks who are undocumented who aren't eligible for DACA, and then foster youth, et cetera. I mean, it feels like the thrust is really about what you cannot do. You cannot require something, not that. So I just didn't know why we have, or I guess I'm just curious in general why these transcripts are necessary, why Social Security numbers are necessary. Is there another real reason for even saying you can accept it? There may be other regulatory things or statutory things, not sure.
Right. Well, in an earlier iteration of this, we wanted to get rid of Social Security numbers altogether for the undocumented students in particular. But that implicates our data system. So Social Security numbers are how we keep track of students at this point, notwithstanding that we have a separate SSID number. So we concluded that we don't want to do that too precipitously without studying what the implications would be of, because not only do we want the students to participate, but we also want to understand their success and be able to understand what happens to the students who participate. So we still need to figure out that
Okay, because there's, I mean, as you know, there's a growing number of people that can apply for DACA, and DACA may go away, but who don't have Social Security numbers right now. So I'm curious how we deal with those folks.
Right. So that's a challenge.
Okay.
But
Well, I welcome further study on that.
Yeah.
Figure out how to resolve those issues.
Thank you. We have Board Member Brown, followed by Board Member Haynes, and then Williams.
Thank you, President Costa. So two things I'm thinking about. One is whenever words are similar, people start to get confused. So I'm thinking about the dual enrollment and dual admission. And in terms of the approach to marketing these two different things, because dual enrollment is a really expansive vision. We want everyone involved. It's going to need to be marketed everywhere, right? It's thinking about how we structure ourselves differently. At that cradle to career sort of concept. But dual admission, based on the presentations from the UC and the CSU, is only going to be targeted at specific high schools that don't offer A through G. And so now we're only talking about 1,800 high schools, and I think only those high schools should get this message, and don't make it appear as a statewide effort when it really is only eligible at certain places. So I wanted to make that upfront marketing request for these two different things that are happening. My second comment is something that I think speaks to what Member Hayes was talking about. Professional learning for faculty will be really necessary who are not credentialed to work in K-12. Working with adult students is wildly different from working with K-12 students. And so perhaps we need to consider some sort of very structured preparation if this is going to be at scale statewide, for folks to be not necessarily do a full credential process, but to get the missing pieces of classroom management and specifically how it's different working with these students prior to putting people into the classroom in front of these students. That would avoid a lot of frustration on the side of faculty who really train specifically to teach adults. But it also, I think, would help people feel more confident and open to teaching these classes if they feel that they've been adequately prepared. So just speaking on behalf of faculty for that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Board Member Haynes, followed by Board Member Williams, and then Board Member Medina.
So embedded in this, it really is a question. I know I'm not good at this. Okay, so there is a push to push down dual enrollment to the 9th grade, and I think that is really key and really critical, because for many of the students that we are trying to reach, math and English, especially math, can be problematic. 9th grade allows some time to do that, because what we really want, we want them to come out of their high school with a significant number of course credits. But if you're only accepting them in the 11th or 12th grade, you can't get there. And so as we talk about how to do this, I think it's critically important that because I can tell you that I've already heard the term, oh good, we're going to do dual enrollment because we can do remediation in high school. We can't do it the same way we want to on our community colleges because of AB 705, AB 1705. So, and I do have a question. It's not related to this, but I'm going to give you the question anyway because I promised to give you a question. And then but the other piece of this is to the extent of how this is going to be delivered. In many cases, some of these courses are being delivered online. And one would argue, I was listening to you, I'm sure there's some who would argue you don't have to change your pedagogy when you're doing it online. You don't have to engage because you're not in person. But I would argue that indeed you have to change your pedagogy whether you're dealing with an adult or a younger student online, because you got to impart different information. So I think I want to just say I agree with you wholeheartedly. We really do need to have available those kinds of things for our faculty. My question. I was reading an article recently that said that current homeschooling, it has increased by 40%. And that's big. And it's going up. And so I don't know where that fits into dual enrollment. I suspect that it can and maybe should, especially if we're offering online courses, as well as in person, because I've had parents contact me and have the same issues about all of the traps they have to go through when they're trying to arrange for their homeschool child to go to Folsom Lake or to get a course at Folsom Lake and also at Sac City or CRC. So these are the complexities, and what I would and how I will end this is we have to be thinking about the complexities because our lives are complex. And so flexibility and opening up doors and barriers are part of the job. And I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Williams, then Medina.
Dr. Lowe, you get to work on some really cool stuff. And she makes me excited sometimes when she talks. It made me think of something. I agree with the marketing comment. John Mural High School has some really good elements. A lot of folks are just calling it early college because it's CCAP and all the dual enrollment, and it's like, okay, what are we doing? But I do want to say, when you do your convenings and you're talking about that, I think it's really important that K-12 Board of Education presidents are invited, superintendents are invited, and then also the CTA presidents, because the elephant in the room with dual enrollment is going to be, once this thing takes off, AP is what folks are going to be, because they don't want to give up their AP classes, and it's going to be a battle. And so I think having the conversations now versus this thing getting legs, because the students are going to suffer, because you start seeing inequities in how the recruitment happens for these programs. And so if you don't have the conversations with the school board members now and the superintendents now, so they can begin to prepare themselves, because dual enrollment, you get the college credit and you don't have to take the tests. And so you're going to start seeing students say, well, I'm not going to take this AP course, I'm going to go in. And that has an impact on load and teachers and all of those different kind of things. And so the sooner we start having conversations, so if you're doing your webinars or the convenings, you want to have school board presidents and the superintendent so that they can kind of just see what's coming down the pike and they can prepare themselves, because it's going to impact their staffing in terms of especially those folks that are credentialed or trained to do AP courses. And so this is going to have an impact on AP. So I just wanted to add that.
Board Member Medina.
Thank you. These are some questions in regards, more I guess, the rolling out, even though we're discussing mainly the Title V changes. Specifically, it talks about admitting students to community college course within their district. But what, say for instance, someone that lives in the area of Woodland College, which is right north of UC Davis, wants to take a makerspace course over at Sacramento City College, how would there be some sort of partnership and or collaboration in regards to that? And secondly, is there any talks about the modalities? I mean, it's more exclusive to online courses, being that many of these students are actually taking, already obviously have a full high school load, typically Monday to Friday from 8 to 3 p.m. Is there talks about having more like high flex and or weekend, evening type courses? And lastly, is there any conversations of, because I'm actually a former dual enrolled high school student. When I took 3 unit courses, at least at the LA Unified School District, we were issued 10 credits for every 3 courses. So has there ever been a talk in which some high schools could actually, like, in a way, not necessarily to entice students, but they could also get credits and community college units?
All right, we're going to backtrack through each one of those questions. So in terms of modality, right, as you heard talked about here, it's a mix, right? So you'll see a mix for dual enrollment in terms of in-person programs and offerings versus online offerings, and we anticipate that will continue. In particular, post-pandemic, I think we're seeing an increase in online offerings, and we would anticipate that would continue as well. And then you have to remind me, Board Member Medina, what was your first question?
Because I ran with a lot, like the cross-district. So say someone in the Woodland area would like to take a course here at Los Rios Community College District.
Yeah,
How'd
so
that happen?
that's a fall conversation because there are some education code provisions that address cross-district courses. So we'll be looking at that.
Absolutely. And then your third question, sir.
I think something along the lines of offering both units and high school credits.
Yeah, we do see that in some of the partnerships. So what we have to remember is for more of that cohorted model or CCAP agreements, it's the community college district and that K-12 district entering a memorandum of understanding and a contract. And so we certainly see that model where there's alignment between the high school requirements and high school credits and then those college credits, so that as a student is completing the dual enrollment course, they are also getting high school credit and fulfilling some of their high school requirements as well. And so certainly when we talk about this strategy of 9th grade to baccalaureate, that's the strategy that we're encouraging or pushing, right? That this is a part of the student's high school curriculum. What would it look like for students to take a course in 9th grade where they're doing career exploration, self-exploration, they're creating an educational, higher educational ed plan in high school. There's a plan then for them to continue to take dual enrollment in 10th, 11th, and 12th. We've even talked about things like how do we sew into that process students practicing completing the FAFSA, understanding financial aid. So how do you really turn this into a program as opposed to, oh, here are some dual enrollment offerings that you could take, high school students. Here's an actual dual enrollment program that's a part of your high school career. That's really the vision and the model that Chancellor Christian is leading, and that we're partnering with colleges to design.
Thanks. Next, we have Board Member Sauls, followed by Board Member Anderson.
Okay, thank you very much. So, you know, I'm just a little concerned because, you know, we read about the erosion of support for public schools. And really, when you read about that, the ones that are affected most are those that are on the lower socioeconomic ladder, right? And so it seems to me that I'm all for, you know, making this process of dual enrollment easy and seamless for all students, regardless of your status. However, you know, that the push for homeschooling also creates, I believe, you know, growing disparities, because it's only those parents that have that acumen that really get into this. And so what's happening is then the schools are losing enrollment, losing students that really lift others up. So I'm all for people that are homeschooled getting access to this. I just hope that we don't put an emphasis on that, because I really believe that that is really a problem within our education system, you know, throughout not only California, but throughout the United States. That's just my comment on that.
Anderson.
Question, with regard to where CSU and UC stand, will all the students that take these classes get the appropriate credit at both CSU and UC?
So as long as the college course is articulated for approval for CSU and UC, then yes, right? Because for our four-year partners, the student is developing a college transcript, right, with college credits for courses that have been articulated to those four-year segments.
Okay, thank you.
I was laughing with the Chancellor. She obviously picked the right topic, as evidenced by this conversation. We're all very engaged. I do want to just associate myself with Board Member Brown's comments on the faculty, because during the Long Beach conversation, we had a wonderful faculty panel, and they did mention, you know, that it's different. You know, the materials you present to a 14, 15-year-old in your class might be very different. So I think that's really a key point. The other thing I'd like to say is let's not forget CTE. There's a real opportunity here for us. Generally, there's a huge capital expense associated, which is why we don't see the same classes in high schools that we once did. And we have many of those facilities on our community college campuses. And for my son, he left his first auto mechanics course and said, my professor told me he makes, you know, a lot of money, Mom. This seems like a really good idea. And I think, you know, we can really offer those opportunities to high school students. I'm really looking forward to the next iteration of this, and it seems like we're going to have a couple. And so one of the things I think that I'm most looking forward to is, to Board Member Williams' point, what's our vision here? I think we all agree that there's value in this. We'd like to see it. But what's the vision? What can we accomplish through the regulation? What can we accomplish statutorily? What can we accomplish with more funding? Anyway, I'm looking forward to continued conversations on this topic. Really, really interesting. With that, I'd like to see if there are any members of the public that would like to comment.
The public comment period on item 5.3 is now open. All comments will be limited to 2 minutes. One written comment has been provided to the board and is available to the public in the lobby. With no in-person comments, I will ask Gary to call on the virtual commenter.
We have one hand raised currently. Melissa Bardo, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Good morning, President Costa, Chancellor Christian, and board members. My name is Melissa Bardo, Associate Director of Policy and Government Relations for the Education Trust West, a research and advocacy organization committed to eliminating achievement and opportunity gaps early education through higher education. One of our main higher education priorities is to create awareness about dual enrollment opportunities, particularly among low-income students of color. Dual enrollment has the potential to be a powerful lever for equity and student attainment of higher education, particularly for Black and Latinx students. District and college leaders can pave a smoother path for students who stand to benefit the most through intentional, equity-driven practices and dual enrollment implementation. With that in mind, we support the proposed regulatory changes and applaud district leaders and the Chancellor's office for taking proactive steps to remove barriers and streamline access to dual enrollment. We look forward to working with your office to explore other potential legislative or regulatory changes that would further enhance access and success for dual enrollment students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are those the end of our virtual comments?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, with that, hearing no further comment, this concludes the public hearing on this matter. We look forward to this continuing conversation. Colleagues, I'm going to skip around on the agenda a little bit, so hopefully you will indulge me to accommodate some of our presenters. We're going to go into the information and report section of the agenda with one of my favorites, item 6.2, an update on the 23-24 enacted state budget.
Good morning again, members of the board. Chancellor Christian here to present the state and budget update for the enacted budget now, so if we can bring up the slides. I'll walk through a brief summary of what we saw and the resources for our community colleges for 23-24 and what you can expect in terms of implementation and some key areas that we're monitoring. So next slide. Most of the dollars that you saw in this year's budget are actually for ongoing purposes. When the governor approved the roadmap for the future, really was committing to ensuring that our colleges above and beyond, regardless of the economic conditions, that we prioritize that COLA, the statutory COLA to our colleges, recognizing that those ongoing dollars are critical for the operations and supports of our students and for our colleges' fiscal health. And so you see that the majority of resources went to the COLA. Next slide, please. That represents $678 million, and a cost of living adjustment was also provided to categorical programs that are included in Education Code and several others, including Basic Needs Centers, MESA, Next Step, Umoja, Puente, and Veterans Resource Centers. Next slide, please. And so what you are seeing also is that we are supporting and ramping up the transition of our colleges, a full transition to the student-centered funding formula. And we are glad to see that as this is occurring, more and more of our colleges are relying less on the hold harmless protections and really transitioning to the full SCFF. 60 of our colleges are fully on the SCFF, and that's up from the prior reporting period. Next slide, please. We also did see some, as you know, this year's budget was also framed by major reductions in state available resources, $31 billion lower resources than expected and budgeted for. And so that meant that the framework of this meant that tough decisions had to be made. In partnership with our districts, we partnered to identify how do we mitigate these cuts in a way that provides greater flexibility to districts. And so what you are seeing are 3 programs that were allocated in the prior year, 22-23, and flexibility provided for spending across those 3 programs. Those include enrollment and retention, the COVID-19 response block grant, and your deferred maintenance funds. So the total remaining resources for all 3 of those programs is now $1.1 billion. And districts may use funds as needed across all of those 3 purposes. Next slide. The program that did take a reduction was a deferred maintenance and instructional equipment, $500 million reduction. But again, as mentioned earlier, now districts can spend any resources that they may have had for the block grant or enrollment on deferred maintenance funds or projects if they already had those in the works again, mitigating against these cuts, recognizing this is less than ideal, but at least some flexibility was provided to our colleges to make local decisions. Next slide, please. And so I want to transition to some of the elements that really provide some key opportunities, especially as we begin implementing Vision 2030 with a real emphasis on workforce programs. One of the premier workforce programs that we have in the system is Strong Workforce. It is the largest investment. There was some added language that really strengthens this program. Now that program can be utilized to support work-based learning efforts as well as third-party certification. That may include your nursing certifications or others so that that student barrier is removed. We also see some investments in equal employment opportunity and a partnership that can be strengthened with CAL FIRE. Currently, 3 of our colleges have strong partnerships with CAL FIRE. $14 million one time will allow for an expansion on that to really work on fire mitigation, forest and fire protection, really to address climate change and wildfires. Next slide, please. In some of our categorical programs, we see some additional investments in spite of lower resources. We're glad to see some efforts to support added resource for LGBTQIA programs on campuses and centers. It provides for a higher allocation for districts, some efforts to also allow us to serve students in juvenile hall with online and free textbooks to also address their access to quality learning resources. Next slide, please. And then I want to transition to another key opportunity that we're seeing here. One of them is the trailer bill adopts language that will ask colleges to share information in 2 key areas. One is, do you have a partnership with your county to share CalFresh data? And then second is report on how many of your students on campuses are accessing CalFresh. This is really important. We've seen counties starting to share that data, which makes it possible for colleges to then understand how can we help connect them to CalFresh programs so they utilize those food assistance supports, address overall basic needs. And so we are also seeing other districts, including San Bernardino, where our own board member Williams is from, really starting to broker those relationships with their counties to share that data so that we can support more students in drawing down those federal resources. The other is around providing access to former foster youth to the Student Success and Completion Grant. If you're not familiar with that, it's a great financial aid program that targets and supports students to attend full-time, recognizing that work and cost are often a barrier. And so this provides former foster youth students access to $4,000 per semester, up to $8,000 a year. Next slide, please. Where we continue to have unfinished business that we continue to collaborate, are really appreciative of the administration, Department of Finance, the Assembly, and Senate that are working with us to identify workable solutions in the near future, is around affordable student housing. The program was transitioned from a state grant now to grants or selection of projects across the system, and where the districts will have to go out for a lease revenue bond. And so we're working with our state leaders and partners to identify a solution, potentially explore partnerships with the state treasurer's office or others so that there are lower risks for our colleges and there is certainty of the strength of this partnership. But you can see that, in this map, you'd see the first round of projects are really represented throughout the state, and over 2,300 new affordable beds are being built, with one of our colleges opening next month. So we're excited about that. We'll continue to report on this. Again, we're hoping to have a solution before the legislative cycle ends this year. Next slide, please. Some system-wide reporting was also added in two areas that I want to highlight. The first is around the usage of full-time faculty funds. I won't go through all of this list, but you have it included in your materials, and it's also detailed in our joint analysis, which is my chance to put in a plug for the joint analysis. So please go ahead and engage with that and read it. But we do have new reporting that will be required from districts so that we understand full-time faculty and how colleges are using those funds for full-time faculty hiring. And then the next slide, the next area that also aligns with the Board of Governors system budget request was a study on online education and in-person and flexible course modalities. $500,000 allocated to the system so that we can contract a comprehensive analysis so that we understand how students can learn best in online modalities, what's working, how can we support professional development and success across a myriad of courses, both online, high flex, and in person. So we look forward to releasing an RFP on this study. And then next slide, we'll highlight just a few more resources. I mentioned the joint analysis linked in your item, but also available on our budget news page. And then on the next and final slide, highlight that we do have the compendium of allocation and resources. What we've done is we want to ensure that colleges know all the resources available. And rather than releasing guidance or memos one at a time, we've combined them so that districts can see investments across areas, see that alignment, and also have a much easier to use tool. The 23-24 fiscal year edition of the compendium will be released next month in August, and we also will be having our annual budget workshop on August 3rd. So with that, let me pause for questions. I did see a nod or some interest.
Yeah, Board Member Brown.
Yes, I have two questions. For slide 3, it said select categoricals. Do you know which ones those were? And I'm guessing that certain ones were prioritized based on need, but do you know which ones were selected and which weren't and why?
Yeah, so when I reference select categoricals, I'm actually referencing those that are listed in Ed Code as being eligible for an annual cost of living adjustment. But the governor and administration and legislature went above that and also provided other categorical programs that are listed as ones eligible for it. So again, there are some that always get the COLA, and then they also provided them to a few other programs as well.
Okay, and then for slide 11, do we presently track non-instructional faculty? Because whenever I see the word faculty, I think there's sometimes an assumption that we mean instructional. So do we track, because I love all these questions that I'm seeing to get a really good picture of, okay, you've hired this many faculty, but how many of them have release time to be doing other things? But I have that same question about, okay, you've hired this many librarians. How many of them have release time to do other things? You've hired this many counselors. How many of them have release time to do other things? I've found that particularly with counselors, it's much easier for them to, oh, I'm not going to have appointments and do release time to do this project for a semester or for a year or for a 2-year assignment. And I can tell you at a very small college at one time had 50 counselors, but only 8 of them were full-time counseling. So I'm wondering if we currently are tracking that, and do we plan to add those questions? Because I think that having that picture would also be valuable.
Yeah, thank you. Great question, and I appreciate you catching that nuance. So we currently track very limited information on release time. We track expenditures, but we don't have the comprehensive set of information. So the new questions included in the trailer bill will allow us to build a more comprehensive picture of our faculty. So we do track how many counselors and librarians we have on a campus, but we don't have data on release time. So that is something that we are currently building and will release with enough time to comply with reporting that's required. So we'll give enough time for districts to collect that and provide it to us. We'll consolidate that and then also share it with the legislature.
Board Member Anderson?
Vice Chancellor, with regard to how release time actually works, is that a negotiated contract issue, or does the budget actually drive how that works?
Release time is determined and negotiated locally by districts, which is one of the reasons that we don't have that information. So districts will have to report to us how
So
they
that comes out
administer
of
it.
their budget, not yours?
That's correct.
Okay.
I, of course, have a question. Obviously, the enacted budget documents were released by the administration, and the multi-year does not look particularly rosy, really beginning in budget year +1. So can you talk a little bit about kind of your conversations with districts, how we're advising folks that, it's very likely, even in this fiscal year, we may see some declining revenues, and kind of what guidance we're providing to the field?
Yeah, thank you. What we began during our consultation council meeting this month is our annual process to review what will be in our system request. And where we started this year is looking at all of our priorities from 22-23 that are still priorities but were not funded. And then really setting an expectation that the reality is that we'll also need to spend some of our advocacy joint partnerships on defending resources for our system. And that's just the reality of our fiscal resources that are going to be available in the multi-year, as you highlighted. And so that means that we're looking at what we had put forward as our multi-year request, which was a common ERP, because that provides an ability to work across districts. It provides us a priority. We're also looking at, what else went unfunded and would allow us to implement Vision 2030. So that's where we started, rather than building something that let's just collect a lot of ideas, and then the reality is we are not likely to be able to be successful in obtaining those. So we've begun again with an analysis of what we wanted that's still a priority and what we need in the future. The other piece, as part of implementation, we're providing guidance and detail on how to make choices both in their accounting of these resources and then utilizing and spending them down, not to hold on to them, so that we can continue to make a case about the need.
Yes, free editorial comment. All CBOs encumber your funds right away. With that, Board Member Rawlings, and then Board Member, just Board Member Rawlings.
So a couple points you've touched on. First, I have to say thanks to the governor's office and team and the legislature for this budget. There's so much to like in it. Not always flashy, but it's good stuff. So a couple points you brought up, and really kind of along the lines that I think I met with Member Costa President Costa is finding out where the dollars we spend have multiple impacts, right? So common ERP, right? A lot of varied impacts for that. Going to take some intentionality and some cautious approach to implementing it, but a lot of future payoff for us in it. You mentioned the change to strong workforce. That is one of my things. I know also Members Grande and Williams particularly, and particularly with Member Williams around work-based learning and apprenticeships, how impactful that is. And it kind of ties back, I think, a little bit to the work that we've done with the workforce pathways, right? Designing intentional pathways from K-12 through community college into the workforce, and seeing that the investments we're putting into work-based learning and especially at the earlier ages, and using strong workforce as the lever, one of the things we found is we're getting higher high school graduation rates and also significantly higher dual enrollment rates, right? And so the dollars we're spending on strong workforce aren't just doing strong workforce, it's being impactful there, but it also has these other ripple effects. And so looking at those things are huge. And then the last piece I would just ask is, as we start taking a look at the RFP for the teaching learning modalities. That is an area I'm also particularly interested in. So if you can keep me up to date on that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Board Member Medina.
Thank you. In regards to, it just dawned on me, the affordable student housing facilities. I mean, I've seen many renderings of it, but I've yet actually to go visit one in person. By any chance, you mentioned of a grand opening happening. I don't know if it's a ribbon cutting ceremony or something along the lines of that, but can you keep us posted in regards to
Yeah,
future?
absolutely.
Because obviously once they're in operation, it's a little bit difficult, but as they open, it's a little bit different. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll definitely track down. So the campus that is opening next month is Santa Rosa, and they have a combination of both market rate and affordable student housing. It's a really interesting approach, very effective. And so we will track down details and see if we can go visit it.
I would like to join you in that visit, and I think it's important for the board to highlight how essential the housing is for our youth. My one down note is I was a little disappointed in terms of the budget allocation for affordable student housing, since it's such a profound need. That is not, I know, not due to any lack of effort on behalf of the staff, but I think it should be noted that we have the population with the greatest number of unhoused youth and the greatest needs. And we need more resources allocated to that in the future. So any way you can employ us, and that visit will be a good start with Member Medina to highlight that need. I think it's really important.
Great, thank you. With that, why don't we shift to public comments on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. All comments will be limited to 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one public comment on this item. It's from Larry Galizio. Please approach the podium for your comments.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Larry Galizio, President of the Community College League. And just a couple comments from the perspective of league members, presidents, chancellors, and trustees. First, clearly the COLA, base or basic allocation is always the most desirable funds from the state, so that the colleges can operate their districts and have flexibility to do so within the parameters of Ed Code. And so that's great, but there are real concerns about the sustainability. So in collective bargaining, what we're hearing around the state is, oh, great, there's an 8% plus COLA, therefore we should have an 8% increase, which is understandable, but $500 million is from one-time funding sources in this COLA. And that's, the sustainability is a real concern. So I guess the message from what we're hearing from our presidents and chancellors and trustees is just a concern about the message and the perception that this is necessarily sustainable over a longer period. The costs continue, right? An 8% COLA is great, but if you're a trustee or a president, you're looking at PERS and STIRS.
30 seconds.
You're looking at energy and the other costs. So that is something very concerning. And then finally, the abrupt shift in housing. Understanding a $31.5 billion deficit is real, but as has been mentioned, this is a real concern, and districts hope that there's a recognition of how impactful student housing can be in the overall housing unaffordability and just for students. Thank you.
I'll just comment. I'm glad people are thinking about sustainability. Check out the state's multi-year budget. It'll blow your hair back. People should be really concerned about sustainability. With that, any other public comments?
We do have a hand raised. It's Harry Legrand. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, fellow board members. Sorry I'm not able to be with you today. I did have a couple of questions.
One is the request for funding for student participating in the board. I thought I read that that was a go. Can somebody clarify for me whether or not that, because that would be a positive if it did happen. And I think the second question or the second comment I would make is just that um, while overall budget is disappointing, I think the reality of what could have been a lot worse. And I would just echo the need to continue to focus on the student housing aspects of it, as well as the affordability and the sustainability. I find it amazing that people oftentimes don't understand one-time funding is exactly that, one time. And when you ask for ongoing commitments, that money really is not able to be used for that because you can't sustain it. So I just think it's up to us to continue to put the pressure on and continue the positive relationships with the legislature to understand what our needs are. Thank you.
Thanks for dialing in. So lovely to hear from you.
Board members, apologies for the oversight, and just wanted to, one, congratulate you also that one of your board priorities was included in the budget, and we were able to negotiate language and that inclusion. And then that means that we can bring some affordability to our student Board of Governors members. So we will be able to pay, as you know, many of our students are tackling a lot. These long days do not make it easy to, work and provide for basic necessities. So we're excited to see that, and also want to thank the Assembly and the Senate for helping make that happen, and Assemblymember Fong, who sponsored our original legislation. And so just excited that that is in there. So we will be providing those resources immediately.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to skip around on the agenda just slightly, and we're going to go back to item 4.4. We have our presenters here with us now, and this is an action item hearing about a resolution on instructional material affordability.
As our presenters are getting lined up, I have some opening comments, and then we'll turn it over to Board Member Williams to make some comments, and then hand it over to Vice Chancellor. So today's zero textbook cost item follows a wave of work more broadly around open educational resources that started about 15 years ago, and it is producing multiple benefits for students and faculty alike. The financial and psychological burden on students to purchase textbooks is well established, and this outdated system creates clear equity concerns. Many instructional materials available digitally aligns with the changes and variety in delivery modalities that our colleges are implementing. OER also allows a broader range of content from different sources that can lead to a more diverse and inclusive curriculum. There are sustainability benefits with OER materials over paper textbooks, and updates to publications can be more quickly updated and customized to ensure that content is kept relevant and engaging. Overall, the continuous improvement and collaboration that OER is able to promote provides a richer learning experience for students, and we must move these efforts forward with alacrity. And I want to thank Jeff Baum and the Michelson Foundation for spending time with us, so thank you for that, and also recognize Board Member Williams for the time he has spent on this item. So with that, I'll turn it over to Board Member Williams.
I'm going to do the same. I'm going to read some comments just so that I can make sure I'm staying focused. So the resolution before you aims to address a critical issue that directly impacts the success of our students. As we strive to increase access to education and provide comprehensive financial support to our students, we must not overlook the significance of making textbooks, supplemental materials, and support accessible and affordable for all students. The California Student Aid Commission did a study and says that on average, students pay $938 a year for instructional materials. And in the fall of 2022, a statewide college attendance survey showed a significant number of students reported that they cannot afford college, and financial constraints have forced others to put their educational aspirations on hold. Financial stability is the cornerstone of our students' educational journey. It goes hand in hand with our efforts to expand financial aid and basic needs supports. The burden of choosing between course materials and meeting basic needs can be overwhelming for students, and it should not exist in the first place. As educators and administrators, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the pursuit of knowledge is not hindered by financial barriers. And with the recent budget shortfalls, addressing students' out-of-pocket expenses associated with their preparation in classes is more pressing than ever before. I'm excited to introduce this resolution. It has the potential to make sweeping changes towards scaling instructional material affordability and access for all community college students. This resolution declares system-level commitment to affordability for all, well, let me say that one again. This resolution declares system-level commitment to affordability for all of the reasons that I just mentioned. And particularly, I'd like to call out the opportunity to prioritize making general education courses or general education textbooks zero cost or low cost to sustain, because general education courses impact all students. And basically what we're saying about general education courses is that when a student enrolls in a class, they should have immediate access to the textbook, whether it be through email, a physical textbook, pick it up in the library. However, our students shouldn't wait 2 weeks into their courses to get access to the materials that they need in order to be successful. And so I trust that the successful implementation of the ZTC program, combined with the progress that has already been made as a result of the burden-free textbook material task force recommendations. And we want to give appreciation to everyone who served on the task force and the time and commitment that they have made towards this effort. We'll also be able to accelerate the movement of making, again, general education accessible, affordable, and burden-free for all students. Lastly, I want to underscore the importance of active partnership, policy reform, systems development, and resource development to make affordability agenda possible. I'd like to see the Chancellor's Office work closely with key system partners such as ASCCC, the state legislator, students, and philanthropy to make fundamentally transformative changes to the student's experience. And also to remove any compromising issues that will hinder them from achieving their educational dreams. And so I want to turn this over to Ms. Rebecca, and she'll lead us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Williams. Good morning, President Costa, Vice President Algonaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I'm Rebecca Ronald-Shaughnessy, Vice Chancellor for Educational Services and Support from the Equitable Student Learning Experience and Impact Office. We're very excited to bring this item for your consideration, which is the proposed board resolution on instructional material affordability. For all the reasons that Dr. Christian and Member Williams have mentioned, we're also, it's important to note that students, faculty, and staff throughout our system have been asking for and working on this for decades. We're able to finally, we're able to prioritize this important agenda for our system, bring and align all the efforts, and identify a plan to provide additional coordination and support to ensure sustainability of these efforts and maximize impact for our students. Next slide, please. So here's a very high-level overview of the 3 resolved statements. The actual resolution is attached in the digest for your review. I do want to provide one additional clarification. In one of the whereas paragraphs, we listed key state investments the system has received towards reduction of instructional material costs. While these appropriations are made by the legislature, the investments were initially proposed by the governor and approved by the governor. So we definitely want to thank governor for this commitment to our system and to our students. And we'll include this acknowledgement in the final version of the resolution. So this resolution calls for 3 things here. I'm very fortunate to partner with a panel of presenters for this item to highlight the significance of this resolution, as well as the 2 major ongoing efforts to support instructional material affordability, which are the ZTC grant program, as well as the instructional material, burden-free instructional material task force. So we'll open with Marco Martinez right here, the former vice president of SSCCC and a member of the Burden-Free Instructional Material Task Force. And Marco was a former student of Bakersfield College, and he has transferred to UC Berkeley. Congratulations, Marco. You will then get an update on the ZTC grant program progress from James Galapa-Groskak, Dean of Educational Technology, Learning Resources, and Distance Learning at College of the Kenyans. College of the Kenyans is a key partner of the Chancellor's Office in program administration and technical assistance for this particular program. And lastly, you'll hear our 2 other presenters coming up after Michelle Pallotti, Director of ASCCC Open Educational Resource Initiative, and a faculty member from Rio Hondo College representing ASCCC, and then James Todd, Assistant Superintendent and Vice President of Student Services at Sierra College, representing the CSSO organization. They're both the co-chairs of the task force, and they will provide you with an update on the task force progress and the key recommendations. I'm now going to turn it over to Marco.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Governors, Chancellor's Office. Marco Martinez here, former student at Bakersfield College and former Vice President of the Student Senate for California Community Colleges and member of the Burden-Free Instructional Materials Task Force. I will begin by providing the student perspective on burden-free instructional materials and the importance of supporting and utilizing OER ZTC resources and initiatives which truly promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is crucially important to all our students. To begin with, the accessibility to quality instructional materials is crucial for learning. It provides social and economic mobility for us while attending community college and afterwards. But the continued increase of non-tuition expenses and the lack of affordability of these items undermines the system's mission, the vision for success. This, as a result, threatens the financial and psychological stability of marginalized communities of students who make up the majority of California community college students. For instance, college textbook prices have risen more than the average rate of inflation and have increased almost nearly 200% since the beginning of the century. To further elaborate on those costs, the California Student Aid Commission reports that 1 in 3 students does not have the money to afford instructional materials for the classroom. That is more than 500,000 students throughout our system and throughout the state, thus contributing to the diminishing of the quality of our education, as well as presenting significant barriers to basic needs as a consequence. It is important to understand from a student lens that for us, having a textbook at the beginning of the semester and not a week before an exam is a basic need. Having a required instructional material at the beginning of a class project and not the day before it is due is a basic need. It's not only the statistics, numbers, and figures. These are real students with real experiences, obstacles, and compounding burdens which further prevent them from achieving their higher education goals. In order to clarify these challenges and opportunities, we need to alleviate the administrative, financial, and psychological burdens that students carry with them while attending community college and support statewide ZTC and OER initiatives. Because students' financial stability is a baseline requirement of education, timely completion, thus supporting the system's mission and our students at the same time. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Board President Costa, Board Vice President Aguinaldo, and Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I'm very honored to be here, and I wonder if we could get the slides back up, if we can go to slide 4. There we are. One more slide, maybe. There we go. Thank you. Excellent. Well, yeah, I'm very honored to partner with the State Chancellor's Office to ensure that we make the most of the largest public investment in history in open educational resources. So thanks to the governor and the legislature for making that investment. On this slide, you see a timeline of the grant program, and on the left-hand side of the slide, it's good news for colleges, and on the right-hand side of the slide, it's good news for students. So on the left-hand side, we see that already $200,000 has gone out in grant funding to colleges to begin the innovation that it takes to drive open educational resources to provide ZTC classes to our students. And on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see that by fall of 2025, and there will be over 100 programs that our students can enroll in that are completely zero textbook cost to our students. And by fall of 2026, we'll have over 500 programs. So amazing news for students throughout the system. Next slide, please. Here you'll see the cycle of continuous evaluation and improvement of the program. Up at the top, you see XB12. It's a data element that was introduced last year to gather data from local colleges to see what's going on. It's an imperfect tool, but we're continuing to improve it. Then you see a reference to a readiness assessment, which was a survey that we distributed to colleges early in the summer to help formulate the technical assistance and professional development that we'll be offering to colleges. So we received excellent input from our colleges there, and I'm happy to note that over 80% of the responses were submitted by teams from colleges that included faculty members, so we're really hearing from the faculty of colleges that are doing this work. Then you see, of course, going down around the slide, we see progress reports coming into the Chancellor's Office from grantees that are informing the grants administration, of course, and then program evaluation. We've engaged the RP group, which is well known to us in the system, to conduct research and evaluation and to help us do some things like define apples so that we're comparing apples to apples. If you ask 115 colleges, how do you calculate the cost savings to students when you provide them with a ZTC section, we might get 115 different answers. So our partners in the RP group are going to help us develop a methodology so we're all talking about the same thing. And throughout this entire cycle, of course, we're engaging with key constituency groups from around the system. A few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of accompanying Vice Chancellor Ruwan O'Shaughnessy to speak to a joint board meeting of the CSSOs and CIOs. I'm constantly in communication with my partner Michelle Pilati from the ASCCC OERI. So we're always engaging with our partners throughout this system. Next slide, please. So here we see a very high-level snapshot of the professional development and technical support that we are already offering to our colleges. Already this summer, we're offering facilitated online courses to our colleges. As soon as we announced them, they filled up, so there's great demand around the system for that kind of support. This fall, we'll be engaging community of practice, following the guided pathways model, so that some early adopters and early success stories can help to identify exemplary practices that will help to inform those colleges that might need a little bit more support, and those colleges that might need a little bit more support in the spring. They'll benefit from a coaching network. And for all of this work, we are engaging experts from throughout the colleges. So we've got tremendous talent in our colleges. Faculty, staff, and administrators from around California are assisting with all of this. This is not, I work at College of the Canyons, but this is not the College of the Canyons show by any means. We're engaging people from all over the system, and we'll also be standing up some centralized support services for our colleges. And again, throughout all of this, we're engaging with key constituencies to make sure that we're leveraging the resources and not duplicating effort or duplicating resources. So, thank you.
Oh, next slide, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. And I wanted to start off by thanking the Chancellor for her really great explanation of how open educational resources are so important, because it's not just about them being free, it's about them being resources that you can customize and tailor to better meet the needs of your students. I think that's a really important thing, and I was really pleased to hear you say that. So thank you. I get to sort of kick off by sort of introducing the Instructional Materials Task Force. But before we discuss the work of the task force, I think it makes sense to explain how it relates to what you just heard about, because the task force is not just about ZTC, it's about something bigger. Students don't just pay for textbooks and supplemental materials, the kind of things that we can address with OER, the kind of things that are the focus of the ZTC degree program. They also have to pay for things like goggles, calculators, knife sets, I mean, all kinds of things that you have never even thought about, and that most of us have no grasp on. We actually started off the task force with a fun exercise of people trying to guess how much certain things cost for students. And no one had an understanding of it. One person guessed really well, but the rest of us were completely confused, having no idea what a set of knives cost or what a uniform costs and so forth. And so there's this whole big chasm of things that students have to pay for that we don't necessarily understand. We all have a sense, we know what textbooks are, we've all had them, but all those other costs, a lot of us don't know. I know some of the folks in the room know more about them than the rest of us, but I think it's really important to acknowledge that there's these costs that students bear that we do not have a complete understanding of, and that we need to get one. So it's an instructional materials task force because ZTC efforts are not focused on all those other costs that are passed on to students. And it's instructional materials because according to Title V, that refers to any materials which a student must procure or possess as a condition of registration, enrollment, or entry into a class, or any such material which is necessary to achieve the required objectives of a course. So Title V gave us this great definition that captures all of those things, not just those more discrete costs that we're very much aware of. Whereas ZTC is about textbook and supplemental materials, electronic resources, homework systems, and so forth. So this is important to note because the focus of the task force was bigger and broader than anything that we'd ever really contemplated before. Our system has a long history of engaging in efforts to address the costs of text, but as far as I know, we've never really sat back and said, how do we figure out how we help students with all of those other costs? So it was quite a big lift for the task force to really talk about all of these different things. And we came together, and I want to sort of make a pitch for having a task force actually come and meet in person and get to be human beings together and human together, so that then when we're having difficult conversations, we also know that we like the same things, and we're people that we can appreciate even when we're disagreeing with each other. Not that we had a lot of disagreement. Mainly just he and I disagreeing, that was the focus. But basically the mix of representatives and the diverse perspectives and the ability to really collaborate and talk things through, I think led to something that was really, really powerful and effective. And so we are excited to tell you more about the task force work. So next slide, please.
I don't think we disagreed on that much, but so this is kind of a high-level snapshot of our task force charge. You know, I think it's really important as you're talking, you know, we're doing burden-free strategies, and part of this really ended up being a large conversation on OER and support for it. But we really were charged with assessing the system infrastructure, providing recommendations, and thinking about possible regulatory actions. But I thought the work group being in person, going through a variety of exercise allowed us to think about the center of our why, which I think has really been compelling here today. Not only do we have the student voice in the room, but we grappled with how we ensure equity on day one, having materials for all students to maximize their success. And we talked about anything from the digital divide to what might count as low cost itself, and our opportunities to support ongoing work. You can go to the next slide. So we'll go through each one of these kind of high-level areas, which are the key recommendations from the task force. And the first one on the top left is a system commitment and local goals. We know this really resides inside of the cultures and the board works of our districts. So we wanted to think about ways that we can ensure that how we establish goals locally, how we report to local boards on local ZTC efforts, how we prominently display instructional costs and estimated instructional costs for students, and provides technical assistance from the Chancellor's office and throughout our system.
So we're going to kind of go in zigzag here. So I'm going to talk about OER here. So OER, as we already talked about, is great, and it is the most sustainable way of getting cost of textbooks and supplemental materials to zero. And so it was really logical that the committee often pivoted to talking about that because it's something that we know and we understand. And so there was a lot of discussion about the importance of really having an infrastructure to continually support OER and to make OER broader and more adopted and so forth. So the Academic Senate's already been doing a lot of this work, but there are opportunities to further support statewide coordination and professional development. And technology, as is often the case, is key to a lot of this, ensuring that we have the technological resources that we need for finding, curating, authoring, publishing OER, and then making sure that everything is available for student use, and for system use in general. And also engaging in resource development, because it's one thing to have high quality resources that faculty can use. The other step is to actually make them easier to use and providing supplemental materials to support their use, particularly for our part-time faculty who don't have the same resources in time in order to adopt a new textbook. So there's a lot to do with OER that we can really engage in to further the work and really move CTC and into cheaper materials forward more generally.
So those are the first two on the left. In the middle, our third box up there on regulation review to empower student choice, alleviate student burdens, and ensure funding flexibility was a pretty, the great part was that we had, a cross section of folks that really do resource management and the voice of our CBOs there. We also had James Preston from West Hills Lemoore College, who has been able to get all the way to 70% of their materials at OER. So a lot of really good expertise in the room. We talked about, and we did regulation review that really was about the current funding regulations that we have, our categoricals, trying to figure out ways that we can come up with some opportunities for our CBOs and our districts to leverage opportunities and to come up with possibly some recommendations on how we can think more across categoricals to be also a buffer for helping out with student resources for affordability.
So expand system level procurement might sound kind of boring, but if you think it through, the opportunities are amazing. If we think about how do we get all the costs for a district that we could possibly get lower by using system level procurement, we could release funds that could be used for paying for these things. If at the same time we think about what are things that students are paying for that if we were actually negotiating prices at a state level, how far can we get those costs down? So we're increasing money for the colleges, decreasing the costs overall, and potentially then the colleges have the money to actually cover the costs. So we had conversations with college buys about what this could look like, and I think it actually makes something that sounds as kind of, well, maybe people get excited by system level procurement, I don't know, but it just really, it has power. Yeah, I can tell you like that stuff, don't you? Yeah. There really is some exciting, and I really think you have to think in the two ways, freeing up money for districts and also bringing costs down at the same time overall. So there's a huge potential there that could really help move this whole vision forward.
Yeah, that was an absolutely exciting conversation to really think about economies of scale and leveraging those opportunities. That also led into a conversation about data infrastructure to support our continuous improvement. So you can think about how we bring together our system where we don't have any basic points. I think at some point James had talked about apples to apples, but how are we building a data infrastructure around instructional costs for students in general? Where we are with sections and costs, what can we do to provide economies of scale for procurement of instructional supplies? What are we buying in our classes, and to really start a systemic approach to leveraging that opportunity? And also things like utilization data, predictive analytics with some of the OER materials that we're already using. I think that was part of a discussion around having a statewide platform as well. That was, across several conversations, but having a data to understand utilization and the effects that we're having as we move into more OER work and decrease instructional supply costs.
And that makes me want to speak back to XB12, which was on one of those slides earlier. And here's something that most people don't like that I get really excited about. XB12 is a mechanism for identifying what the textbook costs are at a college. Is it a regular textbook that costs something? Is it a free textbook? Is it a textbook that somebody is paying for? And when it's fully implemented, it'll be a data element that will really tell us how the colleges are doing with this work and have them capturing that data so that we can really understand those expenses in a way that we don't currently, that we are not currently able to do. So that's, to me, I think that's really exciting. You think it is too? Yeah.
No, I do too.
Okay. All right. So, and ultimately, no matter what, no matter how much we get the cost down, there's still ongoing costs, ongoing investment. Even OER as the most sustainable mechanism, you have to update resources and new courses come along. And so there has to be an ongoing investment. And there's a great opportunity for joint advocacy because we all have a vested interest in this, sort of looking at it from different angles, but ultimately wanting to meet the needs of our students and help them to succeed.
I'll also say that it was great to have so many faculty members in the room talking about how OERI has really benefited our system and the kinds of ways in which they're engaging each other in disciplines and formations, for programs to be able to utilize the same kinds of resources. So really important stuff about how we come together to have ongoing investment in their work.
Thank you. Thank you for the co-chairs. I just remember the task force meetings. There was a lot of the, it will be great if we can. And then the response is, why not? Let's talk about it, right? So that was very encouraging. So we had a very exciting set of recommendations. So next slide, please. So what I want to do is just bring everyone back to this. Obviously, this is the board resolution, proposed board resolution. We hope to get approval from this board. As next steps, what we're hoping to do is, one, finalize the recommendations into a recommendation report. And immediately after that, putting together stakeholders, really think about what implementation will look like. So we'll have an implementation plan and really carry this comprehensive solution forward. And then the second piece, obviously, Member Williams' priority around general education course textbook. And so we'll also work with stakeholders and to provide recommendations back to this board. So those are kind of our immediate next step items. And I want to close our presentation for any questions and comments you may have.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of board comments. I'm going to note to everyone we're running a little bit behind, and lunch is next, but hey, do what you want. Next, I have Board Member Aguinaldo, then we'll go to Brown, then we'll go to Rawlings, Epstein. Oh, man. Let's start there. We'll go with Aguinaldo and Brown, and then we'll see how you guys feel moved.
Thank you very much, President Costa. I, like Pam, have a combination of questions and comments. So everyone, I hope you have a protein bar in your backpack or something because we're not going to have lunch for a while. I just wanted to call out James Glapa Grossklag because the first time I met you was at COC in September of 2019. So at that point, I was about a year and a half into my tenure as a board member, attending a ZTC conference at what I call my home college of COC. And one of the most moving things I learned about at that conference was that there was an individual, I think she's a faculty member, who was an unrecognized philanthropist. She saved her students millions and millions of dollars because she was able to put OER resources available for her students. I'm getting the number 25 million in my head. It could be more, it could be less. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but just that level of unrecognized philanthropy and this concept of how much money we could truly save our students is really key. The second thing I wanted to bring up was a question of whether certain disciplines are uptaking this faster than others. You mentioned knife sets, goggles. It sounds like the sciences are really a focus of this effort. And if we have English courses all having OER ZTC materials, but not nursing courses, then that's certainly something I'll be looking forward to reading in the recommendation report that comes out in September 2023. I saw that, and that's right around the corner, so kudos to you guys for getting that work done so quickly. But I'm really interested in knowing whether certain disciplines are uptaking this faster than others. And then thirdly, I'd really like to know about the denominator because, again, Googling COC, I see that they have about 250 programs. If our goal is to have about 400 or so programs with ZTC, OER initiatives, that's such a small percentage of what our 116 colleges have in terms of their programs. And the key is that we cannot have sporadic affordability. If we're trying to move towards this one classroom concept where you don't have 116 different experiences and expectations, ZTC and OER is certainly a critical component of that. So I'll be looking for those denominators in the report as well. Again, bunch of comments and questions. I leave it to you to address whatever you want to out of that.
You already made sure that they had their protein bars right, so we're good. So absolutely, certain disciplines, it's easier for certain disciplines and it's harder for others. And your CTE disciplines, that's where it's often very hard for a number of different reasons. You want to make sure that your nursing faculty have the best textbooks, and there are also very costly ancillary materials that nursing faculty in particular are using. But there are some of those CTE disciplines that do have an opportunity, and this is where our power as a state is where we can bring faculty together to create the resources so that the one faculty member over at that college can work with the faculty members at those other colleges as opposed to trying to address the need on their own. So we have a wide array of disciplines that are far along, and you could go to our website and you could see we actually have collections by disciplines, and we have discipline leads that anyone can go to get help if they're trying to find resources. And then I think one of the tricky parts is the general education, which I think Board Member Williams pointed out. It's really, really important to have those OER resources for general education. We're very lucky in that a national, very well-funded OER effort called OpenStax has done a lot of work focusing specifically on those large lecture classes that are at every college. And so all those sort of bread and butter courses that you think of as the GE courses, for the most part, they are very well served by general education. That does not mean that there are not lots of other options that students should have that don't have OER, that there's not more work to do. But it's very fortunate in that when we're talking about where do we see a lot of adoption or where do we see a lot of availability, excuse me, of resources, we actually do have it for general education, but there, of course, are more courses that could be addressed.
Yeah, I'd also say as well, this is not going to be an effort that we define immediately now and will be there in 5 years. It's going to be something that we continually need to revisit. So we talked a lot about what's the initial systemic approach, right? We don't need just a few champions doing this, but what's our system-wide work? So that was about developing these kind of local plans with goals that were aligned with some state goals as well. We talked, one of the things about the flexibility and the resources that we had is where do we need to put some resources where there are these hard to get into OER courses, and have districts that have, they might have some areas that are really progressive and getting further down the road in OER work, but also giving the flexibility for CBOs and local districts to try to think about, well, this is an area where we need a little bit longer runway with material costs for students, for example, or textbook costs to try to alleviate those for students. So there was a lot of work in trying to plot out what is a 5-year approach to this for our system rather than just come up with the solution now. And I think that's going to be part of the implementation team work to run with the recommendations that we have.
Thanks, Board Member Brown, then Board Member Rawlings.
So thank you to the entire team for a wonderful presentation. I wanted to respond to two specific things I heard. Dr. Pallotti, I wanted to thank you for surfacing the courses that have other materials that are not textbooks that won't have any benefit from the OER initiative. And I also wanted to thank past how do you say it? SSCCC VP Marco Martinez for surfacing and very eloquently giving us a picture of how that might impact students. And I wanted to add to what you mentioned that a student that is in a cosmetology course needs their cosmetology kit on day one. That a student that is taking a political science course, and this is real questions I've gotten as a counselor, well, you can take these two different topics. Which one has the cheaper textbook? Is the reason why the course was chosen, and not based on which one's going to interest me most, which one's going to benefit me most, which one's going to be most in alignment with, right? So that's problematic. And then I'm thinking about an art student who told me that they were not going to take oil painting because of the cost of the oil paints. So I'm glad that that's already being discussed and surfaced. I'm also hoping to see in the future some specific goals around those areas, and maybe any data we can get for specific disciplines that are not going to benefit from OER, and any specific gaps to completion that might be there for those disciplines and those students, so that then we can prioritize, particularly with any funding that might need to go those directions. So I just wanted to give those very specific examples to help people wrap their mind around what that might look like in the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rawlings, Epstein, Perry.
All right. So I think some of the topics have been touched on lightly, so I'll go quickly. Just want to echo Member Brown's comments that I'm very interested in learning where it feels like it might be harder, or where the uptake may take a little longer, so that we can lean into that a little bit more, right? Because of the very reasons she just mentioned. And also partly because I know Dr. Pallotti and I served years ago on the Telecommunication Technology Advisory Committee, and where we were dealing with technology issues related to cost. And I think there were some methodologies that we used back then that would be applicable to this, and it sounds like you're already on top of that, which is great. So like learning from what we've done already and how we can really scale that up, but where it might be easy using a methodology like that with technology or something that's already standardized, this is very not standardized. And so what I'd be wondering is, and particularly as we go to the implementation plan, how do we help guide our faculty to standards that then allow for system-wide procurement, right? And I think where we have some barriers in getting a wide adoption of this, I think that will be part of what the challenge is with it. So I'm really interested in learning where we can lean in on that a little bit more, and maybe where we need to provide a little guidance on it. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Thanks. Epstein, Perry, Haynes, Anderson.
Thanks.
And Brown wants back in. Of course, Williams is going to have the last word. I know. We'll save you. All right.
So when I joined the board, 7 or 8 years ago, I went to an academic senate meeting, and Dr. Pallotti was there pitching open educational resources in a breakout that was poorly attended. And I also visited College of the Canyons around the same time. And so I've been really interested in this, and not in the same way that Member Williams is, but it's still something I think about. But I just in kind of real world terms, I'm trying to wrap my head around just the book side of it. Is the problem that there's too much copyrighted material that isn't available inexpensively? Is the problem that some faculty want to use other materials that they're more comfortable with? How does it work in the real world out there?
So it's a mix. Like you may have a faculty member who loves a particular textbook, and it's going to take a lot to get them to get away from that textbook. In other instances, it's just a matter of the faculty member making the choice. I'm lucky. I teach psychology. We're pretty we are now in really good shape. We weren't before. When I first started using OER, there was like 2 intro psych books. Now there's a whole range of them, And I've gone in and done what I told other people to do. I don't just use the book as it is. I go through, I change it when it's not the way I want it to be. I reorder the chapters. So instead of making my students go from chapter 1 to chapter 2 to chapter 5, they actually proceed through. So and I think part of what we need to do is talk to faculty not just about the fact that it's free, but the fact that you can change it, you can make it what you want, and you can bring your students into it. You can have your students help you come up with examples to put into your textbook. I mean, you can make it into an assignment. There's a whole focus on that around open pedagogy. So in some instances, there are no good textbooks. And I mentioned IntroPsych because there were so many, and there was nothing for lifespan development. And then I actually took something that somebody else pulled together to use for lifespan development, and the next week there were 2 new options for lifespan development. And then we supported the development of a biological psychology textbook because that was the other one and probably one of the more expensive ones. So there are little holes that we need to fill to make the resources available. And then there are often faculty who really need to spend time with the resource before they feel that it's ready for them. So, and that's the great thing about it. If you really hate that chapter or hate that language or hate whatever about whatever the problem is with it, you can change it. And that's part of what we do. We bring faculty together, and not just that one faculty from across the colleges to come together and to create resources and to improve resources. And then also to create the ancillary resources, because sometimes that's the problem. In a lot of your STEM disciplines, the hurdle often is the homework systems that they're very dependent upon. And I shouldn't pick on STEM, it's also foreign languages. But those resources are now also available as OER, and that's something that has grown just in the time that we've been doing this work. And now we're actually to the point where you can have a homework system that's openly licensed and feeds right into the course management system, which we didn't always have. So some of the major hurdles are pretty much gone now.
Sorry, one quick follow-up. Just, I know that some textbooks now have online supplements that that the students are obliged to have in order. I mean, how do you deal with that, with things that are being, as the field changes and things are being constantly updated?
I think that's a very discipline-specific issue. Depends on the discipline. For lots of disciplines, for example, there are library resources. If you're needing videos, there are library resources that you can actually be pulling into your class if your college has that system. So there are not necessarily free resources, but resources that the way they're delivered to the college, they're ultimately free to students. So there are some ways around that. But again, every discipline is a little bit different. But it's funny, you were talking about knives in the culinary arts. We actually had someone do a whole series of videos on for cooking for a culinary class, and they're beautiful. They'll make you hungry, and teach you something too. So there are things like that where if it's not super high tech, that we could actually come in and help fill those voids. But every discipline's a little bit different, and things do change. I think that's also a really important thing to recognize.
Perry Haynes.
Just a couple of things. I'll be brief. Just one question. I know there was a survey that went out in June to assess colleges' readiness to deal with this. I'm hoping, I just want to make sure that the results of that are available in the field so that they will have the ability to better grapple with this issue. I assume so, but I thought I'd double check.
I think the purpose, and James can chime in, but the purpose of that is really, it's a self-reported voluntary survey to really understand the need in terms of professional development. So what we're doing is aligning the need and the design of our technical assistance kind of infrastructure and all of that. So we can certainly, I think when the field is asking for, we can certainly share with that, but I think the value of it is to make sure we are delivering what they are asking for.
And my other two are sort of wordsmithing. In the fourth whereas, I think it should be financially as opposed to financial related. Once an English major, always an English major. And then broader, the title of the resolution. I'm struggling with the word affordability because that is such a relativist term, and it changes based on where you are. And I think the term burden-free really student centers the experience. So who is this focused on? It's making the burdens lessening or eliminating the burdens for the students. So I would like to suggest that maybe we look at that, at changing the nomenclature so that it suggests a little bit more and makes it a little bit stronger what we're trying to accomplish.
So thank you. You've really given me a lot of food for thought. And And what you've presented relative, oh, let me just tell you, my granddaughter is at Santa Monica. She just graduated. And so as her grandmother, she's in Los Angeles. She's going to Santa Monica College. And I've been asking her, have you bought your books yet? Have you bought your books yet? And so finally, she texted me back. She called me back and said, yes. They were $600. So maybe $600 is considered affordable, given that it's $900 average, but not for my granddaughter. But the good news, the hallelujah news, is that through financial aid, they only cost her $60. So, and we've got to figure out, not everyone can get financial aid to bring that cost down. And so we really do have to figure that out. I had the benefit probably about maybe 6 years ago going on in the Central Valley, and there was a student there who was doing a ZTC program. And so he sat at the computer and he went through his courses, and it was such an elegant process in which he didn't have to buy a whole book, that the instructor had only the chapters that he needed, and then besides that had a series of questions at each of those chapters that he could scroll down to and then really sort of delve into. And that was the first time I said, oh, we really need to do more of this. And it is, I'm sure it's the same way with OER. But now there's this quandary. This quandary is yes, we really want that to happen. The other is, part of this is trying, how do we streamline this process, because there are so many courses, in a way that it doesn't take another 100 years to make this happen, because urgency and fidelity have to go hand in hand. And so that's what we're going to have to grapple. We're going to absolutely have to grapple with this, because what we're asking our faculty to do is to do something differently, but we're asking them to do it individually. And there's something kind of wrong with that. And we've done it across programs and courses, but programs in particular, where we will have the same program across many campuses. They're different units. Somebody has thought that all of these things are important. I'd rather us to have the arguments, the challenges of discussion, to bring those units down, to make it easier for our students to navigate that. But that also needs more coordination. So I just want to sort of put that in there because you asked a really important question. How do we have the system take on some of that burden so that it lowers the cost for our brothers and sisters on our community colleges? We need to grapple with that, and we need to do it. But we also need to do that for our students as well. No question in that, so sorry.
But again, great commentary. Doesn't have to be a question. Questions, comments. Hey, we're spitballing here. Anderson, Brown, and then Williams.
I've got 3 quick items. One, I want to say to Member Williams, from day one when you came onto the board, you had this passion. I think your first time you talked here, you brought this issue up, so I want to say bravo to you and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Secondly, as a dyslexic student and a guy that went to the community college in Santa Rosa and really needed extra help, I hope that as we look at this, that we're putting an emphasis on learning disabilities and making sure that that's a top priority. And then over the weekend, I happened to be at a lecture, and we were all talking about AI. And we used an example of AI. We said, biochemistry, write me a paper as if I was a 5th grader to understand biochemistry. Then we said, write me a paper, same direction, on biochemistry as if I was a senior in college. And then the last one was write me a paper on biochemistry if I'd worked in the industry for 40 years. Every single one of them was different, and it was amazing how technical that last one and how the evolution. You can ask it to write in cadence. Like I'd want a Martin Luther King speech on ethnic studies, and it will assimilate that data. So I hope that what we're doing is looking at what the future of technology is, and that we're spending time looking at, you know, the power of these devices, because most students have phones, and you know, there's a plagiarism issue, but even from a teaching standpoint, there's the power of this machine is absolutely amazing. So I hope we'll put emphasis on that.
Yeah, Brown. Come on, you guys have to also be able to know what line you're in. Sorry about that, Brown, and then Williams.
One last comment that I forgot to say before. So when I'm thinking about that example I gave of the political science course being chosen based on cost of textbook rather than the different topics, is there any vision or goal, specific goal for what enough looks like? And so what I mean is, we know not all faculty will adopt this, but do we have specific goals and numbers of what would be enough to really affect change? So I'm thinking if there were 10, poli-sci faculty, but 3 of them adopt this, that's 15 sections now available to students. And so that might be like a specific goal. So I'm wondering if there could be, and to speak to Member Haynes' comment, if there could be specific goals set around specific disciplines and moving in that way in terms of analyzing what the needs are. And I'm thinking about how this links to expanding system level procurement. And then that final piece of professional learning so that folks know what's available. Because if I looked at this 15 years ago as a psychology faculty and at that time determined nothing that was available was good enough for my teaching, but I haven't looked at it since then, and every time I get a ZTC email, I ignore it based on that, right? These are the kind of dynamics I'm thinking might be at play. So sort of goals in terms of how much adoption do we want to see to affect change, and then how can we communicate to faculty both what's now available, hey, here's what we're doing now system-wide, and then training folks on how to engage with that. So those are my thoughts.
So what we've done is establish a network of OER liaisons. So we have like a point person at every college, and just about every college has that point person who's responsible for getting information from their faculty to share with us what they need, and getting our messages out to their faculty so that they're armed with that information. And then we have that team of discipline leads who updates the list of resources and also hears the requests from the field. So when we're getting ready to fund faculty develop things, we've been hearing about what the interest is, and we can get a sense of where the different disciplines are. And we've also done analyses and looked to see what disciplines have really adopted. I mean, we have some colleges, public speaking is a huge course. We have some colleges, and big ones, where almost 100% of the sections of public speaking are at no cost, which we know because we do have a requirement that we mark our no-cost sections, which makes it so we can track things, which makes it so students can be informed when they're making decisions. We need to do better with that because oftentimes things aren't necessarily marked well and clearly and so forth, so there's still some work to be done. But I think you're asking great questions, and those are things that we're always trying to track all that information so that we have a sense of where the different disciplines are, and then figure out how we help them to fill those holes.
I'm going to make a comment before Board Member Williams has the last. So when this was originally funded, it was included in one of Governor Brown's budgets, and the concept at the time was 0 textbook degrees. And so that gets to your point. I mean, really, and I hope we're not losing sight of this, that gives the faculty some flexibility, because I think we can all understand and appreciate that some disciplines do not lend themselves to this as well as others. And to your point, there just may not be the materials on the market quite yet. And so really we need to be looking across, to Pam's point, no one's doing it alone. You're really looking at the courses that encompass a degree, and you're hoping that the majority of them are 0 cost so that we can reduce kind of that total cost to degree on instructional materials. With that, Board Member Williams.
First, the leadership team did a great job with putting together the agenda for today's board meeting. It's been really engaging, and the topics are really interesting. And I want to first shout out Jeffrey Baum from the Michelson Foundation, because he led this conversation when he was board president here and has been supporting ZTC for years. And so I'm just trying to pick up the mantle, and the comments really, I want us to have a sense of urgency because I've been a trustee on a local board for 10 years, and we've been talking about this for, at least 7 years. And when do we flip the switch on and this becomes a thing? Because I took a class at MIT that was led by the head of the Treasury Department. I filled out one form, didn't get any textbooks, didn't have to pay a fee. It was all blockchain, and there's an increased competition for education. And so if we don't figure out how to evolve, they're not going to really need us, because I don't need a book. I can do everything with this thing right here. Like you said, I really don't even need a textbook. But, so urgency. And the thing about the general education course, when you think about the governor putting out $115 million, it's been said that that's the largest single investment on this issue. That's a legacy kind of thing. And to have that investment, and then it's going to take 10 years for us to really see large scale implementation of this, I don't think it's not acceptable. And so when we're saying general education courses, and I'm saying August 23, students should be getting their books handed to them. And I'm not talking about ZTC books. I'm talking about physical books that are currently in the system. Just give them their book. When they pay for the class, just give them the book and figure it out. Just give them the book. And that at least be reflective of the large investment while we work on the longer term goals. And so, I'm asking for a consensus amongst our board that, give the students books now, today. They need the books today. If you're when I go out and campaign in my community, I live in an upper and low income community, and my Republican voters, this is what they say to me. Look, I can afford to pay for the class because they don't qualify for financial aid. So if I don't qualify for financial aid, that means I'm paying whatever the tuition cost is, then the $1,000 for the book. So now I'm not taking a class. So this is an enrollment management thing for us too. If you give people the stuff that they need to be successful, then maybe they'll come to our classes instead of YouTube and Instagram and LinkedIn and all of those other different things. And so I'm asking for urgency to give them the books in August 2023, not in 5 years, but this year. Just start handing out the books and let's just see what happens. So I just want to leave that.
I'm glad that we ended with him as his comment, because how inspirational. You had the last word, and it was a good one. With that, let's open it up to public comment on this item.
The public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. All comments will be limited to 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have several speakers on this, so I'm going to call up the first two, Alan Kuo and Evan Hawkins. Please approach the podium, please.
Panelists, we're going to need to make some room. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Kuo, and I am a recent graduate from San Diego Miramar College, transferring to UCLA this fall to study bioengineering. During my time at community college, I had the privilege of serving as student trustee and student government president, where I gained a passion for higher education textbook affordability advocacy. To further this passion, I am now working as a textbook affordability fellow for the Michelson 20 Million Minds Foundation. I found the support for OER extremely satisfying as a Miramar student. My multivariable calculus professor assigned an OpenStax textbook, which is an OER, during my freshman year. It was free, which I loved. But more than that, I got to keep the book, which wasn't the case for my classes that assigned an access code. OER textbooks can be accessed at any time, even after a class has ended. With more and more textbooks moving to access codes, OER allows students to review for classes that build off previously learned content using a source that they are familiar with. For me, I constantly found myself back on OpenStax, flipping through the same textbook whenever I forgot something. Had my professor chosen to use the Pearson or Cengage access code, I wouldn't have been able to do this. While I may be more fortunate than some students, OER is still helping me transfer. My family is in a place that makes just enough to not qualify for aid, but also not enough to quite afford college. For this reason, I am grateful for the OER initiatives on my campus, enabling me to save a couple $1,000s across the classes I took so that I can put that money into continuing my education.
30 seconds.
I am so excited by the leadership of the California Community College system with the ZTC degree program. Maybe by the time my younger brother arrives at community college, he will be able to graduate and transfer without the burden of any textbook costs and with all the benefits of open educational resources. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Evan Hawkins, the Executive Director for the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I did not have a protein bar in my bag, and I have a young child at home that decided not to sleep last night, so hopefully what I say will come across as somewhat coherent. We'll see. First of all, I want to just give a shout out to all the great work here, the task force, obviously the governor, the legislature, this board, our great partners like 20 Million Minds, and of course all the faculty in this space that have done a lot of great work here. So we're obviously very supportive of it, and I just wanted to align my comments with Member Brown earlier talking about sort of the non-textbook instructional costs, and that's something that our CTE faculty talk about a lot. So just want to make sure as we're sort of thinking through this, we're thinking about through the Chancellor's Office guidance, through our advocacy in the future, we're thinking about providing resources for our CTE students as well. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Lisa Petridis and Cheryl Oschenbach.
Hello, greetings, Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian, and President Costa. My name is Lisa Petridis, and I'm the CEO at ISKME, the Institute for the Study of Knowledge Management in Education. And I also serve as president of the San Mateo County Community College Board of Trustees, and it's in that role that I had the pleasure of serving on the task force for the last 6 months, which you've heard about. This task force, I want to support what my colleagues said, really went to great lengths to ensure that all voices were heard, that diverse perspectives were considered, and as such, a really set of rich discussions took place that resulted in the resolution that's before you today. Now, as a board member at San Mateo County, we really work hard on our local OER and ZTC efforts. To ensure that students in our district can not only afford their education, but also that issues of equity and inclusion, issues around pedagogy and teaching practice are at the center. Because remember, OER is impacting, it doesn't work in a silo, it's impacting faculty, librarians, instructional designers, your registrar's office, your student success offices. This is really what OER is impacting, or what OER is in service to. So at the same time, a statewide, so while we do a lot of local work, at the statewide system level, a commitment like this would really signal to our local communities that we serve and give credence to the state itself to demonstrate our commitment to access and equity for all. And it really does trickle down to the district level. And as part of this, I'd like you also to consider the ways that OER and ZTC are directly related to the policies and regulations, again, that are already in existence, some of which you've talked about today, so that this work doesn't exist in a silo. For example, we can be leveraging digital equity programs,
30 seconds.
pathways, dual enrollment, ethnic studies. Are those courses that are being used there OER, or what are they on their way to being OER? I think when we do this, we're going to be much more likely to realize the goal of these sustainable ZTC pathways and hence ensure greater student access at all levels. Together, these initiatives create a strong web of support to ensure that our students here in California succeed and they thrive. And I think, just to add on one other comment, when we talked about the importance of research, we really need to understand the gaps in these courses. We don't want to be reinventing the wheel. This is an amazing opportunity, this $115 million investment. It is unprecedented across the country, and California really has the opportunity to lead this and be a model for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and
I'm not going to start that part over again. Cheryl Aschenbeck, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, and want to appreciate your robust discussion today about OER and zero textbook costs and burden-free instructional materials. OER has been an interest of the Academic Senate for a long time, and we're proud of the work that we've done under the Open Educational Resources Initiative, developing collaboratively high-quality resources, more than 60 of them to this so far, and as Pam, you brought up, certainly not enough. We've got to continue to fill gaps. We're not alone in this effort. There are statewide efforts sprinkled across the United States, but we're leading the way in the sense that it's not just about textbooks. It's about all instructional materials, and it's exciting to be at the forefront of that and to have that big, bold vision. The Senate is committed to its work with OER. We look forward to partnering both in response to the resolution as well as continued work on the resolution or recommendations that come out of the report, and in continuing the conversations around how can we accomplish this bold vision of burden-free instructional materials. So, thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker we have in person is Kayla Nagel.
Hi, my name is Kayla Nagel. I'm the Open Educational Resource Program Manager at the Michelson 20 Million Minds Foundation. Thank you all so much for having me. I am so excited to see these measures coming forward. I have been working in the open educational resource space for several years, but my background is really in community organizing with students and consumer protection. And there are two different things I really want to bring up. I do think that urgency is incredibly important because students have needs right now. I also think it's important to remember what got us into the situation. 3 textbook companies control 80% of the textbook marketplace. If someone were to walk into my home and set my curtains on fire, go into a closet, put on a fireman's hat, and then come back and say, I can fix this, I wouldn't trust them. We should remember that the people that have been leading this fight have been the educators that have been creating open educational resources from the very beginning. We should make sure that they have the resources they need, not only because, well, I trust them, but also because this is a sustainability problem. $115 million is a lot of money, but it's going to run out, and we owe it to future students to make sure that they can benefit from these programs. So as we go forward, it's not only important to do things right now, but it's so important to do them right. Also, I do want to make a comment on something that I've heard multiple times, and that is the importance of making sure students with learning disabilities have the resources that they need. I also grew up and still have dyslexia.
30 seconds.
You can ask anyone that edits the blogs that I write. And one of the things that was so important to me as a student was being able to have the copies of the books that made the most sense to me, which very often was physical copies. And with open educational resources, they cost the paper that they're printed on, which means I could take notes, I can reference them over and over and over again, and it made them a much more accessible resource for me. So thank you all so much for having me, and I'm so excited to see the work you're doing on this subject.
Thank you so much. I think those are the end of our in-person comments. Do we have any virtual comments on this item?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Sorry, you guys both spoke at the same time. Let's try it again.
There are no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. All right, so with that, just a last bit of housekeeping. The board is going to break for lunch for about 30 minutes. I've also heard some are wondering about local lunch spots nearby. Gosh, in person gives me so many new duties. Oh, it's a resolution. I didn't bring a protein bar, you guys. With that, do I have a motion and a second?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. With that, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. With that, there are some restaurants nearby. There's Camellia, there's Fox and Goose. Ask Pam. We will reconvene in 30 minutes, and at that time, we will be on item 6.1.
I think we are missing the students. Okay, well, President's prerogative, we will come back to that item. And what we will do instead is we will go to item 6.2, also on information and reports. Oh, excuse me, we already did that one. We're going to go on to the vision item. So we'll be in item 6.3, Vision 2030, a roadmap for California community colleges. And with that, I'll hand it over to the Chancellor.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
I see our board liaison is getting our IT. Give us just one moment, please. Testing. All right, here we go.
So this is a very exciting item. It's been something that the Chancellor's Office executive staff have been working over the last 2.5 months. Yeah, there's an echo, so. The item is being organized in 4 different sections. We're having some technical difficulties, so just a moment, please. Testing. Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. We've got a great group of students here with us from Palomar and Miracosta. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. I think that's better. So the Vision 2030 presentation is organized in 4 sections. And as we finish each section, we're going to have panelists coming up to address some of those items. And I'll invite Deputy Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, who's been a partner on this work, to go ahead and come to the presenter table. And students, we will have you addressing the board when we're through with this item. So it'll be considered a public comment on this particular item. So let's get the PowerPoint up, slide number 5. Now let's start with slide number 1. Thank you. So today we are presenting the Board of Governors with a plan to strike a bold path forward for our system, one which captures the urgency of now, and I think the word urgency was reflected in every board member's comments today, almost everyone, and it adapts to current and future conditions that require our full attention and engagement. Moving to slide 2, the plan is Vision 2030, a roadmap for California community colleges. It is foundationally undergirded by the work and progress of the Vision for Success, as well as the policy imperatives of the governor's new multi-year framework for higher education, which includes the roadmap for California community colleges. Vision 2030 takes us in new directions that improve equitable success for our nearly 2 million students and introduces equitable access to find future learners and take college to them, particularly the 6.8 million low-income adults in the state of California. Vision 2030 will use system change, resource development, improved data systems, people, and partnerships to shape an education ecosystem that nurtures our students, our communities, and our planet. Our time is now is not a mere tagline, but a true imperative because our students don't have the luxury of time to wait until we get it right. We cannot let perfect be the enemy of the good. Our students don't have the time to learn how to navigate needlessly complicated systems and administrative bureaucracies that we have yet to improve. Their path to begin a bachelor's degree or to enter the workforce needs to start earlier, with equity top of mind in our approach, and should be cleared of barriers to completion. Our time is now. In developing a path forward, it is useful to examine the road that we have recently traveled. The Vision for Success, a 5-year plan from 2017 to 2022, has served our students and our state well. It was organized around the 6 goals focused on success, which is completion, that you see here, and by now, everyone is familiar with. The governor's roadmap is also a 5-year plan from 2022 to 2027. It picked up where the vision left off, with 11 outcomes crosswalked with the vision goals in the slide you see here. Now is the time to strike a path to 2030. We will continue with what works, fix what doesn't, and invent what is missing. The iterative 7-year plan we are presenting today, Vision 2030, a roadmap for California's community colleges, is a framework for action. It prioritizes data-based, student-centered strategies to bring college to our communities and equitably strengthen success, strengthen access, and strengthen support. Most of the success outcomes we retain from the previous work, so let me spend a few minutes talking about why we are introducing equity in access and equity in support in Vision 2030. In fact, we can just go back to President Costa's remarks at the beginning of this meeting to make the case for equity in access and equity in support. Vision 2030 incorporates a shift in our approach to proactively bring college to our prospective students wherever they are and not wait for them to come to us to discover us. This includes expanding equitable dual enrollment pathways to our high school students starting in the 9th grade, offering credit for prior learning to veterans and working adults, providing instruction through flexible modalities including online and hybrid courses, short-term courses, and bringing workforce training to low-income adults through partnerships with employers, associations that represent workers, and community-based organizations. Equity in support. The work ahead requires us to strengthen our basic needs support for students, as well as our DEIA work through partnerships and through access to direct grants for students. A high-tech, high-touch model is a necessity to build a technology-enhanced ecosystem that delivers services to all students without undue administrative overhead. Vision 2030 also takes on heady challenges and opportunities around us. The rapid evolution of generative artificial intelligence, generative AI, with its potential to augment creativity, and the troublesome effects of climate change and urgent call for action. Our time is now. At this time, I was going to invite our SSCCC president, and I'm not sure if Vice President Yvonne Hernandez is ready to address the board. Come on over. Really happy to see you, and thank you for stepping in at such short notice to cover for Cassandra.
Okay, good afternoon, President Costa, VP Aguinaldo, Chancellor Sonia, as well as Board of Governors members. My name is Ivan Hernandez, and I am the SSCCC Vice President, so thank you so much for allowing me the time to be here. First and foremost, I want to thank our Chancellor for her visionary leadership, setting up the vision of 2030. It is very impressive that with less than 2 months in the job, she has worked closely on working together a very ambitious plan with a series of actions towards advancing equitable student support and success for students. Vision 2030, I have to say that brings a very optimistic and exciting profile and ideas from the students, just because it reaffirms the system commitment to equitable student access set forward by the vision of our system and embraces responsibilities and possibilities for the most pressing needs facing on our community and our planet. We're happy to see that Vision 2030 calls for active partnerships because the SSCCC is here working closely with all of our system partners to ensure the well-being of the students in our district. And it's also ready to step up into the role and try our best to make sure that our initiatives become a reality moving forward. Now, some of the things that I would like to point out from the climate action is that we're happy to see some inclusions, specifically from the climate action vision in 2030. Specifically because we know the climate change it affects everyone, not only students in various aspects of their lives, health, safety, as well as the livelihood, which consequently also affects our ability to meaningfully engage in our learning system. We get to see that climate change also has an impact in equity and how our communities that are underrepresented or low minority don't necessarily have the resources to engage and fully take advantage of the learning systems that we provide nowadays. But we also see that our system is working on a betterment of our students. We get to see that based on these changes that we're constantly seeing, there are room for improvement. We get to see that there's new jobs coming up for renewable energy, green construction, sustainable agriculture, and environmental management, which I know our system is working closely to ensure that our students are ready to take on those challenges and those jobs. And making sure that we create a better future. Simultaneously, I know from the student perspective, this is a very important topic, and we're talking about AI. Of course, AI is inevitable. It's going to take place one way or the other, and we have to be able to know that AI is going to change the way we have fundamentally transformed the teaching and learning from the students and from the faculty perspective. So we're looking forward to continue and strengthen our capacity to strengthen the authentic assessment approach the faculty will be taking on this towards the students, while also creating this place to say, this is what the future looks like, and this is what we are here as students and faculty trying to accomplish. One of the SSCCC 2022 to 2023 legislative priorities was to eliminate proctorial and proctoring systems just because they created racist assumptions and resulting in invasion of privacy that didn't necessarily were equitable and didn't come up with the best outcomes. So that is one of the things that I look forward to see working together, that we create further proliferation of anti-equity systems and that we're constantly working to welcome a more equitable and inclusive learning environment that accommodate our diverse learning styles. We're also looking at gaining some delivering diverse personalized content and providing individual support to ensure the betterment of our students and know that while AI may be scary and there are different thoughts and ideas going back and forth, we know that moving forward, this is the future and we want to ensure that our students are ready to take upon and create new opportunities for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Yvonne. That was wonderful. Did you notice that SSCCC picked up on the future-looking climate action and generative AI? That's pretty wonderful. So, so let me continue with my presentation of Vision 2030, and now moving to our students, which is slide 10 that you see here. So Vision 2030 will continue to customize our support for the various student groups while sharpening our lens on those who are disproportionately impacted. We will prioritize even more than before that the learning environments unequivocally create a sense of belonging for each and every student. Our students from low-income families, our men of color, LGBTQ+, veterans, just to name a few. In addition, Vision 2030 spotlights certain categories of students and future learners that continue to need focused attention, responsive to legislation that was enacted where the implementation is not yet at scale. Here are some examples. We talked about dual enrollment, so I'm not going to continue to discuss the importance of the dual enrollment strategy. The legislation was passed 8 years ago, so we want to implement at scale. Category number 2 are justice-involved youth and adults. SB 1391 in 2015 created the apportionment for face-to-face classes in the prison, and AB 417 established Rising Scholars as a new program. The vastly disparate impacts of the criminal justice system on populations of color and low-income populations makes the provision of higher education a critical part of our system's effort toward providing equitable higher education opportunities for all Californians. From a financial perspective, there is a return on investment for every dollar spent on higher education in prisons, in reduced prison cost, in lower recidivism rates, with one estimate suggesting that educating just half of California's prison population would save the state more than $65 million annually. This gives the students exiting prison a new start rather than just a completion of a punishment. The next category, individuals with disabilities. The Americans with Disabilities Act, the laws recognize the fundamental humanity of all individuals and the support that students are required to have by law to fully participate in higher education. That is, students' disabilities should have no impact on their access to and outcomes in higher education. Though our system has made remarkable progress, the California community colleges have not yet achieved this level of parity. Moving to foster youth, SB 307 seeks to make debt-free college a reality for foster youth in California. And here is an excerpt which I thought was beautiful from the analysis provided by Senator Ashby and Senator McGuire. Children and youth enter foster care due to abuse and neglect. And this trauma is often compounded by the instability they experience while in foster care through chasing schools and family placement. These experiences of instability combined lead to poor educational outcomes. In California, 93% of foster youth say they want to attend college, but only 4% of former foster youth will obtain their bachelor's degree by the year 26, compared, not 2026, but by their age of 26, compared to 50% of their peers who are non-foster youth. The last category are low-income adults, which is a huge focus of Vision 2030, and we have item 6.4, which we're going to take up after we go back to 6.1, which will do an in-depth dive on low-income adults. 6.8 million adults in California without a college degree could use new skills and credentials to achieve a more prosperous life. Just a 5% uptake rate among this population would bring 340,000 students into California community colleges. And if you look at it from an equity imperative, of the 6.8 million that I mentioned, over 4 million Californians of color are without a degree in that particular population. Low-income adults require a degree of flexibility and support beyond what colleges have traditionally focused on providing. So at this point, I'm going to invite our Deputy Chancellor, Daisy Gonzalez, to review our engagement with the field on Vision 2030.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, members of the board, Chancellor Christian, and those of you who are watching us on Zoom World and here in public. In front of you is really a work in progress. You always had bold goals, and you led a system with clarity and action. And the number one question that you always asked it was, how do we get to scale? How do we implement at scale? No worries. So in front of you are a set of goals, but more importantly, a framework for action. And I want to acknowledge that this was tremendous effort from our chancellor, our board leadership, and our entire team here at the Chancellor's Office, as well as the League for California Community Colleges and the Foundation for California Community Colleges. Together, we've engaged in 5 different planning sessions since May, so well before Chancellor Christian's first day on the job. In addition to that, Chancellor Christian led a series of meetings with different stakeholders being invited to their own board meetings, as well as weekend Zoom events. And the other thing that I'll mention here is we took this work to the Consultation Council in her very first month, so in June. We shared that we were going to not just create a roadmap for action, but something that could help us lead this system into the next iteration of what we need to be for the state of California. And we invited everyone to really engage in authentic engagement in co-creation, which is unlike what we had when we first created the Vision for Success. So in front of you, again, is a work in progress that has also been informed by the work of our own students. So you see a lot of that reflected in this original first draft that you see in front of you. Today you have 17 actions, and that is the most important piece of this work. The equity and success, equity and access, equity and support is how we will measure our outcomes. But the goal here is action. Our Consultation Council engaged just last week, last Thursday, in 2 key areas. So when you look at the materials, there are 3 strategic directions. Where are we headed together as a family? They engage in the future of teaching and learning. So this is that category of AI. And so if you can imagine, we split up our council into 2 teams and we said, go create the future. A daunting task, but it was step 1. We also then shared with the group a separate room, engaged in equitable pathways to baccalaureate attainment, and really had bold conversations about what that meant for this system and what it means to lead partnerships across systems, not just in higher ed, but also in K through 12. In August, which will be next month, we will engage the Consultation Council in metrics. So we'll take 1 step back, only to then also take 1 more step forward as we engage with the council when we look at equitable workforce and economic development. So together as a council, 4 different areas of engagement. In addition to that co-creation, that engagement, There are other key pieces as we look into the future, but for the purposes of this presentation, 17 clear actions coming to you as a work in progress with a lot of engagement in the field, a lot of co-creation, and it's only step one because as we get clear about where we need to be, and that does need to happen before November, if we want to align to the state budget process, and turn this work from what is a team effort into a big family affair, because we are a family of 116 colleges. I'll hand it back to you, Chancellor Christian.
It's great. Thank you, Deputy Chancellor. So now we will go into the 3 strategic directions, and I know we had invited 3 members of Consultation Council to comment on the strategic directions, but I'll make a first pass at it. So moving to slide 8. Strategic direction number 1, equitable baccalaureate attainment. Enabling baccalaureate attainment for every Californian requires meeting the unique needs of current and prospective learners, regardless of age, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, and previous educational attainment. Broadly defined, there are 2 pathways to a bachelor's degree: transfer to a university and the community college baccalaureate. There are multiple entry points to be considered, multiple modalities of instruction, and increasing support for our students to enter the path and to stay on the path. Vision 2030 anticipates that the next evolution of the Guided Pathways framework will advance equitable baccalaureate attainment through 7 strategic actions under this strategic direction. Here are some examples. Expand access points for entering the path, whether it is at the high school through strong dual enrollment programs or for prospective adult learners through engaged partnerships with industry, labor representatives, and community-based organizations. Robust and customized high-tech, high-touch support, including basic needs provisions through partnerships with social services safety nets and direct aid. Increase access, success, and support for quality online programs of study. And increase support for students to attend full-time, persist and complete their certificates, associate degrees, the community college baccalaureate through flexible schedules, credit for prior learning, with a particular focus on working learners and students with dependent children. Moving to strategic direction number 2, workforce, Vision 2030 emphasizes strategic partnerships. Through active engagement in regional collaborations and partnerships, Vision 2030 will support colleges in bridging the gap between education and workforce to maximizing funding and enhance student impact and outcomes through our interagency partnerships with organizations like the California Department of Education, the California Workforce Development Board, the Employment Development Department, and partners like the California Air Resources Board and the California Energy Commission. This comprehensive approach centers all students with a particular focus on outreach to low-income adults. There are 6 strategic actions here, and some of the principles that undergird the work are the high road training partnerships, universal access to work-based and applied learning opportunities, credit for prior learning, pathways focused on healthcare, climate action, STEM and education, stackable credentials, and K through 14 career technical and educational pathways through dual enrollment. The last piece is on generative AI, and I'm going to go deep in this one. And I loved Board Member Anderson's comments earlier on. So Board Member Anderson, this one is for you. Generative AI systems generate creative outputs, such as text, images, or audio, based on patterns learned from existing data. At its best, generative AI creates documents of impressive scope, complexity, and comprehensiveness. However, the quality of the product depends on the clarity of the initial prompt or question provided by the human user, as well as the quality of the underlying data and the amount of training and feedback the AI model has received from the coders. In other words, the long-standing computer science principle of garbage in, garbage out still applies. The education world is warming up to the value proposition of AI. An EDUCAUSE survey finds 67% of respondents were optimistic about the uses of AI, and there was widespread agreement that generative AI will profoundly change higher education in the near future. Broadly speaking, we can characterize the way people are using generative AI into 4 Ds: dreaming, including brainstorming and research; drudgery, where AI helps generate emails and reports; design, such as creating course materials and images; and development, which includes drafting policies, plans, and computer code. Much of the concern around AI centers around fear that students are using it to plagiarize essays and reports. Teaching and learning experts suggest that assignment design needs to change in ways that take generative AI into account. One approach is centering process-oriented learning and active learning. This approach could involve having students keep a journal documenting their writing process. The assignment and its assessment shifts, perhaps radically, to a space that emphasizes process, production, and standards-driven assessment over a commodity generation of artifacts. Whatever the case may be, it is clear that we as California's community colleges must engage with these new tools to potentially develop policies and guidelines, to assess generative AI integration with third-party tools and existing systems, to assess generative AI products, and to develop training and educational resources for faculty, staff, and leadership. It seems fair to assume that in 2030, the use of AI will be very different than what we know it to be today, and that the rate of change will only increase. This direction is, in a sense, just a placeholder to initiate a level of engagement that would be required on an ongoing basis. And with that, let's go ahead and bring up our members from Consultation Council. Deputy Chancellor, do you?
So if our colleagues could join us up here, Manny Payan, representative for CSEA, Eric Caldiamaggi, representative from CTA.
And Cheryl Aschenbach, representing the Academic Senate.
Good afternoon again, everybody. I'll get it on the mic this time. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity for us to talk some about Vision 2030. We haven't connected necessarily on our approach, but just sharing some of the conversations that we had in consultation last week, absolutely exciting about the potential to rethink, just as we were doing in our conversation before lunch about OER and ZTC and instructional materials, to rethink how we, I won't even say deliver, how we facilitate education in the state of California. We can lead the way in these conversations in 2030, again, to use the word ambitious, but absolutely possible. And as Academic Senate President, I think for me, it's important to continue to reframe for faculty across the state what education is, what teaching and learning is, what a collaboration it is between our students, us, our colleges, our communities. 2030 captures many of those elements. It is imperative that faculty feel that they can collaborate in our learning spaces, again, with all involved. This is equitable approaches to transfer the baccalaureate degree. No faculty can help a student accomplish this alone, nor can any student accomplish this alone. And so the building blocks that we're seeing coming together into the vision help us all to play a role in that, no matter what role we play on our campuses. And for me, that's really exciting.
Okay. My name is Manuel Payan, and I represent California School Employees Association, the classified staff. And like Cheryl said, not one group could do it all. And we're part of that group too, along with the administration and the CEOs and the community and local boards, is that we feel honored to have this opportunity to address you. So let me just give you a brief background about myself. I've been representing CSEA and had that honor since 2008. And that's when Senator Jack Scott was the chancellor. So from that time, and then Chancellor Bryce Harris was the chancellor. And then the next chancellor was Chancellor Eloy Oakley. And in 2018, with discussions and encouragement from Board Member Bill Rollins, there was 2 seats. Then with Governor Brown, there was going to be a faculty member seat and a classified member seat for the new formula that was going to be created to fund community colleges. So I put in for that, and with some support from my daughter, Adrienne, is I filled that application and went through the process from the Senate interviews, and Senate Pro Tem Tony Atkins appointed me to that Funding Oversight Committee. And there, I got to meet a college president from Bakersfield College. And I saw firsthand the leadership skills, the knowledge, the passion and commitment to students from President Sonia Christian. And by the time our work was done, that report went to the Governor Newsom, the Senate and the Assembly, and the Department of Finance. President Christian was now going to be the Chancellor of Kern County Community College District. So it seems that every time our paths meet, she takes another step on the professional career ladder, so to speak. And so now she's the chancellor. But just looking back from 2008 to right now, how far the system has come. And and from that time to now, it's more inclusive, so to speak. But every once in a while, there are those and myself have to give a reminder and say, hey, don't forget the classified staff. So I have a mantra, me and my former wife, Lupe, we wanted something better for my daughter, Adrienne. That was accomplished. She's now a speech pathologist. But it wasn't just done from both sides of the family. It was done from the San Joaquin Delta College family. So I had college presidents, local boards, administrators, and faculty and class to help my daughter. And that's why I continue this work. So from I want something better for my daughter has now become I want something better for all the daughters and sons of California. And it's a great example to see all these students. This is what it's all about. So along with my colleagues that sit on the Consultation Council, we all look forward to going over the Vision 2030, and I call this exciting times. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I'm Eric Kalimagi. I am the president of the Community College Association, which is the internal affiliate of the California Teachers Association dealing with community college matters. And I spent some time earlier today looking through the CTA organizational handbook because we have policy on everything. It goes hundreds of pages. And it gives me a basis by which to comment on some of the things coming forward in Vision 2030 and also perhaps some of the challenges that we will face. On the topic of college and career readiness, CTA believes that community colleges have a substantial role in providing a comprehensive program of college and career readiness that's available to all students. College and career readiness programs prepare students for post-secondary education, and it also leads to meaningful and informed career choices. We have a limited number of K-12 counselors. So a lot of additional career work that's being brought to the high school with regards to a college class is going to have to be done by a cohort of community college faculty. If you go ahead and talk to community college faculty about dual enrollment, you'll discover that when they get a group of students that consider themselves self-motivated and engaged and interested in going to their four-year school of choice, they're usually better students than the typical community college student. That internal drive matters. But that's not everyone. One of the things about growing up is that you have to spend some time thinking about what matters in your life. And we have given our community college faculty essentially no training whatsoever in how to motivate ninth graders, or 10th graders for that matter. So we are going to need to go ahead and provide professional development opportunities in how to address the needs of the students we serve. We're pretty good at serving the 20 to 40-year-olds. The further down the scale you go, sometimes it's a different skill set. On that vein, dual and concurrent enrollment. We believe as CTA that dual enrollment courses need to be taught by someone who meets minimum qualifications. And there has been this conflict early in dual enrollment over who was going to teach the course. Is it going to be the high school teacher who has a master's degree working under the auspices of the college? Or is it going to be someone who's already employed at the community college? Well, when you have a small number of courses, you can have that turf battle. When you dramatically expand the number of dual enrollment courses, there aren't enough high school teachers with master's degrees, period. So again, we are going to need professional development. We are going to need a variety of courses that dual enrollment students can take in a variety of areas. It's not a good idea to give every single dual enrollment course the history of rock and roll. Perfectly fine class. But if that's the only GE course you're offering at your school, you're kind of defeating the purpose of GE. So again, professional development and a clear understanding about the details within the high school collegiate environment. Who's reporting to who's responsible for replacing the projector bulb, what do you do when the student has a seizure? In career and technical education, CTA believes that a comprehensive program of career technical education must be available to all students from the elementary level through college. I was a little surprised when I first read that, but it goes on in more detail and explains why. You have to have an elementary school student told or taught that using your hands, being exploratory in that manner, is a perfectly good skill. Not everything is trying to learn your academic subjects. You need to have the opportunity to build and create and possibly break stuff in middle school. So enhancing our CTE programs is going to require buy-in from K-12 districts starting at an early level. It is one thing to say, hey, high schools need to go ahead and build an auto shop bay, which they will. I mean, those specialized labs are expensive, and you either build them at the high school or you bus the kids to the college. But you also need to go ahead and get the partnership with the K-12 organization so they have a branch of their elementary education based on hands-on learning, and they have introductory topics available to their middle school students. There is a problem that CTA has been working on for a while. The typical CTE teacher looks a lot like me, old. They're actually about 10 years older than the average teacher. And this is actually expected to get worse in the short term. So thinking about how we're going to solve that, industry sector AAs or BAs may help to prepare students for the career. The CTA teaching credential in CTE, sorry, teaching credential in California requires only a high school education and 3 years work experience. In many cases, we're going to have trouble convincing people who work in industry, who have high school level skills, that of course you want to teach CTE in high school. But there was such a thing as a vocational education degree years ago. That, you know, it was an AA level skill, in some places a BA. The goal was to go ahead and train someone to become a teacher in a vocational area. We don't have much of that left in California. There's a couple exceptions, bachelors in agriculture, for instance, but I think that in some cases we're actually going to need to build new degrees for our CTE high school teachers to expand them to the level we need. I'd like to go ahead and end. I usually only get 3 minutes or 2 minutes, so frankly, this is great. I'd like to go ahead and end a bit on artificial intelligence. You know, Goldman Sachs was quoted by the BBC a few months ago in that AI could replace the equivalent of 300 million jobs. That was the headline. And when he went into more detail, some jobs would actually disappear. But in other cases, it would go ahead and enhance the work done. You know, imagine if you go to your favorite fast food place or Starbucks, wherever it is you're heading, and someone takes your order, except they don't really exist. You can't tell. That's AI. You know, imagine a world where you have 100 different options on where to go ahead and go on vacation, but you've programmed in the things you're interested in seeing, and you now get told the 5 or 6 places that were probably going to be your best bet. That's AI. So in some cases, we're going to need to change teaching techniques. There's almost no reason to grade a math assignment anymore. Practically every assignment up into calculus can go ahead and be done by some form of computer software, and then you just copy down the steps and you get a nice comment on how nice and neat it looks. So we are going to have to change teaching techniques. We are going to have to change evaluation techniques. We may, over time, have to go ahead and change what we're expecting in an AA degree, but I hope there will be slow on that, because ultimately, an AA degree is not about being able to do things in your field. It's being able to help your kid register for school 20 years later. You know, it's developing that skill set. Also, majors will become more valuable or less valuable based on job growth. There will be job growth in some fields. We'll need to go ahead and add some majors. There will be discontinuances. There will be places where we're coming to administration saying we need retraining leave. There will be places where we're coming to administration saying we need professional development leave because we don't know how to teach using this tool. This is doable, but the soft skills that we always talk about in terms of students are going to have a mirror with regards to faculty. Faculty are going to, as time goes on, increasingly need a soft skill AI and technology set that I suspect will be fairly substantial going ahead. And I look forward to providing guidance to our locals on how to negotiate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Eric, Manny, and Cheryl. I want to make a quick comment to the members of the Board of Governors. I've done 2 consultation councils so far, and I mean, the conversations are detailed. I mean, policy and the team, everyone gets into it, but there's so much camaraderie. The last consultation, the sentence that I stuck, you know, it stuck with me, was when Lizette was presenting the student housing. And then Eric makes the comment, now, why the heck do we have 30% of 50%? And why not just have 15%, right? And I was just caught up with laughter, and I did not hear Lizette's answer to it. And then I hear Mark LaForestier mentioning something about square roots. So you've got a glimpse of consultation council in all its glory. So I would have you guys, thank you so much. I would have Daisy come back, our Deputy Chancellor, for the last part before we open up to comments. So moving to the slide deck, this is, go
I
ahead.
may, very
Please.
quickly, because we talked about K through 12, is CSEA represents the vast majority of K through 12 districts. That's a perfect fit for us, is that we have a community college committee, and staff yesterday on Sunday gave a presentation on dual enrollment. Our community college delegates were very excited about that. So what we intend to do is to reach out to our K through 12 members and tell them about dual enrollment. Thank you.
No, thank you. And when we get to the question section, if we have our executive vice chancellors, maybe Lizette and Aisha, feel free to join Daisy. So the last slide that we have here is answering the question, what does this look like for the chancellor's office? So I think we're moving, Andrea, to the very last slide that has people, resources, systems, and there's one more thing there, the four spheres, if we can move to that slide. So we were asking the question, what is going to look different for the chancellor's office? And after 5 rounds of retreats and conversations, we came up with the idea that what matters really is engagement with people. So you will see one aspect is going to be a very intentional focus to engage with colleges. And I'm so happy that Pam, board member Haynes, talked about trustees. You kept coming back to make sure that we engage with trustees. So that's a piece. I know in our conversations also focused on engaging with our policy makers in Sacramento as well. The second part of this circle with 4 segments in it is related to systems development. I mean, think about it, right? Yeah, here we go. Dual enrollment was legislated in 2015. 8 years later, when you look at the percentage of students engaged, it's 14% in the senior year. If you go down to the 9th grade, it's 6%. And when you disaggregate the data, you again see equity issues in the students who are engaging, right? So the idea that policy is extremely critical, and policy without systems change means we cannot really impact at scale. So there are many systems development projects like the Common ERP, like the system to be developed when we're engaging with low-income adults. I mean, that is not a trivial task. If you think about the scope here, we have 1.8 million students and 6.8 that are out there that haven't engaged with the conversations. We're getting really fine-tuned with the idea of resources. So every time we are looking at an initiative, immediately we have our finance folks, your executive vice chancellor here for finance, immediately saying, okay, what does this mean? What are the implications? So we can immediately in the same time be looking at philanthropic dollars and then dollars at both the state and federal level. And of course, continuing with policy reform. So that is really the last slide, turning it over to, Daisy's going to talk about the next steps, and then we can open up for questions.
So board members, we'd be happy to answer your questions, but if we could go to the next slide, slide 19, how do we get there? The how is together. Today you are seeing a work in progress, nearly 2 weeks of intentional work, and that means that the next 8 months are really critical. We made a joke about rolling up our sleeves and member Haynes never, letting her sleeves down, but the next 8 months are that. So I'll just mention in slide 19, you can see key dates that you can expect as a board. The first is we'll be bringing this back to our consultation council. That happens every 3rd Thursday of the month. You can, of course, watch on Zoom. We also have system webinars, and starting next month, we are taking one of the strategic directions in every single system webinar. So the very first Wednesday of every single month between now and the end of this year. We have a really important deadline that we as staff are tracking, and that is your report to the governor and the legislature, which require the alignment to the roadmap for the future. Of course, the last few months have taught us that we had a vision that ended in a specific set of dates, a roadmap that was introduced by the state, but now a long time has passed by, and so you see climate change, AI, new additions. That is what the story that you can expect in this legislative report. how do we take this system and help California and so that we can get to 2030 together with equity. So that we are keeping track of that legislative report. Of course, we will share a copy of that with all of you and then sign up a couple of you to volunteer to review it before it gets turned in. The other key deadlines are really events, town halls, very similar to our site visits, going out into the community. So we will send invitations and invite all of you to join us, but also hopefully to speak on some of these strategic directions. And so volunteering you to be the voice of where we are headed together as a system. There is a very important landing page that we just turned on Friday. So thanks to our Vice Chancellor Paul Feast, you can actually go online. There's a page that talks about Vision 2030. Our time is now. And on that page, we're asking everyone in California to give us feedback. And so you see a key deadline here, September 15th, analyzing all of the feedback that we get so that by the next time that we bring something back to you in September, you can see how that feedback was integrated into the document. Our hope is that we can get you a version of Vision 2030 in a beta phase. I know it's a bit of the entrepreneurial world, and we're going to go quickly but intentionally. And so a beta phase in September, that would be your next board meeting, with the intent to continue to engage, co-collaborate, and mobilize this entire system in our entire state, so that by the time you get to your January board meeting, you as a board can consider and adopt a final version. With that in mind, though, I think we learned a really important lesson as we looked at the original vision for success. If you recall, the first 4 years before a pandemic, the goals were very clear in a pre-pandemic world. The pandemic came and we started to face new challenges. And what we saw with that was, do we have the right vision or not? And so the one thing I'll ask you to keep in mind between now and January, and our chancellor already mentioned this has to be an iterative process, which means that even when you do adopt something in January, the idea here is that we have created a document that is flexible enough to create a roadmap for action. Our original goals, our outcomes may not change because we want success for every student, but the way that we organize, the way that we take action can. And I think that is the beauty of trying to mobilize an entire system to be adaptable, to innovate in real time. If we could go to the last slide. As we organize and get ready for our next board meeting, our chancellor mentioned earlier, she has met with many of you, has asked you for your interest, and we will also be hosting individual one-on-one briefings to help you get ready for September and really engage you differently as a board. And the last thing I wanted to mention here is not just our time is now, which is going to be our phrase for everything that we do. And you heard the chancellor say that in her very first speech back in May. But if everyone could pull out their phones, and I'm hoping that it works, the QR code is on there. This is Vision 2030. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you could actually see the feedback page. So to anyone that is watching, of course, if you're in the audience now, we ask that you pull out your cell phone and that you consider reading a little bit more about it. We invite you to give us your feedback. We invite you to be a part of what we are building together in service of our students, in service of California, and as our chancellor likes to say, in service of our communities and our planet. I'll hand it back to you, Chancellor Christian, and invite our executive vice chancellors.
President Costa, I turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to, Pam's already biting at the bit here. But I wanted to turn it over to you colleagues for questions or comments regarding this really exciting agenda item. Pam, does that mean you're ready to go?
There's not a question in here, but I got some.
I heard the scribbles, okay? Over here, I heard her scribbling furiously. Yes.
So we'll get there by the end of the day.
All right. Commentary is also welcome, Pam.
So, Board Member Williams and I had an off mic conversation before we started after lunch, and I think it bears repeating. And then he may have a lot more to say than I do, and it's about AI, and it really from a perspective of from a perspective of what goes in is what comes out. And who puts it in matters. So with regard to how something is designed and who is inclusive of putting it in, when we started using data and computers, the voice of African descended people in particular and other BIPOC populations, if it was in there, it was inaccurate, and in many cases it wasn't in there at all. And I can see that happening within AI. And so we need to be deliberate, intentional, and inclusive in what goes in relative to African descended people and others. We see what's happening with education in Florida. Do not think for 1 second that those folks don't live in California too. And so we need to critique that, we need to be there, and we need to understand what we're doing as we move forward with any new technology to have that inclusive. It is our responsibility collectively to do that, because the diversity of the dialogue, the diversity of the responses is the enrichment and the success and the motivation for us as a civilization, because we are moving into this new frontier and we need to do it with fidelity. No question in there at all. But what I would also say is there is this concern relative to, well, if we give them the answers here, that's what is our job? And what I would answer is we want critically thinking folks. How they get there is critically important. So it's not just this medium, but it is what people think about it. I remember my daughter went to a school in Massachusetts when I was there, and she said, and went to a really good school in California. And she said, Mama, I got there, I read all of the stuff, and I told them what I'd read, and then the teacher asked me, well, what do you think about that? That was another level of critical thinking that she needed and had not gotten. That's what we're trying. And then the other piece is, and I'll close with this, what power we could have if we can leave some of this first level thinking, because we can get it access easily, for the big thinking of creative thinking, creative design. Can we spend more time on those kinds of things, because that is also in service to the work that everyone is doing. It is about being creative, like Aristotle or Plato or whoever, all of those people that we can look up to. So I'm not afraid of AI. I am afraid, if I were to say I'm afraid that we will not have enough of those who really have something to put into the system that will make us all the better for it.
Hard act to follow as always, but colleagues, any questions or comments? Tom?
So I just want to start by saying that I think this total framework is terrific. I really like the integration of the vision for success with the governor's roadmap, and I like basically everything that's in this. But I do want to focus on 3 things that are most important to me, and most of you have heard me talk about these 3 things, or at least 2 of these things before. I mean, one is the online education component, and the fact that we need to employ best practices to make online courses as engaging and can create success for the low-income and older learners who need it, who can't come into class every day. And I think that's got to be an incredibly high priority. And I'm glad the governor and legislature put $500,000 in to kind of look at this, but it needs a lot more than that. There needs to be a lot of professional development. It's just vitally important that we meet students where they are, make it as easy as possible for people that are working to access this education, and to have it be, not just transforming some in-person class into online materials, but actually a whole way of teaching, and that really increases the likelihood of success. The second thing, and you all have heard me talk about it a lot, but doesn't need much discussion here, is I've been very climate focused. I think we've seen a lot of evidence right now that was not misplaced, and I just love the fact that the Chancellor has brought that same sensibility to this project, because if we can't do something about that, we're really don't have much of a future. So I think it needs to be incorporated into. And not obviously the facilities, but also what we're teaching our students about how to increase their ability to engage on this in a successful way. Also, the workforce training, I think, needs to be done. But also just teaching them to get bachelor's and higher degrees in climate resilience and other issues. And the third, and then the other, and as the Chancellor talked about, engaging the community and also trying to impact public policy in a way that will make us more effective in dealing with climate issues. And the last one is that people have already talked about is AI. Again, I think the Chancellor elevating this as highly as she did in this project is and obviously with a lot of input from a lot of other people, is absolutely necessary. I mean, I don't need to be redundant with what other people have said, but it does impact how our students are gonna succeed or not succeed in making sure that it's an effective tool, but not one to enable them to misrepresent their work. I think faculty needs to use it in a way that I think Eric pointed out very, very well, that can really help them, but not, and they're going to need training in how to do that. I think our colleges need to use it to make their operations more effective. There's all kinds of possibilities that they can streamline and create more value for the resources that they have, and then in the whole Chancellor's office and system is the how does AI enable us to deliver more valuable guidance and services, because it's really going to take over. And I take Member Haynes' point into consideration. I think that's vitally important. It is, as the Chancellor said, garbage in, garbage out, and I'm sure that a lot of these models need a lot more input that's more diverse and representative, and so it's something that we need to pay attention to. So with that, I'm a big fan. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Board Member Grande.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chancellor Christian, for giving us the opportunity to see what vision looks like in 2030. Being familiar with the Vision for Success and the Governor's Roadmap, these three strategic directions that are included in Vision 2030, I hope they're in the order that we should be approaching them. Starting first with equitable baccalaureate attainment, because our system was handpicked, if you will, to champion the community college baccalaureate degrees 8 years ago. And we have done a phenomenal job. And all of the faculty interest, particularly in workforce and economic development, supports the community college baccalaureate degree. And when you look at item 2 on your strategic direction of that training partnership in healthcare and climate and STEM and education, really touches on the areas that we excel in California at the community college level. But we need the data. We need the data to show everyone else in the CSUs and the UCs exactly what we're doing and how well we're doing it. Not that they are not, but that we are.
particularly in our community college baccalaureate degrees, which was the one area of the action that I am most pleased to see. Number one, increase dual enrollment with equity to ensure completion of that associate, the certificate, the community college baccalaureate, and transfer. And then when you look at number 6, decrease the credits lost from the community college to the CSU and the UC. That's where many of our CTE students were penalized repeatedly, which is why the push for the community college baccalaureate even rose to the level of contemplation for many of our programs, because our students were saying, if I transfer to the CSUs the way I'm supposed to, the way the system is designed, I start over again, and that's not appropriate. So as we're looking at these 17 actions, and I hope that we take them in the order that they're suggested here, that we do indeed see the data supports all of the work that we're doing. And I really, really do hope that with a common ERP, we'll have an easier way of showing our successes.
Thank you, Board Member Williams.
So first off, I really appreciate the timeline and the it's timely, and that's all that I can say. I hope the ZTC and the textbook thing follows the same timeline, especially for the general education books. I'm saying August. I'm asking for August 2023. But you alluded to all of the things that I was thinking about when you were presenting. I just asked that we make sure that we think about the lessons learned from the Vision for Success rollout, the dashboard rollout, a couple, because we've had some rollouts before, and how I experienced the rollout as a trustee was kind of like we really didn't know about the Board of Governors, and so it's not really a thing, and so the way the business office explains it to us is, we're really focused on our local stuff. We're not really focused on what the Board of Governors was talking about, and until I became a member, then I really understood, and so my point is, I want to volunteer, Member Rawlings and I, we want to do road shows in Region 9, just because where we live, but we'll go anywhere. If you give us a t-shirt for all of the trustees in Region 9, we'll hand them out with the plan, and I think the plan has got to include CCLC and ACCT, because I know trustees that will not go, they only go to certain conferences and stuff. And so if trustees don't have an understanding of this, you won't get the accountability. And so we almost need a leading indicator of how many trustees have been told about this, like what districts have actual resolutions in support of this, or something to show us that trustees have an understanding, because that's where folks will hold the districts accountable to doing the thing. And so, but we'd like to be able to go and be part of the roadshow for Region 9 and wherever else, we can go. It's 10 regions, right? Is there 10? There's 10 or give or take 10 regions, is there? Well, but there's 11 of us, and so,
we made a note of that.
But we really need people to really understand the role of the BOG in this. And so just think about the lessons learned from the other rollouts and how the message gets cascaded into communities. Like, people got to understand it. And then I'm not even talking about who's going to go to the California School Board Association conferences, and they got to understand how they connect into this, because that's where a good portion of our enrollment is going to come from. If they don't get it, because it doesn't naturally happen that counselors at the high schools just, unless they go onto a website and update themselves, there's not like a natural PD for where they learn about this stuff. It just doesn't happen across the state. So we got to think about it.
T-shirts. Everybody on the t-shirts. With that, I have
Large
Board
font t-shirts, yes.
Board Member Escobar Carrillo, followed by Board Member Brown.
I just want to build on the point that that was raised by Board Member Williams. I think it really is important for us to take this to the next level, to be out on the road. And I was looking at the robust schedule, 5-month schedule you all have, and other engagements to be determined in a couple of months after that. I think that's really important for it to really take hold. I know we've talked about in the past also like engaging other sectors. So, you know, the K through 12 sector, business, the workforce development kind of boards, and I know there's a lot of connections on our board with those entities, but I do think that that is really important for it to kind of, you know, we've done so much in the last several years, but as we look to this next phase, it is going to be really critical because we're kind of, I think you all, with a lot of hard work, have achieved important successes, but for it to really take hold and go to the next level, we are going to have to really get people bought into the development of it as the process is going. And that's what you're doing, right? You're going to have continual check-ins with us, but also be on the road a lot with Bill and Joseph, it sounds like. So I think that's really important. So I just want to say that. And then also I assume that students will be involved in all of these conversations as well. So every time if you're in, you know, Santa Ana or at UC Merced or in Fresno, you'll be inviting students to the table as well during those sessions? Okay, good. Well, I think that's great because I think the more we get people bought into building this plan with us, the more success we're going to have.
I wanted to comment and ask about earning a living wage metric. It makes me think about a lot of things. First thing I think about living in Los Angeles County is that connection between that and housing costs and the affordable housing efforts that we discussed earlier. I'm wondering about how we define that, or if maybe that's what the goal is here, is to start to define it. And then I'm curious about how we would track that for students that are on transfer pathways. I'm thinking about a student who might be a dance major, but their ultimate goal is to be a doctor. How do we track that when the only thing they can click on CCC Apply is liberal arts as their major, because the college that they attend doesn't offer a dance major, and then there's nowhere for them to express what their true ultimate goals are as a liberal arts student. So I'm just kind of wondering how we're going to track that so that for a student like that, we can see when would the natural check back in point be to see if we helped them get to a living wage. So I'm wondering kind of if you could explain more about that piece. What's the plan?
So I'm happy to take the conversation on metrics. The real person who should answer it is John Hetz, and he's got about 25 slides already developed that really unpacks all of the metrics at a very fine level. The idea of a living wage job was actually a metric from the governor's roadmap. And the governor's roadmap expanded the metric that was in the original Vision for Success that talked about a job in the field of study. And so the governor's roadmap opened it up with the point that you were making, Member Brown, that just because you started in a certain pathway doesn't mean you might end up in a job in that program of study. So then the flexibility of looking at wages to instill in us that socioeconomic mobility. So at this time where the conversation is residing is that it doesn't mean therefore that an entry-level job, so an example would be in the healthcare sector, you would consider medical assisting, for example, as an entry level. When you look at that particular job, that would not normally count as a living wage job, but when you're up to an RN, that's when you're kind of coming into a living wage job. So the tracking of the data is going to be looking at, first of all, are there low-income adults out there who are, for example, we have started conversations with those who are doing domestic work, okay, sort of janitorial services. Can we see if we can bring college to them? And maybe they start on a pathway, if it's a healthcare pathway, maybe into medical assisting. And so we may ask the question, but medical assisting may not be the living wage job that we want to get to, but we're looking at, okay, how do we get them started so that then the college and those individuals get connected? So how do we move them into that first tier, then the second tier? But by setting that goal of a living wage job, which includes predictable wages, sustainable wages, and wages with benefits. That's what the High Road Training Partnership is defined by those three indices, right? So it is having that as the goal and making sure that at whatever point workers get engaged with the college, that we wrap our arms around them. And even if it may take time to get to that high road job or the living wage job, we're moving them along that particular pathway. So that was a complicated, but we will get down to the metrics by ahead of the September meeting. You'll see that the detailed metrics piece of it. Thank you.
I, of course, have a couple comments. On that point, my hope is, and I see we have a special guest in the back. We talk about this a lot on our Calbright board, which is, it used to be that we really looked at wage as kind of the gold standard here. But there is this whole question about trajectory, professional trajectory. And I think for many of our students, they really do need a couple fits and starts, right? And so it's really more about a pathway. And so I'm really looking forward to that discussion and how we can measure it, because it's a lot more complicated than measuring just wages. The other point I'd like to make on the equitable pathways to baccalaureate attainment, and this is around one particular item that we have around financial support to students through policy reform, including Cal Grant, Pell, work study, basic needs, et cetera. All of that's important, but I also think we need to have goals ourselves as a system. We often are saying, hey, we need money, hey, we need housing. We also need to do a better job of, you mentioned during dual enrollment that ninth graders would have an educational plan. Our students need support plans. This is where the rubber meets the road. We can have all the goals in the world, but if we can't help somebody actually go to school financially, with childcare, with all of the things that make it happen, it's simply not going to happen. And I think it happens a lot of times on an ad hoc basis on our campuses, right? There are, individuals who are helping students kind of put together all of those pieces, because unfortunately, aid isn't like, hey, here's just a check. It's like, here's a check for food, here's a check for housing, here, it's complicated. And so my hope is that through this process, we'll really start doing that work as well. And financial aid is a piece of that, but it's much broader. And it can include things like mental health supports, et cetera. So I want us to look at the term of support broadly. With that, and then on AI, really quick, we're all talking about this. The other thing is I really want us to think about it outside of just the educational setting. It is important there, but I believe that one of our major roles, and any educational institution's major role, is to help in creating a productive member of society engaged in our civic life. And critical thought is a key component of that. And AI is going to change how everybody receives information and passes it along. And so I think outside of just the academic setting, we need to be giving our students kind of the critical thought about how to deal with all of this. And so anyway, that's my hope for that portion. Okay, with that. Are there any, yes, Board Member Perry.
I haven't really formulated this very well, but to your point, if there was a way we could incorporate, it's almost like a single pathway for support. We have guided pathways for everything else. Why can't we have a guided pathway for support services? So that here's your FAFSA, here's your access to housing. You should sign up for CalFresh. Here is the guided pathway for support. So we're really living what we're talking about within that plan.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment on the item.
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. All comments will be limited to 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one public comment on this item, at least in person. It's from Larry Galizio. Please approach the podium.
Larry Galizio with the League, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. Sorry, I was trying to get a ChatGPT answer. What should I say to the Board of Governors? I actually was, just to see for fun. But anyway, so to your point, Member Williams and Member Carrillo, and I think speaking for everybody about getting this information to everybody about, what is Vision 2030? How do I participate in the next iterations? And I just want to first and foremost say that we have, there's a natural tension clearly with this bilateral governance structure that we have, the Board of Governors, but we have the local. I have to say, though, that this is my 8th year at the League. Chancellor Christian has been very, very inclusive, inviting the president of the CEO board, the president of the trustee board, members of boards, and I want to thank you, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and those of you on the board who, and I know others, Member Anderson, we've talked for wanting to, let's have more discussion and engagement so we can come up with something that will work best for students and communities. And I just want to recognize Chancellor Christian's inclusivity, inviting us in, being involved, allowing us to participate in some of the discussions about Vision 2030, and this is ongoing and it's great work. And so it will take a lot of work.
30 seconds.
And we're very interested in continuing that work and the Board of Governors and our board. So I just want to be sure to recognize that and look forward to continuing this iterative work and appreciate. I know Chancellor Christian is very precise in her language as a mathematician, and the idea of a framework and this being iterative and focusing on communities and recognizing, and I know I have to finish now, the diversity and how distinct communities are, and allowing local districts to be entrepreneurial is really important. So thank you.
Thank you. We have some honored guests here. We have some of our students joining us today. So I want to invite any of them to come forward to make a comment on this item if they'd like.
Hello, my name is Richard Buchan, and I just like to speak on behalf of my campus and, California community colleges, and part of rehabilitation as well. I had a cycle of going in and out of incarceration, and it wasn't until I was given the opportunity to enroll in a community college did I break that cycle. And it was, I ended up getting out and then going to halfway home, and they brought the laptop to me, and when I had problems with transportation, they came pick me up. They gave me the opportunity to enroll in their class and also be the class speaker. I graduated the transitions program at that time. I'm in the Rising Scholars program right now. I end up getting featured in a documentary. We won 3 Emmys. I got off parole successfully in 1 year. My campus even helped me get housing because housing was a big problem. I ran through about like 10 applications, and all our savings went to getting shot down. And that's a big problem that we face is issues on housing and student debts, loans as well. I didn't have no choice but to apply for a student loan, and then I was kind of like, I'd say like my hope of getting that one-time student loan debt erased, kind of fell out. And during that process, I kind of got another loan out thinking that my first one was going to get erased, and that didn't happen. So now I'm faced with double the problem that I had in the first place. So it's like, what I do love, we got, the federal work study, and that gives me the opportunity to pay my bills and stuff like that. I'm a student that got epilepsy, so the DRC really helps out and giving me the opportunity to do my classes, and it modifies, like Canvas and the online classes to work with me as I'm going through the, my memory problems and disability as well, and Pell Grants as well. They really help out, and it's just right now as a face, like it's me facing like whether to further my education or choose over a full-time job. And that's kind of the issue that I face right now. And, you know, it's kind of hard to, I wish, you know, it wasn't like that where I'd have to choose one or the other, but it is what it is. I mean, thank you.
Please feel free.
I want to say hello to everyone and good afternoon. I'm representing Miracosta College, Oceanside, and also the community college. I was with Richard. I got out of San Quentin. I spent 13 years at a 15 to life sentence. So there was no hope for me in the beginning. And then Governor Newsom signed my release, but I did the programming on the inside. I went to the college inside, and I went to 2 colleges. I went to Coastline, and then I went to the one in San Quentin. I'm trying to remember, but that's what I did. It was a challenge to go to school inside. It's a big challenge. It's hard, and I think we could use more help on that area. But after I got out of high school, my mom married my stepdad, and I was very proud. He was in the Navy. He was in the Midway. He passed away just recently. But making it short, I was fortunate to have a place to go. But I still declare myself homeless. I am still homeless because I don't consider the home where I'm at my home. And so I went to a transitional house that's where I met Richard.
30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds? Okay, so I just want to say that I've taken advantage of AI at Miracosta. I got my social and behavioral science degree, and I'm planning to transfer to Cal State San Marcos with a bachelor. That's where my intention is, but I'm doing the accelerated program. So I need, we need money for the accelerated programs for others. So I'm like a stepping stone. I consider myself an example to follow for the people coming out of prison. And so it's like a beacon of light that I want to transmit, that just because we were in prison doesn't mean we're bad people. And that's about it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Rojas. I want to thank you so much for listening to us and supporting the program. I'm a scholar at the Rising Scholars Program at Palomar College. And what I want to say is what this program has done for me. I would have liked to have taken college courses when I was in prison, but there were so many barriers at the institution that I was at that I was not able to. And my passion is giving back. And inside the prison, especially women's prison, there's just a lot more barriers for us, a lot more is expected of us. And if I would have started my educational journey in prison, I would have been further along out here, but everything happens for a reason, and I'm really excited to be part of the Rising Scholars Program. I've actually been offered a job for the president's office at Palomar College along with Richie. We're both going to be, it's like a legacy work, basically what it is. With the amount of support we have, we're able to go places we've never even dreamed of. And not just support from the college, but support from outside organizations. I was recently invited to go to Washington, D.C., where I was able to have private sessions with Congress, senators, and the BOP director, and that was life-changing. And that just shows that with the amount of support, if we have the right support, we can do a lot of things that we never dreamed of.
30
And I
seconds.
think for all of us in the program, we just really are passionate about giving back to the community. And we just need more support with employment opportunities because of the stigma that we face. So employment opportunities, housing, just basic needs, and we can someday be where you're at. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your suggestions with us. With that, do we have any other public comments?
President Costa, there are no other public comments at this time.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name's Dean Okendo, and I just wanted to come up here and say that I really appreciate learning about this stuff, and the transitions program has a lot of resources that I was unaware of, and I'm blessed with the opportunity. I'm a current participant in drug court. I'm getting ready to graduate myself soon, but I started college about a year and a half ago, and I've been in and out of jail many, many times, and it's usually due to alcohol or drugs. But you know, I took drug court, and I had to get a job. I'm disabled because of my knee, and when I found school, it really inspired me to know that all these resources are out there, and you know, we need more. I'm basically in the FAFSA and all that, but it's really turned my life around at an older age. I owned a house. I was successful. I relapsed with alcohol, thinking I could drink again, and it led me to homelessness. So I sold the house, gave her half. I ran my way, and now I'm involved with the VP Hernandez in the SSCCC. I'm vice chair of Region 10. I did ASG last year. I'm in the PTK project coordinator, treasurer of the transitions, and it wouldn't have never happened if it wasn't for Ashley Girdle and Miracosta College. She inspired me a lot, and I just want to say that, you know, I feel like
30 seconds.
I fit in with them is why I originally started, and I do got 3 associate degrees from the 90s in electronics, and when I went back to college, I found out that's basically gone. You know, I mean, I learned microprocessors, semiconductors, diodes, rectifying bridges, all that Boolean algebra, hexadecimal I learned is gone. So I'm starting over, and I just, you know, very thankful for this program. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for sharing your stories and your experiences. Really very much appreciate it. With that, we have our next item, which is also a Vision 23 item. Oh, excuse me, we're going to actually go back to item 6.1, which is our Academic Senate report. Student Senate report, pardon me. Are they here?
Maybe Yvonne.
Here they are. Come on up. Yay. We have our students joining us to present their annual report for the Student Senate. Welcome, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is this on yet? Yes. All right. Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Hildegard, and Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. Today, I'm pleased to present the SSCCC's 22 to 23 annual report. This report is a comprehensive overview of the accomplishments and milestones achieved by our organization over the past year. It serves as a testament to the dedication, passion, and hard work of our board members, students, volunteers, and supporters who have propelled us forward and enabled us to create a lasting impact in our campus community. During this presentation, I will cover work done in 7 areas: diversity, equity, and inclusion, student leadership and training, professional development, regional affairs, legislative affairs, strategic planning, and operations. Our current Vice President, Yvonne Hernandez, will conclude this presentation with a look at the organization's future goals for 23 to 24. And it is with great pleasure that I'm here today. Diversity, equity, inclusion slide. Would you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. As part of our ongoing commitment to promoting anti-racism, we focus on addressing the needs and concerns of Native American students in our Chapter 3 of our Student Plan of Action. Although we face challenges in identifying Native students to actively participate in the development of this chapter, we remain dedicated to recruiting and engaging them moving forward in the next year. The incoming board will also begin work on Chapter 4, aiming to tackle the unique challenges faced by undocumented students. For the past few years, which was brought along from the murder of George Floyd, when we began our anti-racism work, we collaborated with various stakeholder groups to finalize a comprehensive student grievance policy, along with its accompanying principles. The governance policy and principles empower students to speak up about grievances, including microaggressions within their classroom experiences, interactions with college staff, or during activities. These important documents will be shared with local student body associations, empowering them to implement fair and effective grievance policies for their own campuses. The SSCCC believes that a welcoming campus community leads to student success. Next slide, please. Student leadership and training. During the 22 to 23 term, the SSCCC's primary focus was to serve as an invaluable resource for student body associations. As a consequence of the challenges brought on by the pandemic, numerous student leaders and advisors underwent significant turnover. Consequently, there arose a necessity to address training gaps in crucial areas like the Brown Act, participatory governance, students' 9+1 rights, conflict management, and other essential topics. Acknowledging this pressing need, the SSCCC dedicated its efforts to fill these voids by providing comprehensive training and unwavering support. The objective was to ensure that success and effectiveness of student leaders and their advisors. The SSCCC successfully conducted more than 20 training sessions specifically tailored for student body associations, benefiting over 300 students in the process. These carefully crafted trainings played a pivotal role in enhancing their leadership skills, ultimately empowering and equipping them to excel in their roles within their respective associations. The SSCCC also held a student trustee retreat. This training included teaching the student trustees effective communication with board members, providing insights into government best practices, educating them on their rights as students, their 9+1 rights, and equipping them for successful participation and contribution within the Board of Trustees. By prioritizing their development and providing necessary tools and knowledge, we aim to empower student trustees and amplify their voices in shaping their respective districts, policies, and initiatives. Next slide, please. Professional development. The SSCCC held 2 larger events during the year: the SSCCC Professional Development Conference in fall and the General Assembly in spring. The first event drew in 120 students, while the second event drew even larger attendance of over 600 students. Both events included workshops on a variety of topics dedicated to teaching and training students to prepare them for their leadership roles, as well as informing them about key policies and research intended to educate students about community college-related topics. During the General Assembly, the over 82 delegates elected our 23 to 24 Board of Directors. And for the first time since the reconstitution of the SSCCC organization, we started the year with a full board except for one position. The delegates also adopted the 23 to 25 strategic plan and 34 resolutions, both to guide our work in the future. This year's General Assembly showcased the strength and dedication of the student community, fostering a collaborative environment for learning, networking, and collective decision-making. Next slide, please. Regional affairs. COVID significantly reduced participation both at the campus and at the statewide level in recent years. However, we have continuously strived to surpass previous levels of engagement and involvement. This year, we celebrated a milestone as 4 regions achieved maximum participation with a delegate from each college. Statewide activation reached its peak, surpassing 80%, and resulted with an impressive number of delegates attending our General Assembly. Building on our commitment to student engagement, the SSCCC undertook campus visits in collaboration with staff and student leaders. We visited about 20 colleges in all areas of the state. At some colleges, we held our board training on their college campuses, and these visits provided opportunities for the student body to interact with their statewide representatives and engage in discussions on various topics of interest. This year, the SSCCC also continued to ensure both transparency and accountability in our work. We created a set of policies and procedures to promote accountability and maximize the potential of SSCCC leadership. Recent developments in SSCCC regions include the implementation of an evaluation tool focused on communication, outreach, training, visibility, and attendance. This tool will assist our regions to gauge the areas where they excel, as well as understanding areas for improvement. Next slide, please. Legislative affairs. The SSCCC developed its 22 to 23 legislative priorities based on resolutions passed at the 22 General Assembly in response to the constantly evolving community college climate. These priorities furthered student empowerment, upheld the commitment to Cal Grant reform, and protected investments in basic needs. We sponsored 3 bills, co-sponsored 5 bills, and as you can see on the slide, during the year we provided testimony, attended hearings, created letters of support, and worked with legislators and their staffs to pass each of these pieces of legislation. We're pleased that some of these bills are headed to the governor's desk. Some have been signed. We've joined the Chancellor's office and some of you in Washington, D.C. in February to advocate on behalf of California Community College students. We also took some students to Washington during the American Student Association of Community Colleges. The SSCCC has future plans to expand our work in the federal arena. Next slide, please. Strategic plan. The 23 to 25 strategic plan was adopted by the delegates at the General Assembly in spring. This plan includes 12 objectives in 3 areas: SSCCC infrastructure, student participation activation, and SSCCC policy and advocacy. The plan was developed over 5 months and involved 4 working sessions, forming the foundation for defining SSCCC's organizational culture and strategic goals. These sessions fostered productive conversations, shaping the culture and creating a comprehensive plan. Each session had over 30 participants, a mix of in-person and online attendees, including SSCCC board members, staff, local students, and some advisors. The participants represented diverse backgrounds, reflecting the rich diversity of California community colleges in terms of age, life experiences, economic backgrounds, races, ethnicities, first languages, academic focuses, and sexual orientations. In addition to the working sessions, the process included focus groups with partners and past students, as well as interviews with key informants from the California Community College's Chancellor's Office, Faculty Senate, Board of Governors, and representatives from higher education organizations that SSCCC recently collaborated with. The outcome of this collaborative effort was the SSCCC Strategic Plan for 2023, which will guide our work for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. Operations. Outreach. Our ground campaign to recruit more students for local and statewide involvement remained a priority after the challenges created by the pandemic. This year, we laid the groundwork for more campus visits, improving communication strategies, hiring student ambassadors, and enhancing leadership development programs for our upcoming year. Our strategic plan aims for a 50% increase in student engagement within 1 to 2 years, fostering stronger connections with California Community College students and amplifying their voices. These efforts form a solid foundation from the ongoing growth of our organization. Orientation and onboarding this year. We modified our policies to provide board members with 2 full months of training and onboarding, ensuring they are equipped to fulfill their responsibilities at the highest level. We anticipate that this change will foster greater stability within the board and ultimately the organization as a whole. Another thing I'm very proud of, the new office. Although we were glad and we were welcomed in our old office at the Chancellor's office, but we're proud to say that we have a new office. We moved into our new office across the street from the Capitol. Not only will this new office provide stability for our office staff, but also is a great location for our lobbying efforts. And in summary, next slide, please. As you can see, the 22 to 23 year was an amazing year full of a variety of successes, including growth and impact, advocacy for our community college students. We promoted inclusivity, and we drove positive change. We formed and forged and strengthened our partnerships, increased transparency and accountability, and of course, we're excited to see the growth from the years to come. With that, I'd like to introduce what I believe you all already know, our Vice President, Yvonne Hernandez, who will briefly highlight their goals for the incoming year.
Testing, testing. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me well. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to be here once again. I first and foremost want to say thank you to our outgoing President Terbalon for all the hard work that he did this previous year. I had the pleasure to work with him as a regional vice chair, and I was always amazed to see all the amazing work that went behind the SSCCC and the endless work and advocacy they did for our year. So now that I was voted into this position, I will try my best to keep up with this, with the duties and responsibilities this position comes with. So here's some of the things that we're going to be looking for as we move forward for this coming year. One of our main goals is to continue growth in student outreach. We are at a point where we are growing and we are very strong. I have to say that probably we're stronger than before. But we also need to get the students involved. We also need to start reaching out to other students throughout the state, because some districts are more active than others, but in the end, every single district is very different. So how can we come together and say, hey, we're one and we're here to represent you all, and not only making the changes that we want to see now, but also making changes that are going to be here for the future and for your friends, your family, whoever chooses to join our education system. That's one of our top priorities. And on top of that is, how can we advocate on your behalf? What are some of the different services you need, whether that is in terms of classrooms, whether that is in terms of programs? We're here to serve you all. And if we don't have that one-on-one or this student engagement process, how are we supposed to do that? So that's one of our biggest goals. I feel like we have established a good foundation from previous years. Thank you to some of the amazing leaders that are currently outgoing. So now the goal is, how can we ensure the SSCCC is known in every single community college, and also with other existing partners? How can we create more partnerships to ensure that we are well-rounded in all the different areas where we're currently trying to pursue and help as much students as possible? Another goal that we're currently working on is just growing, helping and creating more onboarding trainings, more professional development, different ways where we can help grow, not only as an organization, but also as student leaders. And how can we cultivate some of these values to our student leaders that then come back to their own communities and help others grow? I have to say that because of all the work that I've been doing with SSCCC, I fell really in love with advocacy. And I myself am a computer science major, and I went back to my college, ran for president, helped create some of the difference my college, which is the Alvarado College, so right across the corner. And then eventually I said, I want to do more, and I ran and became a student trustee of the district. So now I'm helping out my district to do other things. We want to cultivate these values to other community college students and say, you can do this too, and in the future, maybe one of our students will be sitting here in the Board of Governors, just like we have our 2 amazing students here. One of them is an amazing friend of mine. And of course, we want to keep up with the accountability. I feel like throughout the years, we're constantly doing promises and saying we are going to do this and that, but how can we ensure that everyone is being accountable for what we say, right? We say we're gonna, for example, in our strategic plan, we say by year 1 or 2, we're trying to have at least 50% of student engagement. But are we really gonna do that? We better have to, right? So we wanna ensure that we have the accountability piece of it and say all the work that we're currently trying to do is gonna stay here for the long run, and with all the support of incoming members and outgoing members, how can we ensure that we work closely with our chancellor's office and everyone else, all the different partnerships that we have to ensure the well-being of the organization, and know that when we leave this organization, we have left it better than how we found it, right? I'm very passionate, and I can tell that most of the people elected in the board have a similar goal, which is just helping out and creating the future leaders of tomorrow, just like all of you are doing here today. So I have to say that this year is looking great. There's always room for growth, and I can say that our elected officials are ready to take on the challenge and keep working. And of course, as I mentioned before, we have a lot of different milestones to go, but I feel like one step at a time is going to lead us to eventually the change we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the update. With that, board colleagues, I can see board member Medina. Did you want to say something? I thought you were trying to get to that microphone. And one may have led to the other. Who knows? All right.
So I have, as a student member of the Board of Governors, I have the privilege every month of delivering the board to the Student Center for California Community Colleges. It could be done in one of two ways, either virtual or in person. Why I decided to do it in person is because of the warm hospitality and how amazing the Student Center for California Community College is. And many of you, my fellow colleagues, you've heard me speak in the past in regards to the SSCCC. Now, being there in the ground is a whole different experience. It's so empowering watching the board of directors members meeting. Even earlier before one of the students, the vice chair for Region 10, he was mentioning from Maricosta College. I mean, the level of empowerment, of that sense of pride of being a community college student, and how we could make actually the California community college system better is just it's something very amazing, very phenomenal, which I can't describe. I mean, I've had the honor of knowing both of you for quite a couple of years now. In fact, as I am former president of Turbulence, my former colleague when I served on the Student Senate Board of Directors. And it's just one of the experiences in which I thank the SSCCC. It's that springboard organization from which students, once they're actually with the SSCCC, I mean, they're going places, rest assured about that. Now, hats off to all the students, because you all do a great, phenomenal job. I'm currently also a delegate, so I represent my school, Compton College, with the SSCCC, which is one of the biggest and most proudest positions in which I do. But aside from the students, I would be remiss if I didn't give a big shout out, hats off to Dr. Julie Adams, who's sitting over there in the back, because without Dr. Adams, this wouldn't be possible. Dr. Adams is a backbone of this organization, who's taken this organization from turbulent times, to be honest with you, to the great organization it is today. I recall a couple of months ago at General Assembly, in which then interim Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez was talking about how the crowd, watching the crowd, speaking to the crowd at General Assembly from the past being 200-300 members to 600-700 members, how it is today. Just was one of those moments in which, wow, watching this organization grow and doing so great things. Please keep up the great work, and rest assured that being the official voice for the students of the California community colleges, y'all doing a great job, and I'm very proud of y'all every single day.
Thank you, Board Member Medina. I'll have to just echo his comments. I think you guys have really come leaps and bounds. I mean, we've had some policy changes, including, the ability for you to kind of have your own kind of fiscal sustainability. And so it's great to hear about the office and the work that you're doing, including the strategic plan. So thank you for sharing this report with us. Board Member Brown.
So I just wanted to say that in every experience I've had with students from the SSCCC, whether that's been here or most recently at the Curriculum Institute, there were some former members that were presenting. I've been very impressed. And when I just heard I think it's evident, it shows that you've been very well trained and that you're doing wonderful work. And then you mentioned that you've had 2 full months of training and onboarding. And I think that that is a model that we as a system should be following because it's clearly working. I can tell you that as a full-time counselor, I had 2 days of training, and it consisted of sit next to this person who is doing walk-in counseling and listen in. Now, do you see the difference? I mean, talk about sink or swim, right? So I think that you all are like the in and out of how we should be doing this, and we need to pay attention to that instead of having a lot of, I won't name any other brands of fast food, but you know, many of them are very inconsistent. But I love that. I love the work that you're doing. I see the way that folks are looking at you like they're your aunts and uncles, and they're very proud of you. And I also love that idea that was brought up earlier and I think you all emulate this, is that we want to treat every student like they are a loved one. And how would we advocate for them? And I see you all advocating with that level of passion consistently. So thank you.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to echo what others are saying. The Student Senate organization's come a long way in the years I've been on the board, and it's really impressive what you guys accomplished this past year. And that report that you gave is one of the best, best written and presented PowerPoints I've seen in here in a long time. So just wanted to give you a shout out for that, and also really appreciate you getting that bill passed that allows Paul to collect few $1,000 every semester, because you know he told us if it happened that he was going to buy all of us free drinks after the meeting.
Oh,
so
good. I didn't hear that.
We're looking forward to that.
Thank you, Board Member Haynes.
So I have to talk about students. So congratulations to the SSCCC. You are a promise. And so, and it's a promise that's going to be well kept. As I see former SSCCC representatives today who were once in your seats, I see them in the state capitol. I see an email that says, guess what? I'm with this company, or I am doing this particular work, or I'm working for this nonprofit. That is what it should be all about, and so you have confirmed why we all do this work, and why there shouldn't be a sentence that doesn't include this is about the students. You are a promise, and you have made us proud. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to open it up to members of the public.
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. All comments will be limited to 2 minutes. There are no in-person comments, so I will hand it over to my colleague Gary to begin with the online comments.
We have one hand raised. Harry Legrand, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, sorry I'm not able to be there. I just wanted to just echo the comments. Having somebody who's worked closely with students in both systems, CSU and UC, you guys are well prepared and actually have a more daunting task because you're representing 1.8 million students. I was very impressed with the report. And I actually had a mantra that I used when I was vice chancellor at Berkeley, and that was that students are not an interruption in our day, but the reason why we're here. And you guys make me feel proud every day that mantra is really, really true. So what I hope that you do is that those that decide to transfer to UC or CSU, you continue to take your leadership skills into the organizations there, as well as their system-wide student governments, because I think you are going to be able to provide a lot of expertise and a lot of knowledge. And again, I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues that very, very well done. And I want to thank you for your service to the system. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it in the reports. Next up, we have item 6.4, another portion of the Vision 2030 presentation, and this section is on adult learners.
Thank you, President Costa. I'm actually not going to make my introductory comments based on the time that we have remaining, but this segment is going to be in a few sections. We will open up with Board Member Medina making some introductory remarks, and then we're going to be moving to Executive Vice Chancellor Lizette Navarrete, and I think our Deputy Chancellor might be joining, Daisy Gonzalez, for this piece. Then we'll take a break and move into our panel. And I see our panelists are here. We've got President from Chaffey College, Dr. Henry Shannon here, who will start us on the panel. And then moving to the CCC AOE, Association of Occupational Educators. We have both the president, Pedro Mendez, and the president-elect, Anthony Cordova, and one of them is going to be coming up here. And then our grand finale is going to be on the panel, Michael Younger from Calbright. And after we're done with the panel, then Dr. Navarrete will come back with Dr. Gonzalez to wrap up the panel. So with that, I'll turn it over to Board Member Paul Medina.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian. So thank you, Board of Governors members. As a student and as a Board of Governors member, I'm so elated about the Vision 2030, which will advance and support equity. Okay? As I look at Vision for Success 2017 and the Governor's Roadmap 2021, I like how Vision 2030 incorporates elements from each roadmap and lays a blueprint for an even more successful future. As a Board of Governors member, I see community colleges thriving not only as a student success, but California success. See, it's no surprise that the California community college system serves as a key backbone in educating people and helping them achieve their academic goals. In the communities in which I live, work, and attend school, I can't help but to always bring up local community colleges in conversation. Time and time again, I happen to find out that many of those folks have attended a community college who I might work alongside with. Vision 2030 is an innovative. It addresses areas instrumental to society's successes, from climate resilience, STEM, AI, and economic development. A key striking element which puts a big smile on my face is the area of expanding dual enrollment for high school students and improving access for adult learners and low-income adults, which is a game changer. Exposing students early as middle school and high school, and also in high school to community college is crucial. And coupled with getting adult leaders on this path is equally important. Vision 2030 is essentially a roadmap where high school students are taking college courses and simultaneously, even with alongside adults, which could be family members, could be taking courses, making it a family affair. Something key for creating strong families and a future with a stronger and more viable population. No surprise, I'm a big advocate for older and not working, non-traditional students. I thank you on behalf of the countless non-traditional, returning students, working parents, military veterans, previously incarcerated, and other re-emerging students who I come across on a daily basis, which very often take courses in the evening or online and don't have time to advocate or have their voices be heard. Thank you to the Chancellor staff for these key directions. Good job on the multiple hearing sessions held on various days throughout the state with all different types of stakeholders, from students from all walks of life to college CEOs, trustees, participatory organizations at college campuses, and so on. I look forward to hearing more on Vision 2023 and in assisting making this come into fruition.
Thank you, Board Member Medina, and thank you for everything you've done to remind us why this is such an important focus. And so as Board Member Medina mentioned, and good afternoon, members of the board, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and Chancellor Christian Lizette with the Chancellor's Office. I want to begin by highlighting a piece and a quote that you just heard from Board Member Medina. This strategy is a game changer. And so we'll bring up our slides. And what we want to do is highlight why this is a game changer, why we are taking this as an intentional focus for Vision 2030. by the time we are done with this conversation, we want you to be as passionate and as excited about serving adult learners as we are, as Chancellor Christian is, as Paul is in every conversation, as you often hear President Haynes talk about this. And why? It's because adult learners are a population of current and prospective students that is too important and too diverse to ignore. And doing so would be both economically and socially irresponsible. And what we know is that the world in which we are educating students is changing very quickly. And we also know that many of these pathways or structures, including the master plan, were designed at a time before our students' lives were so complex. And so that means that traditional pathways are not often designed to serve this very important population. So let me walk through some statistics to show you why we are focusing on adult learners, particularly low-income and working adults. Next slide, please. 5.16 million Californians are living in poverty. That's larger than the populations of 28 states. Next slide. And 64.2% of those living in poverty have at least one working adult in their family. Next slide, please. But we also know that for our students, this is the majority. This is often the overlooked majority. And 61% plus, and I say plus because our data is based from EDD, which often undercounts undocumented students. And so 61% of our students are working, most of them more than 20, 25, the majority working full-time, while also balancing school. And what does this mean for their academic success? Next slide. It means that when you look at data from the California Student Aid Commission, what students are telling us is that 64% of them are saying that work and balancing school is their #1 obstacle to success. So that means that as we're thinking about Vision 2030, this is our imperative. This is where we lean in and we are intentional. This is our opportunity to serve Californians and do so with equity. Next slide. So let me share to you the opportunity that we see in our planning and our intentional design Vision 2030 and our focus on adult learners. There are 6.8 million high school graduates with no college degree. But there are 3.5 million Californians out there that have some college but no degree. That could be from one of our institutions, or it could be from a for-profit or nonprofit or many institutions. But that means that there are 3.5 million individuals that at some point had an aspiration for a degree, a credential, a certificate, something to achieve, and they left without that. And so we have an opportunity to bring them back, but not bring them back to the same place that let them down or broke their heart. We have an opportunity to design for what fits their lives and recognizing the complexity in which we are serving our students. And then I come back to the current students that we have on our campuses right now, that 1.2 or that 61% of students that are working learners, balancing that day-to-day struggle of work and all of the assignments that they're trying to complete so they can reach that next goal. Next slide. So this is the opportunity we see. We see a chance to serve low-income students. These are our future students. And as you heard Chancellor Christian mention and say when we were talking about Vision 2030 and our early planning, this is fundamental to the vision. This is our chance to really design in a way that meets that future workforce and to connect students, but not connect in a way that we're assuming that they're going to come to us. How do we go to them through pathways or programs and find students that could be advanced or served through higher education and community colleges? And when we're looking at working learners specifically, it means recognizing that Work is a commonality and a shared characteristic around the majority of our students, especially students of color, post-traditional students that are older, and those that are often part-time that can't attend full-time. So that is our opportunity, these two distinct populations that have immense intersectionality with many of those that we've focused on. Next slide, please. And so some of the cross-cutting themes across these two populations, both low income and working adults, are simple yet profound. Work is a necessity. It is not a privilege. There's some that will work for internships, but the reality is that the majority of those, of our 61%, that 1.2 million, are working to put a roof over their head, food in their stomach, or just for basic survival. So if we recognize that, we design differently. We design services that are available at more flexible times, at different periods, in different ways. The other cross-cutting theme for both low-income and working learners is that time is not negotiable. When you are trying to meet survival or trying to reach survival, then you don't have time to take courses that don't align with your goal or pathway, to repeat courses, or to not have your experience counted. And so again, time is not negotiable. You heard that from some of our student speakers as they mentioned that they were looking to get back on their feet, and time is not something that they had a privilege of. So those are two things that we're thinking about as we design new systems, as we enter into our systems development phase of Vision 2030. So next slide, please. And so throughout 2021, I had an immense privilege of talking to a lot of students that are working adults and working learners. Their stories are both inspiring, compelling, but heartbreaking. So here's one of the students that I had an opportunity to talk to, a student from a coastal college, will not be named. As I see it, that schedule that they put up, I think it's good for people who work, it's not good for people who work long hours. So for somebody like me who comes home at 6 or 7, you've missed everything already. And that's so true for students, especially those that are coming back to college that may not feel that receptivity that is often created. And so as we think about this, we also need to think about the receptivity in our messages, in our scheduling, in our design, and everything that we do for this population. So next slide, please. So the conditions that we want to create for our adult learners are, again, twofold. We want to ensure that there's financial assistance, and that may mean that they have the ability to work through apprenticeships, through work study, through other efforts like Pell, get access to Cal grants, or we create a schedule that enables them to go full-time so they can access that student success and completion grant that gives them $8,000 a year. We want to create those conditions combined with the ability to reduce time and excess units to degree. Again, thinking about those two cross-cutting themes of time is not negotiable and work is a necessity. So our goal is to, again, create these enabling conditions, but also think about the partnerships and the safety nets that we can put together from the start for students so that they have what they need to be successful in a timely and efficient manner. That's our goal. That's the condition we want to create. Next slide, please. And so I'll go briefly into systems development, then pause, and I'm very excited for you to hear from some of our district and system partners so you can hear some of their work, what they've done, and how we intend to partner to bring this to scale. But let me highlight just briefly a couple of points. Next slide, please. So we're entering our systems development phase, and for us, and immediately, we are not wasting time. That means that we're starting with the Working Learner Project that has 3 pillars focused on equity equity and success, equity and access, and equity and supports, both that complement our 2 strategic directions around equitable baccalaureate attainment and workforce and economic development. And while you may see the word attendance accounting and it may not sound exciting from the start, it is going to change how we do work and how we create those conditions. By adequately funding our colleges to offer shorter term courses, we can ensure that they can offer courses that fit the time and needs of working learners. But we've designed and are paying colleges to offer the traditional 16 and 17-week structure, and that doesn't work for working learners or low-income adults. If you tell them, come back in 17 weeks and enroll, that's a lost student, and we've lost too many of them already. So as part of our efforts to redesign attendance accounting, we want to be able to provide opportunities for colleges to offer short-term and sequence courses. And as we're looking at that tome of regulations and administrative procedures, we are going to look at credit for prior learning, and not just of how it's currently offered, which is a student pays to take an assessment and be reevaluated, but how do we cover resources for college to encourage more students to have credit for their experiences. In our access efforts, we want to think about the on-ramps from non-credit to credit so that non-credit doesn't become the stopping point for many of our students, especially in occupations that are growing and that have a lot of potential. We want to think about hybrid modalities and what we can do from what we've learned around online, high flex, weekend and evenings. There is a lot there that's great that we can learn from. And in our supports, we want to offer high tech, high touch, and that means that these are receptive for students that may have been away from education for many years. And in thinking about those social safety net partners, that we look at partnerships both with public, but also nonprofits and private. Those could be for services, for supports, or for employment and economic development. So I'll pause there, and then we'll come back to some of the emerging work in this area. But I want you to leave you with this as we engage our system partners to talk about what they've been doing and how this strategy could really be a game changer. So let me yield my seat.
Can I ask a process question before you yield your seat? Which is, I know when we did our enrollment survey, we got some data back, some of which you've cited here. But what is our engagement with the adult learners directly as we solve this problem? Or where do you envision us engaging them? Because I think sometimes, we need to hear it from the horse's mouth. And I think that, we have some good themes here, but I also think there's probably very individual issues that students are struggling with, especially when they come back or they're holding down a job. So can you talk a little bit about that, Lizette?
Yeah, there are a few opportunities ahead. But one of the things I want to highlight as to why this it's so important to think about this population differently, even than our high schools, is that adult learners are not in one location like you find high school students. They are in many employment spheres or underemployment. And so outreaching to an already busy population is more complex. That being said, in our efforts, our engagement efforts both include our student populations. We also have a student design lab that has in the past done focus groups that have influenced a lot of our work and learning in this area, that have led focus groups and surveys. And then what you've seen in a couple of the detailed language in our the online ed study that was included by the administration and legislature is that it allows us some time to talk to students, recognizing that adult learners will be a population that may choose to engage in online or flexible modalities more. So those are some of the key opportunities where we can learn more and continue to adapt this work.
Board Member Williams.
Is there data available on the time scheduling of courses over a period of time? Because like in the early 2000s, 9 o'clock at night, the campus would be like a little city. And so it doesn't seem like it feels like that right now anymore. So do we know, like over time, how the scheduling of classes has changed?
We can pull more comprehensive analysis for you and send it over, but where we do collect information, and it is available, is on our management information system, so MIS and Data Mart. And what you can see there are data on day and evening courses, and you can also see weekend courses. And I can tell you from looking at this last fall is that your visual analysis is correct. We are offering fewer evening and weekend courses. Some of that may be a result of the pandemic. Others may just be changes in course offering patterns.
So I want to build on that question a little bit and just ask, do we know the questions that we are not asking, right? If we're taking a look at what we are currently offering and students aren't taking those colleges up on the time slots that they have the alternative schedules offered, what's the reason for that, right? And it might be, and it just is someone who works so much with working adults right now, that the modality matters, right? And it might be a mix of both the time and scheduling as well as modality. And then if you take a look at the different modalities, are the faculty properly supported and trained in teaching that modality, right? I mean, HyFlex it takes a different skill set on the part of the faculty member designing that student experience inside the classroom to have it also translate online for the students that are going hybrid, right? Versus those that are just all in person versus all online. So you've got different supports. So it's a matter of like piecing those things together, which is where I see this work and the research, especially on that RFP, going. But it really is significant. And then what other supports are we offering to our students? And you mentioned HITECH's high support. The team I lead actually plays a little piece of it, just as an example, is we do the laptop loans, laptop and internet loans. So we recognize those students who may be working adults but don't have access to the technology, right? Or don't have access to broadband where they live in sometimes rural parts of LA County and San Bernardino, Riverside counties. And so then they come to us for that. And some, because of those limitations, haven't used technology in a long time. And so they're lost. And so there's all these different drop-off points, and just making sure we're picking them up one by one and seeing, hey, if you're not familiar with modern technology, let's make sure we have some type of assistance for you in a one-on-one session with maybe someone from IT or student support, walking you through it. Well, now you're comfortable with it. You understand what the process looks like. Okay, here's who you call when you need the support, like one-stop shop. And then you just keep scaffolding up those supports. And that's, I think, at that point where I have seen where we're really uncovering what the real barriers in the students' lives are, right? And because once you get those things out of the way and they think that's like the front end of it, then you really start seeing, okay, well, here's actually what's going on, at home, right? Here's why you can't do maybe your lab work at home because we have the lab maybe virtualized for you, right? But home is distracting. So you do need an on-campus support system for it, right? All these different pieces that we need to uncover and pick apart. But knowing what we're not asking is as important as what we are.
All right. So now let me bring up the people who are actually doing this work and probably have the answers. President Henry Shannon, a legend, doing great work at Chaffey College. Please come up. And then we have Anthony Cordova from CCC-AOE. And we have Michael Younger from Calbright. Please come forward, gentlemen.
And while they're getting seated, I know Board Member Brown, did you have a comment or a question? Do you want to do that now, or your prerogative?
Sure, I'll just do it quickly. So I just wanted to speak to, I've been doing my own, I always say my own longitudinal study on this topic as a career counselor for 10 years. And everything that I just saw in the presentation matches what my lived experience has been. And I wanted to just add a little bit to it. So there's a meme that I saw recently that said, if you've ever planned a group trip with 6+ people successfully, you should just be a project manager. Because it's an extremely difficult thing. And I think a lot of our students do not realize all of the transferable skills that they have. And there's something that we need to do systemically to help them realize that. Second thing is that students often go into an entry-level job and then stay there. And they don't think about the fact that they've now taken classes, they now have more skills that they can now level up. So there needs to be some way that we can systemically help students move from those entry-level high school jobs or whatever it is that they come in the door with to start thinking about now what's next, what can I do? And to find work that is in alignment with their future goals. That has been the hugest, like when I think of specifics, having an employer who has nothing to do with your career pathway, those are the employers that are more likely to schedule you during your midterms. So these are the kinds of things that are happening to students and the reason why they're dropping their classes. There's a direct link between retention and everything that you just mentioned. The other thing is that earlier, I think it was Board Member Perry that said we needed a guided support pathway. We also need a comprehensive career plan for all students, and that needs to be systemic. I like to tell students that a degree is like a driver's license. You don't expect when you go to the DMV that they're going to give you a car or that they're going to give you car insurance. You know that you need to do some other things outside of that DMV process in order to actually be successful. That's not clear to students when it comes to college. So how can we make that more clear? And how can we, use partnerships and all of this other stuff to get students directed to all of the other things they need to be doing outside of the classroom in order to actually reach these goals. So I just wanted to say that's really important work that you're doing. I appreciate the presentation and that those are some of the elements that I see that could help solve it. I've done it on an individual basis with students and I've seen it work, but that's not enough. It needs to be at scale. Thank you.
I am from Region 9. You spoke about Region 9. Good afternoon. I get a t-shirt, come on to Region 9. Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, members of the board, Chancellor Christensen, and colleagues and other board members. Last week, your chancellor was at a program at UCLA. I'm in a program with the UC Davis Wheelhouse, Cohort 9. And she spoke about the 2030 vision to our group. And we were very, very excited about that. So thank you, Chancellor, for giving me this time to share a little what we're doing at Chaffey College. Chaffey is located in Leland Empire, the western part of the county. And Region 9 has Riverside and San Bernardino County. And the 2030 vision really fits well with what we're doing at Chaffey College. I started at Chaffey College in 2007. Having come from Missouri, how you want to say it. But one of the things that I saw at the college was that we were very good at traditional programming. As you know, our mission as community colleges, especially going back to the 1960 vision, 61 vision for community colleges, being that we try to focus on transfer, career, but we really haven't focused a lot on workforce development as we should, which is all part of our mission as well. So you talk about adult learners and what adults need. That's something that we have really focused on at Chaffey College. I heard from the faculty, Senate, and others at Chaffey when I first started, well, we're the Harvard on the Hill. Well, what about those folks who need to eat now? They can't wait 2 or 3 years down the road. So we developed the Intex Center, which is located at California Steel, which is bought by Nucor, in the city of Fontana, which is right near San Bernardino City. And one of the things that we know that many of our students are poor. They need jobs. And the cycle of poverty, to really break that, you got to find some programs that make sense for them right away. So education and training is really critical to what we need to do to break that cycle. So we were able to get a TAG grant in 2014, We started the program in 2016, and we have done just an awesome job with programs around these kinds of programs. For example, the Intech Center, which is you go on the website, says Chaffey College Intech Center. It's a skill-based program approach. We offer pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs, which are doing exceptionally well in welding, automation, robotics, mechatronics, industrial and mechanical areas, as well as in computer areas. Give you one example. In entry-level and advanced manufacturing, we found that the pre-apprenticeship program that we started, the minimum salary for those persons going out to work was $25 an hour, which is what is needed to have a living wage. And the Intech Center makes sure that we have all the wraparound services, so students who come in, it's free. We have gotten money from the James Irvine Foundation, J.P. Morgan, to support these programs, and also our workforce board, which Mr. Williams and I were on the board together to make sure these programs are funded, to make sure these students don't have to pay. But we are breaking the cycle of poverty by having these kind of programs in Chaffey at the Intech Center, which is very, very successful. If you were to go there now, they're talking about evening and weekends, we run those programs at those non-times that our faculty like to teach from 9 to 1, and we rarely have classes on Friday, but not the Intech Center. They run 6 days a week, sometimes on Sunday. And those are the things that we need to do to serve our students currently and in the future. So the adult learners to us are a key part of our metric to make sure we serve people in San Bernardino County. So the Intech Center to us is a story that we've had visits from at one time, Senator Harris, now Vice President Harris, she's visited, the Transportation Secretary, the Labor Secretary, Education Secretary, you name it, they've come to see a really program that works well for adult learners. So, and in fact, you were talking about someone who visited from your area where you work for. And you'll talk about that a little later in your presentation. So I'm very excited about the Intech Center. So please come to visit, and I'll give you a t-shirt. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Consider that invite done. I'm there. So, President, Vice President, Chancellor, members of the board, thank you for allowing us the opportunity. My name is Tony Cordova, the President-elect of CCC AOE, Triple C AOE. I also chair the California Community College Baccalaureate Degree Steering Committee, as well as Dean of Instruction at Bakersfield College and a veteran of the U.S. Navy. I say the veteran of the U.S. Navy because I'll bring some of that back into the conversation a little bit here in a few. So as a representative of CCC AOE, we fully support the Vision 2030. The plan works to continue the support for adult learners and the baccalaureate degree programs. We fully believe this is an equity issue. For adults and the incumbent workers who did not have the opportunity to realize a college education right after high school and see college as a barrier to entry. As identified in the presentation of the Vision 2030, it closes the earnings and achievement gaps experienced by members of marginalized communities, people of color, and disproportionately impacted young adults. There's also some other facts. It's hard coming last because, you know, as an individual that wants to serve, I hear all the questions. It's like, oh, I know, I'm going to answer it. But there's like so much involved in that. There's additional facts that we wanted to share as well. So there's over 41 million Americans, adult Americans, that have some sort of college but have not completed their certificate, did not complete their associate, and did not move on to their baccalaureate attainment. When speaking about adult learners, we first need to understand where they are and where they came from and some of the reasons why they've yet to engage in their higher education attainment level. In our work in the field itself as boots on the ground, we've heard several different excuses. And a lot of those excuses are, or reasons, should I say, not excuses, but they're intimidated by college. College is a fear factor for them. They don't feel welcome. They don't have the support. They don't have that community aspect of it. And they're just really don't want to waste their time, and they don't trust the system. A lot of our undocumented students will not enroll back into college because they just don't feel the trust is there.
So what do? We break those barriers down. As an institution, we need to be more relatable. We need to be more supportive, and we really need to take it back to that humanization component of it, and let them know that we are there for the support. We will make them feel welcome. We will build that agency. And I bring the agency component of it because that's where a lot of that key aspect of it is. As a Navy veteran, as a military individual, I had agency. I felt belonged. I felt a part of a team, and I depended upon that team to be successful in what I did in my task in the service itself. So how do we do that? Well, we can leverage a lot of the conversation that we were talking about before, the credit for prior learning, the non-credit, the CDCP aspect of everything. And when you look at it from a short-term approach, that certificate or those CDCP non-credit certificates, that allows them to build that success factor. It breaks down the mental barrier or the fact that they are not successful in college, because they can be successful. They can be a success in a 9-hour, a 1 weekend, a 2-day class, or whatever that is. But if we build out the appropriate non-credit certificates, there's already built in the CPL aspect of it, that credit for prior learning. We can start affording or awarding the equivalency for those students that are successful in those non-credit classes, credits that will be applicable to a certificate of achievement. Once they complete that certificate of achievement, that starts to build that agency component of it, because now they're successful. But they're halfway done with the certificate, or now they're halfway done with an associate degree, right? So you build in the conversation piece with those individuals and students that you can do it. You just did it. You showed them that they are successful. Put them into that pathway where they're halfway done with an associate degree. Next thing you know, you've got a student that's completing California Community College baccalaureate degree. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Bakersfield College Industrial Automation Program. Just got to throw that out there, right? So how do we do that? There's colleges, for example, Moore Park College, Bakersfield College, Modesto Junior College. These are representatives of our presidency at CCCAOE. We really leverage a lot of the funding mechanisms behind that, and that's the Perkins and Strong workforce. But at the same time, I'll give you an example of one of the things that I've done at Bakersfield College. It's really engaging in the community-based organizations. There's a lot of groups out there that do a lot of the education work. So why not partner with them and build a collaborative and start awarding those students that have already the schooling or taken the classes, the applicable California Community College credits. And you have that partnership with them, and that builds the agency to bring those individuals that would typically not be enrolled in community college now. And then that starts that progress of success again, as I mentioned. But it's being able to build those collaborative partnerships and not be in the silo of they're doing it and we're doing it, and it's a competitive component of it, because it's not competition. It's being able to really focus on who our end goal is, and that's serving our students. So I've done that with an organization. It's called MAOF. It's the Mexican American Opportunities Foundation. It's a non-credit, or it's a nonprofit organization that focuses on upskilling their students in like bookkeeping. I have bookkeeping at the community college. Why not do that partnership, as I mentioned before, and award those students credit as at the same time they're getting their certificate from the MAOF program itself, and put them into the pathway of success. There's a couple other things that I wanted to mention. It's the maximization of the utilization of resources, as we talked about. We're all leveraging the California Apprenticeship Initiatives. We're all talking about the High Roads Training Partnership. Learning Aligned Employment Program is another recent one that's really beneficial to help support the students get into the workforce side of it and compensate the wages for. It's one of those elevator pitches that we use for our employers to engage, because that's another one of the biggest challenges that we have is the vetted employers. Without them being part of the partnership or part of the discussion, there is no end means, and that end mean is that career. Develop local and statewide partnerships. As I mentioned before, we have the community-based organizations. As a representative of CCCAOE, we continue to look at the partnership with the California Community College Chancellor's Office. We invite all of you guys as board members to our conferences. We hold 2 conferences a year. It's in spring up in Sacramento, and fall in Rancho Mirage, Palm Springs. Who don't want to go to Rancho in fall, right? So Everybody's welcome to participate in that one. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. And it's also developing the clear roadmaps for that post-secondary degree attainment. We've got key strategies. One of the things that Member Brown, you had mentioned, and it resonated with me because I've been an advocate of this component, is we've got the program mapper, right? We all heard about with the program mapper. I've been advocating the career mapper, right? And it's that third or fourth tier that aligns with this program of where you're going to be able to go to get that job, to get that high wage, to be able to be employed and focus on your career. So I'm fully supporting of what you just mentioned. If there's anything that we can do to help support that as an association, we're on board for that, because that's really what our mission is about, is getting the careers going for our students. So as I close, as an example of the statewide organization, the premier CTE Association, with a vision for an education and career for everyone at any time, we continue to partner with groups like ACTI, continue to partner with groups, with the BDP groups, our adult education consortiums, the Chancellor's Office, and anybody else that's really looking at aligning and strategizing to move the work, because we can move the work more effectively as a team than we can as individuals. Thank you for your time.
I don't want to steal Michael's thunder, but he's going to tell you about the career mapper. And to everybody in community college land, you know, Calbright was envisioned really as a place to go for some of this really transformative, innovative thinking. And so anyway, I'll let you take it away. But when he said that, I'm like, hey, we've got it. Can you put your microphone on so everyone can hear?
Just in the spirit of partnership, had the opportunity to, in my previous capacity, escort the previous Labor Secretary, Julie A. Sue, to the Intech Center, and she did some welding at the time, so very familiar with the great elements and the supports covered there, and then my esteemed colleague, Anthony Cordova, and all the work that he's doing in his capacity also at Bakersfield College, and looking forward to ginning up opportunities for the Central Valley more broadly. So my name is Michael Younger. I am a representative of Calbright College. I'm the VP of Workforce Development as well as Innovation. And so, you know, Calbright, as you heard from the esteemed President Amy Costa, was really created in part as a statewide community college, a catalyst of workforce development for the state of California. So our fully online competency-based model of education is truly accessible for specifically the adult learner. And we talk in terms of our archetypal learner being Brenda, right? Brenda is a single parent. She's out of the Central Valley. She cares for not just children, but she cares for her sister and her mother, right? She's middle 30s, right? Approaching 40 years old. She has 2 jobs, part-time, right? Works at the restaurant in the day, and then at night she works at a grocery store, right? And so she has no vehicle, only a high school diploma, and she has not had the opportunity to seek a credential, right? Because her first experience with the higher education ecosystem didn't necessarily align with her day-to-day commitments, right? And so that's the learner we're referring to, of the less than 3,000 individuals that have chosen Calbright College. And 90% of our latest survey has said they've come to Calbright because of our flexible and accessible model, right? And so it meets their needs. We talk a lot about, in the community college system, meeting the students where they are, and that's what we're doing. That's why, you know, we're so grateful for this Vision 2030 and the enhancements and upgrades to that vision to really centralize, you know, adult learners as well. And so it's very important to kind of understand the demographics of a Calbright too, where 90% of our students are 25 years or older. 34% our students are 34% of our students are caregivers, right? 38% are unemployed, 17% work part-time. And this model has truly been beneficial for them. We're also, you know, overwhelmingly within the BIPOC community in terms of student representation, right? Latinx at 34%, Black and African American 22%, Asian 22%, Native American 5%. So we are very much aligned to our founding legislation that really speaks to underserved, marginalized opportunities for these populations. And so we want to continue to build our programs, our competency-based education programs, right, fitting the needs of this demographic in particular. And so when it relates to kind of our program design, how do we build, right? We build with the end in mind, a positive labor market outcome, right? And so what does that mean? That could be an engaged partnership with a sister community college that starts at a pre-apprenticeship at Calbride and ends with a formal apprenticeship at a more mature community college, right? It still gives them that line of sight into work experience and skills-based learning, and it compensates them over that 6 to 12-month journey so that they land that job. Or it could be a direct partnership with an employer, right? Like the work we're doing in LA County. Public sector careers or honorable careers. I had the opportunity to do it for the past decade. Others have as well. And so we want to ensure that we're also guiding folks via apprenticeships to the public sector, right? Starting some of our early work in LA County. So that's very important for us. But as we build our programs, building with the end in mind is so important and advantageous for the student. So we leverage our research and development team, right, to really understand and to have a pulse on the regional economies, the opportunities that exist, the substantial opportunities that exist kind of by occupation, and making sure we understand what that entry level is into that opportunity and that it has equitable ladders of opportunity within. That's very instrumental for us. And as it relates to the labor market outcomes, right, we really are designing in consultation with our adult learner in our learnings from them, our lessons learned, our feedback, our surveys, our engagement with our career counselors, engaging with our students, helping them build out, right, their program area of study. That's really important for us to have wraparound human-powered support services, right? And it speaks to the non-traditional experience that some of our students have had, be it post-traditional or just not having seen themselves in higher education. So we've truly just reimagined what student support truly should be through the continuum of their educational experience. From the very onset, we have that conversation of those occupational clusters and career opportunities that will be both advantageous and beneficial for them and their family as well. So that takes me to some of our exciting experiences, partnerships, and engaging efforts. We're embarking on an opportunity to create the state's first hybrid LVN program, where we really take our model, our competency-based model, and build that into the healthcare infrastructure in a public arena in the state of California. We're also working with premier partners like the Next Gen Policies, who've brought forward and helped assist the state's digital equity plan come to fruition, and working with them to build a pipeline into the public sector, specifically giving students that opportunity of a 12-month apprenticeship and then giving them that opportunity in local and county government. And so that's a very motivational opportunity for our college, and we're very excited about it. Working closely with, as my esteemed panelists have said, community-based organizations. We understand the importance as well as the value of a community-based partnership. Specifically because we know that they're trusted messengers, and we know that they absolutely know the needs of their communities very well. And they also engage and understand the business environment as well. And so bringing them to the fold to help improve our economic and workforce development ecosystem in the state of California, we find that as being very advantageous as well. But also working with our very high impactful local boards. That's also very important for a Calbride college. So bringing them into the fold in our pilots, and we start all of our programs in the form of pilots, so we learn, and it's iterative, so that when we do a public launch, that we've been able to cross T's and dot I's appropriately. So we often bring in our local boards also for being able to incubate some of our early discovery and programs. And so all in all, I'll conclude with Calbride is an additive piece of the overall community college system, right? Being able to incubate and establish a design model and competency-based education that is applicable to the entire system. And so we're grateful again for the leadership of our chancellor, as well as all of the administration, including the governor's office, for continuing to invest in the model. so that as a system, we all are able to address these adult learners. We've counted them to be about 6.8. Not one college can do it alone. 6.8 million individuals with only a high school diploma and very limited college. Let's do it together.
I just want to make one comment here, which is I often talk about portability in the sense of transfers, and that's really my dream for workforce development too. And we were talking about AI, and one of our students mentioned, he had had some college courses in electronics that were completely obsolete. He did it in the 2000s, and so, my hope really is about the foundational skills that give people pivot points to go into different careers because, candidly, part of the screenwriting issues around AI and all of these technologies that are really going to change the types of jobs and how we do our jobs. So anyway, that's my dream for this. With that,
President Costa, can I address that?
Please.
Because it caught my attention as well when I heard the students say that, because it's not wasted. There's one of the things, if you guys have contacts with him, I would like to be able to reach out to them because there is that credit for prior learning, and I'm willing to do that in my electronics program right now, which leads to our baccalaureate attainment. So everything that he's done will be able to lead right into the baccalaureate aspect of it, depending on where he's at in his progress of his education. So I'd like to be able to connect with that individual. On that same note, there's what you had mentioned before, the partnership aspect of it. We do build great partnerships, Michael and Calbright and myself with Bakersfield College. As the association with CCCAOE, we look at building those type of partnerships to be able to bring that to the vision and follow what the Vision 2030 looks like. We've had that in the back of our heads for quite some time now. It's just now becoming official. So we're really right there with you.
And you mentioned financial support is so critical. All the programs at Intech are free with support from like JP Morgan, from other foundations, our San Bernardino County Workforce Board. Students, all they have to do is show up and make sure we take care of the wraparound services. But the cost for them is zero, just their time.
thank you. And I'm sure we can connect you with that student. We'll work with the Chancellor's office. Board Member Salas.
Thank you very much for recognizing me, and thank you for the presentation. It's really fascinating to me. And I was particularly happy to hear you mention the public sector, because coming from that very recently as mayor of my city, what we're seeing is the graying of our workforce, and we're seeing the exit of very qualified people and nobody coming forward to show them or to apply for those or are prepared to do it. And so I go out a lot and I try to provide mentorship to young people and explaining to them that careers in municipal government or county government are so wide and varied. And whatever your interest is, there's a job for you, okay? If you love animals, you could be in charge of our animal care facility, or you can start out as a vet tech and then move your way up. If you love recreation, you can become a lifeguard, then, all kinds of things within that, so that you become a director of some sort. Little by little, you can do those advancements in municipal government and public administration. We're not seeing a lot of people go into public administration. And as I was telling one young man, as recently as last night, when I had dinner at the yard, is that what it's called? When I had dinner there, and he was a bartender, and he was 26, and he said, "Oh, I'm so old to go back to college." I said, "Do you know how old I was as a college freshman? I was 37. My life changed because of community college. Okay, my entire future changed because of that, and the world that was opened up to me, and what I saw outside of the tiny world that I knew, and you don't know what you don't know, okay? And so that exposure to different careers outside of their little world, right? That's what's really important. So I just am really excited to be on this board now, because it just flames a passion I already have. to make sure that every person has the same kind of opportunity and experience that I did as a returning student to community college. And as I was telling this young man, you never know what doors will open up to you in going to school. But the other part of it is with more online learning, how do you keep that connection and that mentorship and that networking that you need to succeed? And that's another question that I have, that we need to, get that piece of the puzzle. Yes, you're providing all of this for the working family or for the working person, but then how outside of their exhausting day do they meet others and find out different things? But thank you for your presentation.
Thanks. We have Board Member Haynes, followed by Board Member Medina.
So thank you so much for the presentation. So there are folks in the room that know I'm high on Calbright. It just is a fact. But it's not just because. The indicators, and Michael mentioned them relative to the demographics of Calbright. They are the demographics on steroids of the state of California. And the indicators for me are the number of African American students who are in Calbright, which belie their 5% in the state of California. The number of Native American or American Indians that are in Calbright, which represents about 1.5%, 2% of the state, 5% are in Calbright. And so there's lots of things that go into why they are still there, because those numbers are either growing or consistent. And so this is not an aberration. I want to say that it's not we've been able to hold on to them, which is not true in many cases of these two populations relative to the state. So we got to be clear about sort of asking the question, what do we need to do differently at our other sister colleges? And we've talked about it. We've talked sort of around about it. It is around the supports and the pain points that our students deal with, and knowing when they happen and then being able to address them straight on right away, because we're paying attention and we have connected and engaged in a way that they will share, so that we can adapt and make changes to it. And so I think the hardest part for our sister colleges is to have that kind of an engagement. It means the hard part of changing our institutions. And you got to bring a whole lot of people with you and we've been embarking on it. So I'm not suggesting that change has not happened. What I am suggesting is that change has to continue to happen, and there are going to be hard, uncomfortable questions about, are we really in service to our students and to their complexity? The other thing that I think is really important, and all of you have touched upon that, and it is that our colleges sit within all kinds of resources within the communities in which, the regions and the communities in which they are serviced. And so it's not that they are not reaching out to CBOs or the webs. It is building a partnership that is collaborative and sort of a give and take, which means, again, an uncomfortable change of policies, practices, and barriers. And because, how do I say, because that is difficult, because on the campuses we have constituency groups. Okay, that's a reality, and it's about changing. It's about changing minds. We talk about changing hearts. But we have to change minds who are willing to do this work. And so I commend the forerunners in this process, because you give us all hope You give us a models to look at and to see what we can potentially do. I was one of those students. It took me 16 years to get through really community college. I had so many off ramps. I had on ramps, but I don't want anybody to be the 1% that succeeds. And those are the programs right now. I talked to a 35-year-old who had 2 kids. It took her 20 years to get through her community college experience, and she was going off to one of the UCs. That's too long, folks. That's not hopeful. And then finally, what I draw pictures. So finally, I have had the picture of career education on one track, transfer on another track, and then they have been farther away over the years, and now they're getting closer. I would argue that there is a third track that I hadn't been paying attention to, and it's on this side. It is on being able to change non-credit into an AA and then change